June 6, 1944. General Dwight D. Eisenhower issuing the order of the day.
We will accept nothing less than full victory. Good luck, and let us all beseech the blessing of Almighty God upon this great and noble undertaking.
From Simon & Schuster Audio, D-Day, June 6, 1944. The Climactic Battle of World War II. Read by the author, Stephen E. Ambrose.
D-Day. 0016 hours, that is 16 minutes after midnight, June 6, 1944. The Horsa glider crash-landed in France some 50 meters from the swing bridge crossing the Caen Canal. Lieutenant Din Brotheridge was leading the 28 men of the 1st Platoon, D Company, the Oxfordshire and Buckinghamshire Light Infantry Regiment, British 6th Airborne Division. Brotheridge worked his way out of the crashed glider. He grabbed Sergeant Bailey, a section leader, and whispered in his ear, "Get your chaps moving." Bailey set off with his group to pitch grenades into the machine gun pillbox known to be beside the bridge. Lieutenant Brotheridge gathered the remainder of his platoon. "Come on, lads," and they began running for the bridge. The German defenders of the bridge, about 50 strong, were not aware that the long-awaited invasion had just begun. As Brotheridge led his men at a fast trot up the embankment and onto the bridge, 17-year-old Private Helmut Romer, one of the 2 German sentries on the bridge, saw the 21 British paratroopers coming at him, their weapons carried at their hips, prepared to fire. Romer turned and ran across the bridge, shouting, "Paratroopers!" at the other sentry as he passed him. That sentry pulled out his Lucht pistol and fired a flare. Brotheridge fired a full clip of 32 rounds from his Sten gun. Those were the first shots fired by the 175,000 British, American, Canadian, Free French, Polish, Norwegian, and other nationalities in the Allied Expeditionary Force set to invade Normandy in the next 24 hours. The shots killed the sentry, who thus became the first German soldier to die in defense of Hitler's Fortress Europe. Brotheridge, 26 years old, had been training for this moment for 2 years. He had trained for 6 months for the specific task of seizing the bridge by a coup de main operation, that is, a sudden, forceful attack. Brotheridge had come up from the ranks. His fellow platoon officers were university graduates, upper class, and a bit uneasy at first because Brotheridge wasn't one of us, you know. Brotheridge played soccer, not cricket. He got on easily with the men and had no sense at all of that vast gulf that so often separates British junior officers from the enlisted men. He would go into the barracks at night, sit on the bed of his batman, Billy Gray, and talk soccer with the lads. He would bring his boots along and shine them as he talked. Private Wally Parr never got over the sight of a British lieutenant polishing his boots while his batman lay back on his bed, gassing on about Manchester United and West Ham and the other soccer teams. Everyone admired Din Brotheridge. He was fair, conscientious, hard-driving, quick to learn, a master at all the weapons in the company, an able teacher and an apt pupil, a natural leader. When Brotheridge was selected as leader of 1st Platoon, the other lieutenants in the company agreed that Din was the right man to lead the first troops to go into action on D-Day. He was among the best the country had produced to fight for its freedom in the life and death struggle. Brotheridge had more at stake in the struggle than most, for he was one of the few married men in D Company, and his wife, Margaret, was 8 months pregnant. So he had an unborn child's future on his mind during the flight over the English Channel. When Brotheridge began to dash across the bridge, the German garrison was sleeping at its post. But Private Helmut Romer's shout, the Lucht pistol flare, and the firing by Brotheridge from his Sten gun all combined to wake the German troops. They manned their machine guns and got into the slit trenches on both sides of the bridge and began firing from their machine guns, their rifles, and their carbines. Brotheridge, almost across the bridge, his platoon following, the men firing from their hips, pulled a grenade out of his pouch and threw it at the machine gun pit to his right. As he threw the grenade, he was knocked over by the impact of a bullet in his neck. He fell forward. His platoon ran past him, with 2 other platoons from 2 other gliders close behind. The men of D Company cleared out the machine gun pits and the slit trenches in short order. By 0021 hours, 5 minutes after the assault began, the enemy in the immediate vicinity of the bridge had either been killed or had run off. Private Wally Parr went looking for Brotheridge, who was supposed to set up his command post at a cafe beside the bridge. He found Brotheridge lying on the ground in the road opposite the cafe. His eyes were open and his lips were moving, but Parr could not make out what he was saying. Parr thought, what a waste. All the years of training we put in to do this job, it lasted only seconds, and there he lies. Stretcher bearers carried Brotheridge back across the bridge to an aid station. The company doctor, John Vaughan, found the wounded lieutenant. Vaughan said he was laying on his back, looking up at the stars and looking terribly surprised, just surprised. Vaughan gave Brotheridge a shot of morphine and began to dress the bullet hole in the middle of his neck. Before he could complete the first aid, Brotheridge died. He was the first Allied soldier to be killed by enemy fire on D-Day. Midnight, the start of D-Day. Lieutenant Robert Mason Mathias was riding in a C-47 Dakota over the English Channel, headed toward the Cotentin Peninsula of Normandy. Mathias was the leader of the 2nd Platoon, E Company, 508th Parachute Infantry Regiment, U.S. 82nd Airborne Division. 2 hours later, the plane was over France and starting to take some flak from German guns. At 2:27, Mathias saw the red light go on over the open door of the plane, the signal to get ready. He hooked a clip from his parachute to the static line running down the middle of the roof of the aircraft. Mathias called out to the 16 men behind him, "Stand up and hook up!" He stepped to the open door, ready to jump the instant the pilot decided the plane was over the drop zone and turned on the green light. From below, the Germans were firing furiously at the air armada of 822 C-47s carrying the 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions into battle. 20mm 4-barreled anti-aircraft guns filled the sky with explosions. Machine gun tracers, green, yellow, red, blue, white, arched through the sky. The sight was awesome. Nearly every paratrooper thought this was the grandest 4th of July fireworks display he had ever seen. And the sight was terrifying. For every visible tracer, there were 5 unseen bullets. Unseen but not unheard, the bullets rattled against the wings of the C-47s, sounding like rocks being shaken in a tin can. Flying at less than 1,000 feet and slower than 120 miles per hour, the planes made easy targets. Looking out the door, Lieutenant Mathias could see an intense fire raging. A hay barn on the edge of the village of St. Mère-Église had caught fire, probably from a spent tracer, and was burning fiercely, illuminating the horizon. The pilot was attempting to escape the flak by turning first this way and then that, spilling the men. Those behind Mathias were calling out, "Let's go! For Christ's sake, let's go! Jump, damn it, jump!" As machine gun bullets came up through the fuselage, the men instinctively put their hands over their crotches. They had made a dozen or more practice jumps. Never had it occurred to them that they would be so eager to get out of an airplane in flight. Mathias had his hands on the outside of the doorway, ready to propel himself into the night the instant the green light went on. A shell burst just beside him. Red-hot flak ripped through his reserve chute, into his chest, knocking him off his feet. But with a mighty effort, he began to pull himself back. The green light went on. He regained his feet and got back to his post at the door. That was the kind of action his men had learned to expect from Bob Mathias. Long and lanky, 6'1", 175 pounds, he was in superb condition, all raw bone and muscle, strong enough to survive a blow that would have felled an ox, and to recover almost instantly. At 28 years of age, Mathias was 5 or so years older than the other lieutenants in the 508th, and he was immensely popular with his platoon and fellow officers. For 2 years he had been preparing himself and his platoon for this moment. He was known to be absolutely fair and totally dedicated. He was the best boxer in the regiment and the best marcher. On one 25-mile march, when everyone was pushing to the limit, one of his men gave out. Mathias picked him up and carried him the last 3/4 of a mile home. Mathias was a devout Catholic. He went to Mass as often as possible and did all he could to make church attendance convenient for his men. He never swore. His company commander said of him, "He can more than hold his own with the toughest man alive, yet you won't ever hear him use hell or damn." When a man in the 2nd platoon had a problem, Mathias could sense it. He would discreetly offer his counsel, but he never intruded. One of his privates said of him, he made allowances, but he never compromised his standards. He seemed deeply hurt on the few occasions we failed to meet his expectations, but he never lost his temper. Mathias had prepared himself in every way possible for the upcoming struggle. He was a student of military history. He had mastered every weapon and skill necessary to a rifle company. He had studied German weapons, organization, and tactics. He had learned the German language well enough to speak it fluently, and he had learned enough French to ask directions. He had taught his men German commands and French phrases. Colonel Roy Lindquist, commanding the 508th, said of Mathias, "He will either earn the Medal of Honor or be the first 508th man killed in action." At the airfield on the evening of June 5, as the 508th loaded up for the crossing of the Channel, Mathias had shaken hands with each member of his platoon. The platoon was being carried in 2 planes. Private Kavanaugh, who was in the other stick, recalled, "There was an air of deserved confidence about this grand fellow. We shook hands, and he said to me, 'We'll show 'em, won't we, Irish?'" When Mathias was wounded from the shell burst and the green light went on, he could have pushed himself out of the way so that the men behind him could jump. Had he done so, the crew of the C-47 could have applied first aid and, quite possibly, gotten him back to England in time for a life-saving operation. Later, every man in that plane was certain that Mathias must have had that thought. Instead, Mathias raised his right arm, called out, "Follow me!" and leaped into the night. Whether the shock from the opening parachute or the shock of hitting the ground or excessive bleeding from his multiple wounds was the cause, no one knows. But when Bob Mathias was located a half hour or so later, he was still in his chute, dead. He was the first American officer killed by German fire on D-Day. Operation Overlord, the invasion of German-occupied France in June 1944, was staggering in its scope. In one night and day, 175,000 fighting men and their equipment, including 50,000 vehicles of all types, ranging from motorcycles to tanks and armored bulldozers, were transported across 60 to 100 miles of open water and landed on a hostile shore against intense opposition. They were either carried by or supported by 5,333 ships and craft of all types and almost 11,000 airplanes. They came from southwestern England, southern England, the east coast of England. It was as if the cities of Green Bay, Racine, and Kenosha, Wisconsin, were picked up and moved, every man, woman, and child, every automobile and truck, to the east side of Lake Michigan in one night. The effort behind this unique movement, which British Prime Minister Winston S. Churchill rightly called the most difficult and complicated operation ever to take place, stretched back 2 years in time and involved the efforts of literally millions of people. The production figures from the United States in landing craft, ships of war, airplanes of all types, weapons, medicine, and so much more were fantastic. The figures in the United Kingdom and Canada were similar. But for all that American industrial brawn and organizational ability could do, for all that the British and Canadians and other allies could contribute, for all the plans and preparations, for all the brilliance of the generals, in the end, success or failure in Operation Overlord came down to a relatively small number of junior officers, non-coms, and privates or seamen in the American, British, and Canadian armies, navies, air forces, and coast guards. If the paratroopers and glider-borne troops cowered behind hedgerows or hid out in barns rather than actively seeking out the enemy, if the coxswains did not drive their landing craft ashore, but instead, out of fear of enemy fire, dropped the ramps in too deep water, if the men at the beaches dug in behind the seawall, if the non-coms and junior officers failed to lead their men up and over the seawall to move inland in the face of enemy fire, why then the most thoroughly planned offensive in military history, an offensive supported by incredible amounts of naval firepower, bombs, and rockets, would fail. It all came down to a bunch of 18 to 28-year-olds. They were magnificently trained and equipped and supported, but only a few of them had ever been in combat. Only a few had ever killed or seen a buddy killed. Most were like Den Brotheridge or Bob Mathias. They had never heard a shot fired in anger. They were citizen soldiers, not professionals. Toward the end of spring 1944, it was an open question as to whether a democracy could produce young soldiers capable of fighting effectively against the best that Nazi Germany could produce. Hitler was certain that the answer was no. Nothing caused him to doubt that on anything approaching equality in numbers, the Wehrmacht, the German army, would prevail. Totalitarian fanaticism and discipline would always conquer democratic liberalism and softness. Of that, Hitler was sure. If Hitler had seen Den Brotheridge and Bob Mathias in action at the beginning of D-Day, he might have had second thoughts. It's Brotheridge and Mathias and their buddies, the young men born into the false prosperity of the 1920s and brought up in the bitter realities of the Depression of the 1930s that this story is about. The literature they read as youngsters was anti-war, cynical, portraying patriots as suckers, slackers as heroes. None of them wanted to be part of another war. They wanted to be throwing baseballs, not hand grenades, shooting .22s at rabbits, not M1s at other young men. But when the test came, when freedom had to be fought for or abandoned, they fought. They were the soldiers of democracy. They were the men of D-Day, and to them we owe our freedom. But before we can understand what they accomplished and how they did it, and appreciate their achievement, we must look first at the big picture. The Defenders. At the beginning of 1944, Nazi Germany's fundamental problem was that she had conquered more territory than she could defend. But Hitler had a conqueror's mentality, and he insisted on defending every inch of occupied soil. To carry out such orders, the Wehrmacht relied on improvisations, of which the most important were conscripted foreign troops, school-age German youths, and old men, along with fixed defensive positions. The Wehrmacht also changed its tactical doctrine and weapons design. It transformed itself from the highly mobile Blitzkrieg Army of 1940 and 1941 into the ponderous, all but immobile Army of 1944 that featured heavy, slow tanks and dug-in infantry. Like everything else that happened in Nazi Germany, this was Hitler's doing. In July 1943, the Wehrmacht launched its last offensive on the Eastern Front, at Kursk. The Red Army stopped it cold, inflicting horrendous casualties. From Kursk on, Hitler had no hope of winning a military victory against the Soviet Union. But that did not mean his cause was hopeless. Between August 1939 and June 1941, the Nazi and Soviet empires had been partners, joined together in an alliance based on the division of Eastern Europe between them. To return to that situation, Hitler had to persuade Stalin that the Wehrmacht was still capable of inflicting unacceptable casualties on the Red Army. To do that, Hitler needed more fighting men and machines. To get them, he had to strip his Western Front. To do that, he had to hurl the forthcoming invasion back into the sea. That's why D-Day was critical. In a November 3, 1943 Führer directive, Hitler explained it all with crystal clarity. For the last 2.5 years, the bitter and costly struggle against Bolshevism has made the utmost demands upon the bulk of our military resources and energies, he said. The situation has since changed. The threat from the east remains, but an even greater danger looms in the west, the Anglo-American landing. In the east, the vastness of the space will, as a last resort, permit a loss of territory even on a major scale, without suffering a mortal blow to Germany's chance for survival. Not so in the west. If the enemy here succeeds in penetrating our defense on a wide front, consequences of staggering proportions will follow within a short time. What he meant was that a successful Anglo-American offensive in 1944 would pose a direct threat to Germany's industrial heartland, the Rhine-Ruhr region. Thus Hitler declared it was on the French coast that the decisive battle would be fought. On March 20, he told his principal commanders in the West, "The destruction of the enemy's landing attempt means more than a purely local decision on the Western Front. It is the sole decisive factor in the whole conduct of the war, and hence in its final result. Once defeated, the enemy will never again try to invade. Quite apart from their heavy losses, they would need months to organize a fresh attempt. And an invasion failure would also deliver a crushing blow to British and American morale. For one thing, it would prevent Roosevelt from being re-elected. With any luck, he'd finish up in jail somewhere. For another, war weariness would grip Britain even faster. And Churchill, already a sick old man with his influence waning, wouldn't be able to carry through a new invasion operation. At that point, the Wehrmacht could transfer 45 divisions from the west to the east to revolutionize the situation there. So the whole outcome of the war depends on each man fighting in the West, and that means the fate of the Reich as well. For the German people and nation, the decision to continue the struggle spelled catastrophe, but it was Hitler's and the Nazis' only hope. But if Hitler's scenario had worked out, in the summer of 1945, the U.S. Army Air Force, secure in its bases in England, would have started dropping atomic bombs on Berlin and other German cities. But of course, in early 1944, no one knew when, or even if, the American Manhattan Project would be able to produce such a bomb. Hitler's problem was how to hurl the coming invasion back into the sea. That problem was compounded by many factors, summed up in one word: shortages. Shortages of ships, planes, men, guns, tanks. On the Eastern Front, his troops were stretched over more than 2,000 kilometers. On the Mediterranean Front, his troops were defending a line of some 3,000 kilometers. On the Western Front, his troops were called on to defend 6,000 kilometers of coastline, running from Holland to the southern end of the Bay of Biscay. And there was a fourth front, at home. The Allied air offensive against German cities had driven the Luftwaffe out of France, forcing it to fight over German skies to defend German cities. Hitler hated that. Everything in his own psychology, everything in German military tradition, cried out for taking the offensive. But Hitler could not attack his enemies, at least not until his secret weapons came online. It was gall and wormwood to him, but he had to stay on the defensive. There were also precious few ships of war, and most of those were E-boats, an oversized German version of the American PT boat, almost as big as a destroyer escort. The E stood for enemy. The E-boats were capable of laying mines and firing torpedoes and running away at high speed. other than the E-boats, the only contribution the German Navy could make to the defense of Fortress Europe was mine-laying. With no air force and no navy, the German defenders of Fortress Europe were blind and forced to stretch out to cover every conceivable landing site. Control of the air and sea gave the Allies unprecedented mobility and almost certain surprise. The Allies would know where and when the battle would be fought, and the Germans could only guess. Furthermore, by the beginning of 1944, the Wehrmacht had so-called volunteers from many countries, including men from the Western republics of the Soviet Empire, who signed up for the fight against Stalin. These so-called Ost or East battalions had become increasingly unreliable after the German defeat at Kursk. They were therefore sent to France in exchange for German troops on the Eastern Front. The Wehrmacht also sharply relaxed its physical standards to bring more genuine Germans into the line. Men with stomach and lung ailments were sent to the front. Convalescence time was cut, as was training time for recruits. Younger and older men were called up. Of an army of 4,270,000 men in December 1943, more than 1.5 million were over 34 years old. In the 709th Division, on the Cotentin Peninsula of Normandy, the average age was 36. In the Wehrmacht as a whole, the average age was 31.5. In the U.S. Army, the average age was 25.5. As a consequence of these desperate measures, the Wehrmacht did not have the resources to conduct a defense in depth, based on counterattacks and counteroffensives. It lacked sufficient high-quality troops. It lacked sufficient mobility. It lacked sufficient armor. The old men, boys, and foreign troops were of value only if they were put into trenches or cement fortifications, with German NCOs standing behind them, pistol in hand, ready to shoot any man who left his post. As early as March 1942, Hitler had ordered that the Atlantic coast defenses be so organized and the troops so deployed that any invasion attempt would be smashed before the landing or immediately thereafter. In August 1942, he decreed that fortress construction in France proceed with fanatic energy to create a continuous belt of interlocking fire emanating from bomb-proof concrete structures. The strongest possible fixed fortifications along the Atlantic Wall must be built, he said, on the assumption that the Anglo-Americans would enjoy air and naval supremacy. Only concrete could stand up to the crushing weight of bombs and shells. He therefore wanted 15,000 concrete strongpoints to be occupied by 300,000 men. As no portion of the coast was safe, the whole would have to be walled up. He wanted the fortifications completed by May 1, 1943. Most of this was pure fantasy. Almost none of it was accomplished at the end of 1943. What Hitler could do was attempt to anticipate the landing site, keep what armor was available near that place, and use it for local counterattacks while the Atlantic Wall held up the invaders. Tanks could seal off any penetration. Tanks could drive the lightly armed and unarmored first wave of invaders back into the sea, if the fortifications were strong enough to keep the Allies from establishing momentum. The trick was to pick the place to make the fortifications that strong. The Pas de Calais was the logical place for the invasion, for two overwhelming reasons. Between Dover and Calais is where the English Channel is narrowest, and the straight line from London to the Rhine-Ruhr and on to Berlin runs London, Dover, Calais, Belgium. Hitler had to make a bet, and in 1943 he bet the invasion would come at the Pas de Calais. In a way, he tried to force the Allies to invade there. In the summer of 1943, he decided to install the launching sites for the V-1 pilotless bomber and the V-2 ballistic missiles in that area. He believed that whatever the Allies' previous plans might have been, the V-weapons would be so dangerous as to force them to attack directly in the Pas de Calais in order to overrun the launching sites. Thus, the area around Calais became by far the strongest fortified position of the Channel coast, and, in 1944, the location of the greatest concentration of German armor in the West. It was there that the Atlantic Wall came closest to what German propaganda claimed it was, an impregnable fortress. He was a strange man, the German Führer. His passion for detail was astonishing. He spent hours studying the maps showing German installations along the Atlantic Wall. He demanded reports on building progress, the thickness of the concrete, the kind of concrete used, the system used to put in the steel reinforcement. But after ordering the creation of the greatest fortification in history, he never bothered to inspect any part of it. After leaving Paris in triumph in the summer of 1940, he did not set foot on French soil again until mid-June 1944. Yet he declared this was the decisive theater. The attackers. The Allied problem was to land, penetrate the Atlantic Wall, and secure a lodgment in an area suitable for reinforcement and expansion. The sine qua non of the operation was to achieve surprise. If the Germans knew where and when the attack was coming, they could surely concentrate enough men, concrete, tanks, and artillery at that spot to defeat the assault. It was going to be difficult enough, even with surprise. Amphibious operations are inherently the most complicated in war. Few have ever been successful. But in World War II, the record had gotten better. By the end of 1943, the Allies had launched 3 successful amphibious attacks: North Africa, Sicily, and Salerno, all involving British and American land, sea, and air forces, under the command of General Dwight D. Eisenhower. None of the coastlines, however, had been fortified. What the Allies were about to attempt had not been done before. But there had to be an assault. And for all the difficulties, for all the German advantages, such as land lines of communication, fighting on the defensive, and their fixed fortifications, the Allies had the decisive edge. Thanks to their control of the sea and air, and to the mass production of a bewildering variety of landing craft, the Allies had unprecedented mobility. They would choose the time and place the battle would be fought. As soon as the battle began, however, the advantage would shift to the Germans. Once in France, the Allied paratroops and seaborne troops would be relatively immobile. Until the beachhead had been expanded to allow self-propelled artillery and trucks to come ashore, movement would be by legs rather than by half-tracks or tires. The Germans, meanwhile, could move to the sound of the guns by road and rail, and by spring 1944, they would have 50 infantry and 11 armored divisions in France. The Allies could hardly hope to put much more than 5 divisions into the attack on the first day, enough to give them local superiority, to be sure, but all reinforcements, plus every bullet, every bandage, every K-ration would have to cross the English Channel to get into the battle. So the Allies really had 2 problems: getting ashore and winning the battle of the build-up. Once they had established a secure beachhead and developed enough room to deploy inland, the weapons being produced in massive quantity in the United States could be brought into France, sealing the German fate. To win the battle of the build-up, the Allies could count on their vast air fleets to hamper German movement. But interdiction would be effective only in daylight and good weather. Far more effective would be to immobilize the panzer divisions through trickery, fooling the Germans, not only in advance of the attack, but making them believe that the real thing was a feint. That requirement would be the key factor in selecting the invasion site. Whatever site was selected, the assault would be a direct frontal attack against prepared positions. How to do that successfully at an acceptable cost was a problem. The Allied planners decided that surprise was more important than a lengthy bombardment, so they limited the pre-assault bombardment to a half hour or so, in order to ensure surprise. In an amphibious assault, The attacking infantry would have to struggle up out of the water and across wet sand, which would hamper their equipment and agility. And how would they get from transport ships suitable for bringing them across the channel to the shore itself? At the beginning of World War II, no one knew. The British got started on a solution in 1941 with the landing ships and craft for tanks. The LST, or landing ship tank, was as big as a light cruiser, 327 feet long, displacing 4,000 tons. But it was flat-bottomed and thus hard to control in any kind of sea. It was capable of grounding and discharging tanks or trucks on beaches. It could carry dozens of tanks and trucks in its cavernous hold, along with small landing craft on its deck. The LCT, or landing craft tank, was a flat-bottomed craft, 110 feet long, capable of carrying from 4 to 8 tanks across relatively wide bodies of water, such as the Channel, even in relatively rough seas, and discharging its cargo over a ramp. When the Americans came into the war, they took on the task of all LST and most LCT production. There were many other types of landing craft, including the oddest of all, a floating 2.5-ton truck. It was designed by a civilian employee at the Office of Scientific Research and Development, Palmer Putnam. He took a deuce-and-a-half truck, the U.S. Army's basic and much-loved truck, and turned it into an amphibian by providing buoyancy through a body made up largely of sealed, empty tanks and by giving it a pair of small propellers to provide forward motion in water. Once it hit the sand, it would operate as a truck. The vehicle was capable of making 5.5 knots in a moderate sea, 50 miles per hour on land. It could carry artillery pieces, fighting men, or general cargo. Most everyone laughed at this hybrid at first, but it soon showed its stuff and was adopted. Production was as great a problem as design. The difficulties involved in building a landing craft fleet big enough to carry 3 to 5 divisions ashore in one day were enormous. Neither the Navy nor the shipyards had any experience in such matters. There were competing priorities. In 1942, escort vessels and merchant shipping were more immediate necessities, and they got the available steel and marine engines. As a result, there were severe shortages, so severe that the chief limiting factor in planning the invasion was lack of sufficient landing ships and craft. Churchill complained with some bitterness. The destinies of 2 great empires seem to be tied up in some goddamn things called LSTs. That these shortages were overcome was a miracle of production and a triumph of the American economic system. The Navy did not want to mess around with small boats, and their big contractors, the large shipyards, felt the same. The job fell to small businessmen, entrepreneurs, high-risk takers with little boatyards, designing boats on speculation, producing them on the basis of a handshake contract. There were many such men, but the greatest designer and builder of landing craft was Andrew Jackson Higgins of New Orleans. Higgins improved the design of the LCTs and produced hundreds of them. But mostly he built LCVPs, landing craft vehicle personnel, dubbed the Higgins boat. At 36 feet long and 10.5 feet wide, it was a floating cigar box, propelled by a protected propeller, powered by a diesel engine. It could carry a platoon of 36 men, or a jeep and a squad of 12 men. The ramp was metal, but the sides and square stern were plywood. Even in a moderate sea, it would bounce and shake while swells broke over the ramp and sides. But it could bring a rifle platoon to the shoreline and discharge the men in a matter of seconds, then extract itself and go back to the mothership for another load. It fit the need perfectly. The Higgins boats were carried across the Atlantic and later across the Channel on the decks of the LSTs. Together with the LCTs and other craft, they gave the Allies unprecedented mobility. The Allies had other advantages to help solve their problems. The Germans, who had been pioneers in creating a paratroop force, had given up on airborne operations after suffering disastrous losses in the 1941 capture of the island of Crete. In any case, they did not have the transport capacity to mount much more than a small raiding party. But the American, British, and Canadian armies had airborne divisions, and they had the planes to carry them behind enemy lines. Those planes were designated C-47s and dubbed Dakotas. Each one of them could carry a stick of 18 paratroopers. The men the Dakotas carried were elite troops, superbly conditioned, highly motivated, experts in small arms. The rifle companies and the Allied airborne divisions were as good as any in the world. So were the other elite Allied formations, such as the American Rangers and the British Commandos. The U.S. Army's infantry divisions were not elite, but they had some outstanding characteristics. Although they were made up primarily of conscripted troops, there was a vast difference between American draftees and their German counterparts. 1/3 of the men called to service were rejected after physical examinations, making the average draftee brighter, healthier, and better educated than the average American. He was 26 years old, 5 foot 8 inches tall, weighed 144 pounds, had a 33.5-inch chest, and a 31-inch waist. After 13 weeks of basic training, he gained 7 pounds, all muscle, and added at least an inch to his chest. Nearly half the draftees were high school graduates. 1 in 10 had some college. But at the end of 1943, the U.S. Army was the greenest army in the world. Of the nearly 50 infantry, armored, and airborne divisions selected for participation in the campaign in Northwest Europe, only 2, the 1st Infantry and the 82nd Airborne, had been in combat. Nor had the bulk of the British Army seen any action. Although Britain had been at war with Germany for 4 years, only a small number of divisions had been in combat, and none of those designated for the assault had more than a handful of veterans. This posed problems and caused apprehension, but it had a certain advantage. According to Private Carl Wiest of the U.S. 5th Ranger Battalion, a veteran infantryman is a terrified infantryman. For a direct frontal assault on a prepared enemy position, men who have not seen what a bullet or a landmine or an exploding mortar round can do to a human body are preferable to men who have seen the carnage. Men in their late teens or early 20s have a feeling of invulnerability, as seen in the remark of Charles East of the 29th Division. Told by his commanding officer on the eve of D-Day that 9 out of 10 would become casualties in the ensuing campaign, East looked to the man to his left, then at the man to his right, and thought to himself, "You poor bastards." The ordinary infantry divisions of the British Army were another matter. They had been in barracks since the British Expeditionary Force retreated from the continent in June 1940. The ordinary soldier was not as well educated or as physically fit as his American counterpart. Superficial discipline, like dress and saluting, was much better than among the GIs, but real discipline, taking and executing orders, was slack. The Germans who fought against the British often expressed their surprise at the way in which British troops would do only what was expected of them, no more. They found it remarkable that the British would abandon a pursuit to brew up their tea, and even more remarkable that British troops would surrender when their ammunition ran low, when their fuel ran out, or when they were encircled. General Bernard Law Montgomery, commander of the 8th Army, wrote, "The trouble with our British lads is they are not killers by nature." One reason for the shortcomings of the World War II British Army was inferior weaponry. British tanks, trucks, artillery, and small arms were not as good as those of their enemies, or of their American partners. Another reason was the way in which the poison of pacifism had eaten into the souls of British youth after the catastrophes of the Somme, Flanders, and elsewhere in World War I. And, of course, the senior officers of the British Army of World War II were survivors of the trenches of World War I. They had nightmares from the experience. They mistrusted offensive action in general, direct frontal assaults even more. What their generals had ordered them to do in the First World War, to charge across no man's land, they would not order their men to do. They knew that such attacks were stupid, futile, suicidal. Their mistake was in thinking that the lessons of World War I applied to all offensive action. On the eve of the invasion, Britain had reached her manpower limits. The British Army could not afford heavy losses. There was no way to make them up. But it was precisely this point that infuriated Americans. In their view, the way to minimize casualties was to take risks, to win the war as soon as possible, not to exercise caution in an offensive action. Something else irritated the Americans, the supercilious contempt for all things American that some British officers could not help displaying. Most British officers regarded the Americans as neophytes in war, who were blessed with great equipment in massive quantities and superbly conditioned but inexperienced enlisted men. A major problem the Allies faced at the end of 1943 was precisely the fact that they were allies. "Give me allies to fight against," said Napoleon, pointing to an obvious truth. The Yanks got on British nerves. The Limeys got on American nerves. As the American army in Britain began to grow in anticipation of the invasion, this friction increased. According to the British, the trouble with the Yanks was that they were overpaid, oversexed, and over here. The GIs responded that the trouble with the Limeys was that they were underpaid, which was true, and undersexed, which tended to be true, as British girls naturally went to the GIs, who had money to throw around and were billeted in villages rather than segregated in isolated barracks. Against the untested, cocky, damn-the-torpedoes full-steam-ahead American army and the war-weary, too-cautious British army, the Germans could put into the battle troops who had assumed a mythical quality as the best fighting man not only in that war, but in almost any war ever fought. That judgment is wrong. The Wehrmacht had many fine units and many outstanding soldiers, but they were not supermen. Not even the Waffen-SS elite troops of 1944 and 45 were much, if any, better than ordinary Allied troops. And the Allied elite units, the airborne, and the Rangers, and the commandos, were better than anything the Germans ever put into the field. Neither were the Germans superior to the Allies on the technological front. German infantry weapons tended to be better, and they had some innovative gadgets, such as the V-1 pilotless bomber, and some genuine breakthroughs, such as the Snorkel submarine and the V-2 ballistic missile. But they had fallen badly behind in the quality and design of fighter and bomber aircraft, except for the too late Me-262, the world's first jet airplane. They were not even in the atomic bomb race. Their encoding system, the Enigma machine, had been hopelessly compromised. And, strangely enough, for a country that had Mercedes and Volkswagen, they were badly outclassed in mortar transport. The British were outstanding in science and technology. The proximity fuse, radar, and sonar were British innovations, as was penicillin. Much of the basic work on the atomic bomb was done by British physicists. The British were inventive. For example, they were working on special tanks called Hobart's Funnies, after General Percy Hobart of the 79th Armored Division. In March 1943, Hobart had been given the job of figuring out how to get armored support onto and over the beaches, to breach the concrete and minefields of the Atlantic Wall. He came up with swimming tanks. They had a waterproof, air-filled canvas screen all around the hull, giving the DD the appearance of a baby carriage. The inflatable screen was dropped when the tank reached the shore. Another of Hobart's funnies carried a 40-foot box girder bridge for crossing anti-tank ditches. The Crab, as it was nicknamed, had a rotating drum in front of the tank. As it turned, it thrashed the ground in front with steel chains, safely detonating mines in its path. There were many other British triumphs. One of the most important was Ultra. Ultra was the code name for the system of breaking the German Enigma encoding machine. From 1941 onward, the British were reading significant portions of German radio traffic, giving the Allies a generally accurate and occasionally exact and total picture of the enemy order of battle. The intelligence advantage was even greater thanks to the British double-cross system. In 1940, the British had managed to arrest all German spies in the United Kingdom. These spies were turned, that is, persuaded at the point of a gun to operate as double agents. For the next 3 years, they sent information to their controllers in Hamburg via Morse code, information carefully selected by the British. It was always accurate, but was always either insignificant or too late to be of any use. Sometimes the information passed on could prove disconcerting to the Allied forces preparing for the invasion. American troops liked to listen to Axis Sally on the radio. Sally, known by the men as the Bitch of Berlin, was Midge Gillers, an Ohio girl, who had wanted to be an actress, but had become a Parisian fashion model. There she met Max Otto Koschwitz, married him, and moved to Berlin. When the war came, she became a disc jockey for the Nazis. She was popular with the American troops because of her accent and her sweet, sexy voice, and because she played the latest hits, interspersed with crude propaganda, such as "Why Fight for the Jews?" But the Americans did not laugh when Sally interspersed her commentary with remarks that sent chills up the spines of her listeners, such as, "Hello to the men of Company E, 506 PIR, 101st Airborne in Aldburn. Hope you boys enjoyed your passes to London last weekend. Oh, by the way, please tell the town officials that the clock on the church is 3 minutes slow." How did she know that? The men of the 506 PIR wondered. She knew because a turned spy in the double-cross system had given her the information, precisely in order to make the Yanks fear that the Germans knew everything they were up to. If the British miracles of World War II included Ultra and the double-cross system, the American miracles included production of war materiel such as the world has never seen. At the beginning of 1939, American industry was still flat on its back. Factory output was less than one-half of capacity. Unemployment was above 20%. 5 years later, unemployment was 1%, while factory capacity had doubled, then doubled again, and yet again. In 1939, the United States had produced 800 military airplanes. When President Franklin Roosevelt called for the production of 4,000 airplanes per month, people thought he was crazy. But in 1942, the United States was producing 4,000 a month, and by the end of 1943, 8,000 per month. In New Orleans, Andrew Higgins, who had employed 800 people in 1940, now had 30,000 people working in 4 assembly plants, and was well on his way to turning out 20,000 LCVPs. All of this was the miracle of American democracy at work in the Second World War. It created an assault force the likes of which the world had never seen. That a cross-channel attack against the Atlantic Wall could even be contemplated was a tribute to what Dwight Eisenhower called the fury of an aroused democracy. The commanders. The two men had much in common. Born in 1890, Dwight Eisenhower was 1 year older than Erwin Rommel. They grew up in small towns, Eisenhower in Abilene, Kansas, Rommel in Gmund, Swabia. Eisenhower's father was a mechanic, Rommel's a school teacher. Both fathers were classic Germanic parents, who imposed a harsh discipline on their sons, enforced by physical punishment. Both boys were avid athletes. Eisenhower's sports were football and baseball. Rommel's were cycling, tennis, skating, rowing, and skiing. Although neither family had a military tradition, each boy went off to military school. In 1910, Rommel entered the Royal Officer Cadet School in Danzig, while Eisenhower in 1911 went to the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. As cadets, neither was an outstanding student, but both were competent, and they shared a proclivity for breaking the rules. Rommel wore a forbidden monocle, while Eisenhower smoked forbidden cigarettes. They were dashingly good-looking in their uniforms. Each courted and won the hand of a vivacious, young, and much sought-after beauty. In 1916, Rommel married Lucy Mullen. The next year, Eisenhower married Mamie Dowd. Their careers diverged in World War I. Rommel was a combat leader in France and Italy, highly decorated. Eisenhower was stuck in the States as a training commander, a bitter blow to him from which he feared he would never recover. Still, as junior officers, both men showed remarkable leadership ability. In the interwar years, Rommel remained a line officer, while Eisenhower was a staff officer. Promotions were slow at best, but neither man ever thought of any life other than that of a soldier. The war brought both men out of obscurity. Rommel made his reputation first as commander of the Panzer Division that led the way through France in 1940. He added enormous luster to his reputation and became a world figure as commander of the Africa Corps in the eastern North African desert in 1941 and 42. Eisenhower became a world figure in November 1942 in the western North African desert as commander of the Allied forces. Despite his spectacular victories in the desert, after Rommel lost the Battle of El Alamein in November of 1942, he became what Hitler called a defeatist, what others would call a realist. But despite his misgivings about how the war was going, Rommel fought on. The Americans first clashed with the Afrika Korps in Tunisia. There, in February 1943, Rommel and Eisenhower fought the Battle of Kasserine Pass. Through surprise and audacity, Rommel scored impressive initial gains against the untried and inadequately trained American troops, who were led by untried and ill-prepared American generals, including Eisenhower, who was fighting his first real battle. Eisenhower made many mistakes in Tunisia, but he recovered from them, used his logistical and firepower superiority effectively, and eventually won the battle. By this time, Rommel was suffering from high blood pressure, violent headaches, nervous exhaustion, and rheumatism. After promoting him to field marshal, Hitler ordered Rommel home, partly to preserve Rommel's health, partly to preserve his reputation, because surrender in North Africa was imminent. Rommel spent most of the remainder of 1943 without a command. Eisenhower spent the remainder of 1943 commanding the assaults on Sicily and Italy. Both attacks were successful, but the campaigns that followed were disappointing. In Italy, progress was excruciatingly slow, and the Germans managed to impose a stalemate far south of Rome. Despite the disappointments and personal exhaustion, Eisenhower was consistently optimistic. He wrote his wife, "When pressure mounts and strain increases, everyone begins to show the weakness in his makeup. It's up to the commander to conceal his, above all to conceal doubt, fear, and distrust." How well Eisenhower was able to do so was indicated by a member of his staff who wrote, "He was a living dynamo of energy, good humor, amazing memory for details, and amazing courage for the future." Eisenhower had made a study of leadership, which, in his view, was not an art but a skill to be learned. He declared, "The one quality that can be developed by studious reflection and practice is the leadership of men." He wrote that it was at his first command post in Gibraltar in early November 1942 that he first realized how inexorably and inescapably strain and tension wear away at the leader's endurance, his judgment, and his confidence. No matter how bad things got, no matter how anxious the staff became, the commander had to preserve optimism in himself and in his command. With this clear realization, I firmly determined that my mannerisms and speech in public would always reflect the cheerful certainty of victory, that any pessimism and discouragement I might ever feel would be reserved for my pillow. There were striking differences between Rommel and Eisenhower. Rommel was impatient with the difficulties of logistics and administration, while Eisenhower, for almost 2 decades a staff officer, was a master at both. Rommel tended toward arrogance, while Eisenhower carefully cultivated an image of himself as a simple Kansas farm boy trying to do his best. Rommel did not like his Italian allies, indeed hardly tried to hide his contempt for them, while Eisenhower had a genuine liking for his British allies and did all he could to ensure smooth cooperation with them. Rommel often allowed his temper to flare with his staff, as did Eisenhower, and found it hard to delegate authority, an area in which Eisenhower was his exact opposite. Rommel was a loner, a solitary genius, a general who led by inspiration and intuition. Eisenhower was a team player, a manager of vast enterprises, a general who led by deciding what was the best plan after careful consultation with his staff and field commanders, and then getting everyone behind the plan. On the battlefield, Rommel was an aggressive risk-taker, Eisenhower a cautious calculator. Rommel won battles through brilliant maneuvering, Eisenhower by overwhelming the enemy. As Rommel always commanded forces that were inferior in numbers and firepower, his method was appropriate to his situation. As Eisenhower always commanded forces that were superior, so was his. Perhaps they would have acted differently had their situations been reversed, but that can be doubted. The way they exercised command fit their personalities. For all these differences, they had some remarkable similarities. Each general had a strong, happy marriage and used letter writing to his wife as an opportunity to find some peace and quiet in the midst of the war raging all around them. Each general had one son, and each general hated what the war made him do. Rommel and Eisenhower wanted to build, not destroy, to nurture life, not snuff it out. In late October 1943, General Alfred Jodl, chief of operations at the German High Command, suggested to Hitler that Rommel be given tactical command in the West, under Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, who was commander-in-chief in the West. Rundstedt was Germany's senior serving field marshal, at 69, much too old to command in battle. He was short of energy and short of supplies. So although he had been charged with building an impregnable Atlantic wall, outside of the Pas-de-Calais and other port areas, little had been done. Jodl's idea was that Rommel would provide the badly needed drive to get on with the work. Typically, Hitler temporized. He did not give Rommel tactical command for the invasion battle, but he did order him to make an inspection of the Atlantic Wall and report back to him. Rommel spent the middle 2 weeks of December on his inspection tour, traveling from the North Sea to the Pyrenees Mountains. He was shocked by what he saw. He denounced the Atlantic Wall as a farce, calling it a figment of Hitler's Wolkenkuckucksheim, cloud cuckoo land, an enormous bluff, more for the German people than for the enemy, and the enemy, through his agents, knows more about it than we do. Drawing on his experience in North Africa, Rommel told his chief engineering officer, General Wilhelm Mies, that Allied control of the air would prevent the movement of German reinforcements to the battle area. "Our only possible chance will be at the beaches," Rommel said. "That's where the enemy is always weakest." As a start on building a genuine Atlantic Wall, Rommel said, "I want anti-personnel mines, anti-tank mines, anti-paratroop mines. I want mines to sink ships and mines to sink landing craft. I want some minefields designed so that our infantry could cross them but no enemy tanks. I want mines that detonate when a wire is tripped, mines that explode when a wire is cut, mines that can be remote controlled, and mines that will blow up when a beam of light is interrupted. Rommel predicted that the Allies would launch their invasion with aerial bombings, naval bombardments, and airborne assaults, followed by seaborne landings. No matter how many millions of mines were laid, he felt that the fixed defenses could only hold up the assault, not turn it back. It would take a rapid counterattack on D-Day itself by mobile infantry and panzer divisions to do that. So those units had to be moved close to the coast, to be in position to deliver the decisive counterattack. On this critical issue, Commander-in-Chief Rundstedt disagreed. Rundstedt wanted to let the Allies move inland, then fight the decisive battle in the interior of France, well out of range of the heavy guns of the British and American battleships and cruisers. Rommel's riposte that Allied air power would make movement inland difficult, if not impossible, ignored Rundstedt's point that by fighting on the beach, the Germans would be putting themselves under the guns of the Allied fleet. Despite their disagreement, Rommel and Rundstedt got on well together, and in any case, they were agreed that the attack would most likely come at the Pas-de-Calais. Rundstedt recommended that Rommel's Army Group B headquarters be given command of the 15th and 7th Armies, stretching from Holland to the Loire River in southern Brittany. Hitler agreed. On January 15, 1944, Rommel took up his new command. At the end of November 1943, Roosevelt and Churchill and their staffs went to Tehran, Iran, for a meeting with Stalin. The Soviet leader wanted to know about the Second Front, promised to him in 1942 and then again in 1943, but still not there. Roosevelt assured him that this time the invasion was definitely on for the spring of 1944. It even had a code name, selected by Churchill from a list kept by the British Chiefs of Staff. That code name was Overlord. Stalin, delighted, demanded to know who's in command. Roosevelt replied, "The appointment has not yet been made." Stalin said, "In that case, I don't believe you're serious about this operation." Roosevelt promised to make the selection in 3 or 4 days. Roosevelt was reluctant to make his decision. He wanted to pick General Marshall, but then who would serve as Chief of Staff? Finally, he made up his mind. As the last meeting was breaking up, Roosevelt asked Marshall himself to write a message to Stalin. As Roosevelt dictated, Marshall wrote, "The immediate appointment of General Eisenhower to the command of Operation Overlord has been decided upon." It would thus appear that Eisenhower was selected for negative reasons, that is, that no one could replace Marshall in Washington. But there were manifold positive reasons for Eisenhower's selection. He had commanded 3 successful invasions, all of them joint operations involving the British and American air, sea, and land forces. And he got on well with the British, and they with him, which was critical. General Montgomery said of Eisenhower, "His real strength lies in his human qualities. He has the power of drawing the hearts of men towards him as a magnet attracts the bit of metal. He merely has to smile at you, and you trust him at once." After Marshall informed Eisenhower that he was to be the supreme commander of the Allied Expeditionary Force, Marshall ordered the general back to Washington for a 2-week vacation. Eisenhower reluctantly agreed, and then in January 1944 he flew over to London to take up his command at precisely the same time that Rommel was taking on his responsibilities in France. Eisenhower immediately complained that having his headquarters in the city of London was distracting. Within 2 weeks he had moved that headquarters to Bushy Park, outside the city, with much grumbling from his staff because now they were living in tents instead of hotels. When Rommel went to Paris at the beginning of January 1944 to meet with Rundstedt, who was living in considerable splendor in the Hotel George V, the city of Paris seemed to Rommel like a Babel. He moved his headquarters to the sleepy village of La Roche-Guyon, located on the Seine River, some 60 kilometers downstream from Paris, over the strenuous objections of his staff. The two generals set a pace that left other men in their early 50s panting and exhausted. They were typically on the road by 6 a.m. each day, inspecting, driving, training, preparing their men. They ate on the run, field rations, or a sandwich and a cup of coffee. They did not return to their quarters until well after dark. Eisenhower averaged 4 hours sleep per night, Rommel hardly more. One difference: Eisenhower smoked 4 packs of cigarettes a day, while Rommel never smoked. There were other, more significant differences. Although both men were full of resolve, the defender could not keep his doubts out of his mind, while the attacker refused to entertain any doubts at all. On January 17, Rommel wrote to his wife Lucy, "I think we're going to win this battle for the defense of the West, for certain, provided we get enough time to set things up." For Eisenhower, there were no provideds, only challenges. On January 23rd, he told his superiors on the combined chiefs of staff, "Every obstacle must be overcome, every inconvenience suffered, and every risk run to ensure that our blow is decisive. We cannot afford to fail." One factor in Rommel's pessimism was the confused command structure. It was never clear whether he or Rundstedt would control the battle. Worst of all, Hitler wanted to command himself. Hitler kept control of the panzer divisions in his hands. They could be committed to the battle only on his orders, and those were the divisions Rommel was depending on for a first-day counterattack. It was madness. Eisenhower had no such problems. His command was clear-cut, absolute. Every soldier, every airman, every sailor, every unit in the United Kingdom in the spring of 1944 took orders from Eisenhower. Thus did the democracies put the lie to the Nazi claim that democracies are inherently inefficient, dictatorships inherently efficient. A profound difference between Rommel and Eisenhower was that Eisenhower believed with all his heart in the cause he was fighting for. To him, the invasion was a crusade designed to end the Nazi occupation of Europe and destroy the scourge of Nazism forever. He hated the Nazis and all they represented. Although a German patriot, Rommel was no Nazi, even though at times he had been a toady to Hitler. To Rommel, the coming battle would be fought against an enemy he had never hated and indeed always respected. Rommel approached the battle with professional competence rather than the zeal of a crusader. Where and when? From the beginning, the British had intended to go back onto the continent. 41 was, of course, impossible, so was 42. But by mid-March of 1943, the British were at least ready to begin the planning for such an attack. British Lieutenant General Frederick Morgan was charged by the CCS with working up plans for a cross-channel operation, either in 43 or 1944. By April, it was clear that a 43 attack would be impossible. So in late April, the CCS ordered Morgan to begin planning for a full-scale assault against the continent in 1944 as early as possible. It would be hard to imagine a broader directive. Where could be anywhere between Holland and Brest. As early as possible could be any time between March and September 1944. Morgan put together a staff of British and American officers and went to work. They operated under a number of constraints, the most important which was a shortage of landing craft. Morgan had been allotted only enough landing craft to carry 3 divisions ashore on the first day. Coupled with the assumption that the Germans were certain to improve the fortifications in the Atlantic Wall, that limitation removed all temptation to plan for widely dispersed attacks. From the first, Morgan and his staff committed the Allies to the principle of concentration of force. There would be one invasion site, the American and British and Canadian divisions landing side by side. Where? There were many requirements. The site had to be within range of Allied fighter planes based in the United Kingdom. There had to be at least one major port close at hand that could be taken from the landward side and put into operation as soon as possible. There was no thought of landing where the Atlantic Wall was complete, that is, around the French ports. Therefore, the beaches selected had to be suitable for prolonged unloading operations directly from the landing craft, and have exits for the vehicles, and adequate road nets behind them for rapid, massive deployment inland. Those were tactical requirements. Most of them could be met easily on the French Mediterranean coast or in Brittany. But the strategic requirement was to land as close to the ultimate objective, the Rhine-Ruhr region, as possible. A process of elimination brought the choice down to the Calvados coast of Normandy. The port of Caen, although small, could be captured quickly, probably in the initial assault. There was an airfield just outside Caen, called Carpiquet, that could be captured by airborne assault on the first day. The capture of Caen would cut the railroad and the highway from Paris to Cherbourg, thus simultaneously isolating the Cotentin Peninsula and putting the invaders in a position to threaten Paris. With the site selected, the need now became to know more about the Calvados coast. Already the British had collected an enormous amount of intelligence. Shortly after Dunkirk, the BBC had broadcast an appeal for postcards gathered over the years by families who had taken pre-war vacations in France. 30,000 arrived in the first post, and eventually 10 million pictures were collected. Throughout 1942 and 43, aerial reconnaissance photographs had been gathered. They were put together into panoramic photos. The French resistance supplied information on beach obstacles, strong points, enemy units, and the like. Information on tides, currents, and topography was dug up out of old guidebooks. So a great deal was known about the Calvados coast, but not the answer to a key question. Would the beaches west of the mouth of the Orne River support tanks, bulldozers, and trucks? The only way to find out was to obtain samples. A reconnaissance group, consisting of Major Logan Scott Bowden and Sergeant Bruce Ogden Smith, set off on New Year's Eve 1943 in a 3-man midget submarine to take samples. They figured the Germans would be celebrating that night. They swam ashore carrying pistols, daggers, wrist compasses, watches, waterproof flashlights, and a dozen 12-inch empty tubes. They came in on a rising tide at the seaside village of Luc-sur-Mer, on the beach, later to be given the code name Sword. They could hear singing from the German garrison. They crawled ashore, walked inland a bit, went flat when the beam from the lighthouse swept over the beach, walked some more. They made sure to stay below the high water mark so that their tracks would be wiped out by the tide before morning. They stuck their tubes into the sand, gathering samples, and noting the location of each on underwater writing tablets they wore on their arms. Scott Bowden recalled that the trouble really started when they had filled their tubes. The breakers were quite heavy, and we were positively bogged and tattered up with all our kit, and we had a go at getting out to sea, and we were flung back. They took a breather, tried again, were flung back a second time. So we went out as far in the water as we could. There were smaller waves coming over us, and we watched the rhythm of these breakers until we could time it. The third attempt, having timed it right, we got out. But then we got separated a bit, and we swam like hell to make sure we weren't going to be pitched in again. We didn't quite lose contact. Suddenly, Ogden Smith started yelling. I was thinking that he'd probably got a cramp or something, but when I got close enough to him, all he was yelling was, Happy New Year! He's a good chap, a marvelous fellow. I swore at him, then I wished him a Happy New Year, too. The adventure was worth it. The sample showed that the sand could bear the necessary weight. Eisenhower and his team arrived in London in January of 1944 to take over. They studied Morgan's plan and accepted his logic, except that everyone involved insisted that the invasion front had to be widened to a 5-division assault. They demanded and got an allotment of additional landing craft. Morgan had ruled out extension of the invasion to the west, to the southeast corner of the Cotentin Peninsula, because the Germans were flooding the hinterland there. On this one, Eisenhower overruled Morgan. He decided to extend to the west. He proposed to deal with the problem of flooded areas behind the coastline by dropping the American airborne divisions inland at night and giving them the task of seizing the raised roads that crossed the flooded areas, so that the seaborne assault troops landing at dawn could use the roads to move inland. The U.S. 4th Infantry Division would lead the way on the Cotentin, where the beach took the code name Utah. The U.S. 29th and 1st Infantry Divisions would land on the Calvados coast at the beach codenamed Omaha. The British and Canadians would land on the beaches stretching westward from the mouth of the Orne, codenamed Sword, Juno, and Gold. The British 6th Airborne would land between the Orne and Deves rivers to protect the left flank. The great disadvantage of the Calvados coast was that by landing there, the Allies were putting the Seine and Somme rivers between them and their objective, which was the industrial heartland of Germany in the Rhine-Ruhr region. But disadvantages can be made into advantages. In this case, the Allies could use their air superiority to destroy the bridges over the Seine River, thus turning Lower Normandy into a strategic island and making it difficult for the Germans to bring panzer divisions into the battle in the critical first month. The greatest advantage of Calvados was that surprise could be achieved there. It might be possible to persuade the Germans on an ongoing basis that Calvados was a feint by mounting a dummy operation aimed at the Pas-de-Calais. So, to fool the Germans into keeping their panzer armies northeast of the Seine River, Eisenhower mounted one of the most elaborate deception plans in the history of warfare. The code name was Fortitude. The objectives were to fool Hitler and his generals into thinking that the attack was coming where it was not, and into believing that the real thing, even after it had begun, was only a feint. Each objective required convincing the Germans that the Allied invasion force was about twice as powerful as it actually was. Fortitude was a joint venture with British and American teams working together. It made full use of the double-cross system, of ultra, of dummy armies, of fake radio traffic, and elaborate security precautions. Fortitude had many elements designed to make the Germans think the attack might come on the Biscay coast, or in the Marseille region, or even in the Balkans. But the most important parts of Fortitude were Fortitude North and Fortitude South. Fortitude North set up Norway as a target. Norway was the site of Hitler's U-boat bases, essential to his only remaining offensive operations, and thus an area he was extremely sensitive about. Fortitude South set up the Pas-de-Calais as the target. Surprise was critical to success. As Eisenhower declared in a February 23, 1944 memorandum, the success or failure of coming operations depends upon whether the enemy can obtain advance information of an accurate nature. To check on how well Fortitude and security were working, the Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force, or SHAEF, known by its acronym SHAEF. SHAEF relied on ultra-intercepts. Week after week, the summaries from these intercepts gave the SHAEF High Command exactly the news it hoped to receive: that the Germans were anticipating an attack on Norway, that they expected diversions in the south of France. Normandy and the Bay of Biscay were possible targets, but they still believed that the main assault, with 20 or more divisions, would come against the Pas-de-Calais. The Germans poured more concrete to make more fortifications in the Pas-de-Calais than anywhere else. They stationed more troops there, backed up by the panzer divisions. They concentrated their mines in the Channel off the coast of the Pas-de-Calais. They grossly exaggerated the resources available to Schaeff. They were, in short, badly fooled. But not completely. On April 27, German E-boats penetrated an Allied shipping concentration for a practice exercise, codenamed Tiger, and sank 2 LSTs. For the Allies, the loss of more than 700 men was a major blow. For the Germans, the information that the Allies were practicing at Slapton Sands on the south coast of England was potentially useful. Hitler saw this at once. Although he had never been to England, or to the Cotentin or Calvados, he had the most amazing ability to store topographical information in his mind. In this instance, he noticed at once the similarity between Slapton Sands and the Cotentin Beach, and he began to insist strongly on the need to reinforce the divisions in Lower Normandy. As well as it was able, the Wehrmacht began shuffling men into Normandy. On May 29, the weekly Allied intelligence summary included a chilling sentence, quote, "The recent trend of movement of German land forces toward the Cherbourg area tends to support the view that the Le Havre-Cherbourg area is now regarded as a likely and perhaps even the main point of assault." Had the Germans penetrated the secret of Overlord? Only the event would tell. Meanwhile, the good news was that the main panzer forces remained northeast of the Seine River. When? General Morgan had picked May 1. When Eisenhower took command, he moved that target date back to June 1 in order to have the use of an extra month's production of landing craft. The target date meant the Allied Expeditionary Force would go on the first suitable day after June 1. A number of complex requirements went into the selection of D-Day, the chief of which concerned tides and moon conditions. The admirals wanted to cross the channel in daylight, to avoid confusion, to control the thousands of ships involved, and to maximize the effectiveness of their fire support. But the Air Force generals wanted daylight before the first waves went ashore, in order to maximize the effectiveness of their bombing runs. But both the flyers and the sailors had to give way to the Army. The generals insisted on crossing at night in order to preserve surprise right up to the last possible moment, then landing at first light in order to have a full day to get established. Rommel anticipated that the attack would come at high tide, because that would give the first waves of skirmishers the shortest open beach to cross. But that only showed how little Rommel knew about amphibious operations. From the beginning, the Allied Expeditionary Force was determined to land on a rising tide, so that the landing craft could run right onto the beach, then float free on the rise to go out and get the next load from the mother ship. The Allied Expeditionary Force needed at least a half moon the night of the crossing, enough to provide some illumination for the fleet and for the paratroopers, who would be dropping into France shortly after midnight. A rising tide, at first light, following a night with a suitable moon, occurred during only 2 periods in June, the 5th, 6th, and 7th, and then again on the 19th and 20th. Eisenhower picked June 5 for D-Day. Sunrise would be H hour. Utilizing assets. When Eisenhower took command, the Luftwaffe had been driven back into Germany to fight a defensive war, giving the Allies command of the air over France. Britain and America had put a tremendous effort into building their air fleets, including fighters, but most of all medium and heavy bombers. These air armadas gave the Allies command of the air and thousands of planes to exploit it. It left an outstanding question: how to use it. There was no dispute about how to use it on D-Day. Everyone agreed that just before H hour and through D-Day, every Allied bomber that could fly would participate in the attack on the Normandy coastal defenses. But there was intense dispute over the role of the bombers in the 2 months preceding the invasion. Air Chief Marshal Sir Arthur Harris felt RAF Bomber Command could bring about a German capitulation through terror bombing of German cities. General Karl Spaatz felt the U.S. 8th Air Force could bring about a German surrender through the selective destruction of certain key industries, especially oil and synthetic fuel production facilities. The Army commanders, however, and most of all Eisenhower, believed that the only way to bring about a German surrender was to overrun Germany on the ground, and that to do so required first of all a successful Operation Overlord. Eisenhower further believed that only air superiority made Overlord feasible. Eisenhower intended to use the bombers to paralyze the French railway system. He believed it could be done, and that once accomplished it would hamper German movement of reinforcements to lower Normandy. The program, called the Transportation Plan, would take time. It could not be accomplished with a 2 or 3 day blitz on the eve of Overlord. The Transportation Plan called for a prolonged attack on rail yards, sidings, stations, sheds, repair shops, roundhouses, turntables, signal systems, switches, locomotives, and rolling stock. But the air commanders wanted to fight their own war, and Eisenhower did not have command of the strategic air forces. But then he made a threat. He told Churchill that unless he was given command of the bombers, I'll simply have to go home. The British had previously forbidden air attacks on occupied countries if there was risk of high civilian casualties, and now they drew back from the Transportation Plan for that reason. Churchill said he feared the Transportation Plan would smear the good name of the Royal Air Forces across the world. He wanted the French consulted. Eisenhower's Chief of Staff, General Walter B. Smith, talked to General Pierre-Joseph Koenig, the representative of General Charles de Gaulle's Algiers-based French Committee of National Liberation. Smith reported, "To my surprise, Koenig takes a much more cold-blooded view of this than we do. His remark was, 'This is war, and it must be expected that people will be killed. We would take the anticipated loss to be rid of the Germans.'" With that French reaction, Churchill was almost, but not quite, beaten down. He decided to take the issue to Roosevelt. He told Roosevelt of the War Cabinet's anxiety about these French slaughters, and of the British doubts as to whether almost as good military results could not be produced by other methods. Roosevelt replied that the military considerations must dominate. The Transportation Plan won. Eisenhower then put the bombers to work on the French railway system. By D-Day, the Allies had dropped 76,000 tons of bombs on railway targets, about 7 times the explosive power of the atomic bomb used against Hiroshima. The Seine River bridges west of Paris were virtually destroyed. Based on an index of 100 for January-February 1944, French railway traffic dropped by D-Day to 38. But by no means was this accomplished exclusively by the bombers. The French resistance played a part that was perhaps as important, and that certainly was more efficient per pound of explosive. The resistance had grown from practically nothing in the dark days of 1940 to a considerable force by early 1944. Like all successful clandestine operations, its organization was complex and fragmented, divided regionally and politically. The resistance had many significant weaknesses. It was always subject to German penetration. It was inadequately armed, in many cases totally unarmed. Lines of authority tended to be unclear. Communication within units was poor, between units almost non-existent. It was mistrusted by the bulk of the population, as most French people wanted no trouble with the Germans and feared the consequences of stirring them up. The resistance had assets, including bravery, a willingness to make personal sacrifices for the goal of liberation, and fierce patriotism. Most of all, it was behind enemy lines. It could provide intelligence of the most accurate and trustworthy kind. The Germans had built a 4-gun battery on the cliff just west of Port Ambrose. Big fortifications, big guns, 155 millimeter, beautifully camouflaged with nets and dirt embankments. They could not be seen from the air. The farmer on whose land they were built was furious because he could not graze his cattle or grow crops on the field. And he had a blind son, 8 or 9 years old. Like many blind people, this boy had a fabulous memory. And because he was blind, the Germans paid little attention to him. So the farmer got his revenge. He paced off the distances between the bunkers, from the bunkers to the observation post on the very edge of the cliff, and so on. And then he gave all of these figures to his blind son. One day, in May 1944, the boy hitched a ride to Bayeux. There he managed to get in touch with Andre Heinz, an 18-year-old in the resistance. The boy gave Heinz his information. Heinz sent it on to England via his little homemade radio transmitter hidden in a Campbell soup can. Thus the British Navy, on D-Day, had the exact coordinates of the bunker. At the little village of Benouville, on the bank of the Caen Canal, where a bridge crossed the waterway, Madame Teresa Gondry had a cafe. The Germans who bought wine and snacks there did not know that she spoke German. She passed on what she picked up from their conversations to Madame Vian, the head of the local maternity hospital, and the head of the local resistance. Madame Vian passed it on to her superiors in the resistance in Caen, who passed it on to resistance agents in the area, who got it back to England via radio or small airplane. Thus, through this long, complex chain, Major John Howard of the Ox and Bucks, 6th Airborne Division, who was training his company for a coup de main operation against that bridge on D-Day, knew a great deal about the enemy, including the location of the button that would set off the demolition charge to blow the bridge to prevent capture by any coup de main operation. Thanks to the information gathered and passed on from the French resistance, supplemented and enhanced by ultra-intercepts and aerial reconnaissance, the Allied Expeditionary Force undoubtedly had better information on the enemy dispositions and strength than any attacking force in history. Planning and preparing. According to General Eisenhower, before the battle is joined, plans are everything. When Eisenhower visited the headquarters of his principal American ground commander, General Omar N. Bradley, he told the officers, "This operation is not being planned with any alternatives. This operation is planned as a victory, and that's the way it's going to be. We're going down there, and we're throwing everything we have into it, and we're going to make it a success." By late January, Eisenhower's basic decisions were in place. On February 25, Bradley's headquarters had an outline plan drawn up. British Second Army had one completed a month later. The process then moved down to corps, division, regiment, and battalion, and finally company levels. The temptation to reach down from high above to solve lower echelons' problems was very great, but it was overcome. This was because each corps, each division, each regiment, each battalion, even each company had a different problem, depending on the shape of the beach it would assault, and depending even more on Rommel's defensive works. Every member of a first wave was going to have a different problem. For the GI hitting the beach in the first wave at Omaha, he would have to get through the minefields in the channel without his landing ship tank blowing up. Then he'd have to get from ship to shore in a Higgins boat, that would be taking fire from inland batteries and dodging mined beach obstacles. Then, if he got ashore and the ramp went down, he would have to work his way through an obstacle-studded tidal flat of some 150 meters, crisscrossed by machine gun fire and rifle fire, with big shells whistling by and mortars exploding all around. He would find his first protection behind the first feature of the beach, a shingle embankment composed of small round stones. But there he would be caught in a triple crossfire. Machine guns and heavy artillery from the sides, small arms fire from the front, mortars coming down from above. If that GI was not killed getting off his landing craft or crossing the tidal flat, if by some miracle he made it to the shingle, Rommel wanted him wounded before he got there, and if not wounded, paralyzed by fear. To keep that GI huddled there, Rommel had more mines laid. Between the shingle and the bluffs, there was a shelf of flat beach, in some places marshy. There, Rommel loaded in the barbed wire, but he relied mainly on mines. They were irregularly placed throughout the shelf and were of all types. Some were simple charges of TNT covered by rock and set off by tripwires. S mines were devices of the devil. They jumped up when activated, then exploded at waist height. There were others. Altogether, Rommel laid 6.5 million mines, and he wanted many millions more. His goal was 11 million anti-personnel mines. Behind the mines and astride the draws, there were anti-tank ditches, 2 meters or so deep, and cement anti-tank barriers across the exit roads. All this was backed up by big guns at Pointe du Hoc, where there was to be a 6-gun battery of 155s, capable of firing into the mass of shipping off both Omaha and Utah beaches. Behind Omaha, once the GI got inland from the plateau, there were no fixed defenses of any kind. Mainly this reflected the impossibility of Rommel's building a genuine Atlantic wall that had depth to it. The length was too great, the resources insufficient. Partly it reflected Rommel's all-or-nothing attitude about the battle for the beaches. But in a country of hedgerows and stone-walled villages, farmhouses, barns, and outbuildings, fixed fortifications were not needed. The hedgerow country of Normandy was ideal for fighting a defensive struggle with the weapons of the mid-20th century. At all the other beaches, Gold, Juneau, Sword, Utah, the obstacles were not as extensive as at Omaha. There were casements, large and small, scattered along the coast. As at Omaha, there was no depth to the defense. Some inland units were used to build defenses locally, consisting of sticking logs into the ground in any open field suitable for a glider landing. The Allies had used gliders extensively, if not very successfully, in Sicily in July 1943, and Rommel assumed that they would try again. To prevent it, he devised what was called Rommel's asparagus, 10-foot logs driven into the ground, topped with shells attached by interconnecting wires. The shells didn't arrive from Paris until after D-Day, but the logs by themselves were enough to bust up a wooden glider going better than 100 kilometers per hour. For deception purposes, Rommel built casements that held no guns. He kept pouring more concrete and planting more asparagus. When Rommel began moving the 2nd Panzer Division closer to the coast, north of Amiens, General von Schweppenberg, commander of the Panzer Group West, protested. Rommel insisted. He put the leading battle group right on the coast, dug in. He said, "The Panzer divisions are going to be moved forward whether they like it or not." Shortly thereafter, an angry General Schweppenberg, accompanied by Hitler's panzer expert, General Heinz Guderian, confronted Rommel. Rommel blandly told them he intended to dig in every tank on the coastline. Guderian was shocked. The purpose of a tank was to provide mobility. He advised Rommel to pull those tanks back and get them out of the range of Allied naval gunfire while he was doing so. He urged Rommel to think in terms of a counteroffensive launched on the Wehrmacht's terms, at some choke point well inland after the enemy was overstretched. Rommel wouldn't budge. "If you leave the panzer divisions in the rear," he said, "they'll never get forward. Once the invasion begins, enemy air power will stop everything from moving." Hitler had to decide. He tried a weak-kneed, half-hearted compromise. On May 7, he turned over 3 panzer divisions to Rommel, the 2nd, 21st, and 116th. The other 4 panzer divisions were to be held inland. Thus did Hitler split his resources and invite defeat in detail. Aside from the 3 panzer divisions, Rommel's forces had little mobility. Field Marshal Rundstedt, true to his analysis that fighting a mobile battle inland was preferable to fighting a pitched battle from fixed fortifications, had put most of his effort in the first 5 months of 1944 into improving transport facilities for the coastal divisions. But Rundstedt's efforts to put wheels under his army were offset by Rommel's insistence on digging in every available soldier and gun right on the coast. So great was Rommel's obsession with pouring concrete and sticking logs into the tidal flats that he put his fighting men to work building beach obstacles. Challenged by a subordinate who wished to emphasize training, Rommel ordered, "I hereby forbid all training and demand that every minute be used for work on the beach obstacles. It is on the beaches that the fate of this invasion will be decided, and what is more, during the first 24 hours. He even put 21st Panzer units around Caen to work putting in asparagus. The result was neither fish nor fowl. The whole point to pouring all that concrete and digging all those trenches along the coast was to check the enemy long enough to allow a concentrated panzer counterattack before the end of D-Day. But with only 1 division to cover the whole Calvados-Cotentin coastline, and only 2 to cover the area from Le Havre to Holland, Rommel could not possibly hope to make an early, concentrated panzer attack. But Rommel's most basic idea, to stop the invaders cold on the beach, was flawed. Bringing the panzers down in range of the Allied navies was madness. Rundstedt was right. The Germans' best hope was to fall back from the coast and fight the battle out of range of an overwhelming naval barrage. Rommel's decision to put as much of his strength on the beaches as possible, behind the strongest fortifications possible, was based on his military judgment. Hitler's decision to partly approve Rommel's concept of the Atlantic Wall was based on his political megalomania. His conqueror's mentality forbade him giving up any territory without a fight. Rommel and Hitler were land fighters. They were more afraid of airplanes than they were of ships. They looked overhead instead of out to sea for danger. They made a mistake. The Allies, meanwhile, went ahead with plans that they were sure would work. To them, the Atlantic Wall was formidable, but by no means impregnable. On April 7, Good Friday, 21st Army Group had completed the overall outline plan. With their objectives set, the generals and colonels went to work at division, regimental, and battalion levels to develop specific plans for getting ashore at their target site. Each movement required an exact timing schedule that would begin 3 and 4 days before H hour at ports in southwest England that were up to 160 kilometers from Omaha. Men and equipment would load up on landing ship tanks, landing craft infantry, and landing craft tanks. Off the mouths of the harbors, the convoys would form up. After crossing the channel, the ships would anchor off the coast of France. Men would climb down the rope nets to their LCVPs, or descend in the boats as they were lowered by the davits. They would circle, 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 until they got clearance to form up, line abreast, and go on in. The plan of assault had variations at different sectors and beaches, but basically, the emphasis was on a crescendo of high explosives hitting the beach defenses for a half hour before the swimming tanks arrived, to be immediately followed by the first wave of skirmishers, who should be able to take advantage of the dazed enemy and seize the trenches as well as the exits from the beach. After that, it was a question of getting enough transport and firepower ashore quickly enough to take the plateau area and move inland. All this was planned out on a timetable that was exceedingly rigid and complicated. When Private John Barnes of Company A, 116th Infantry, attended the briefing on the assault plan, he was mighty impressed. He would be going ashore on the eastern flank at Omaha at H hour. 1 minute later, E Company would come in behind him, followed by engineers at H hour plus 3 minutes. Then would come Headquarters Company and anti-aircraft artillery, then more engineers, then Company L at H hour plus 50 minutes, and so on right on through the day. Barnes recalled it seemed so organized that nothing could go wrong, nothing could stop it. It was like a train schedule. We were almost just like passengers. We were aware that there were many landing boats behind us, all lined up, coming in on schedule. Nothing could stop us. Others were not so sure. Chem Robert Miller of the 175th Regiment, 29th Division, remembered his CO, Colonel Paul "Pop" Good, holding up the operation plan for the regiment. It was thicker than the biggest telephone book you've ever seen, Captain Miller reported. After the briefing was completed, Colonel Good stood up, he picked it up, and he tried to tear it in half. But it was so thick that this strong man couldn't do it, so he simply threw it over his shoulder. And he said, "Forget this goddamn thing. You get your ass on the beach. I'll be there waiting for you, and I'll tell you what to do. There ain't anything in this plan that is going to go right." Had Eisenhower heard those remarks, he would have agreed. Whenever he said that before the battle, plans are everything, he added that as soon as the battle began, plans were worthless. The U.S. 2nd and 5th Ranger Battalions were composed of volunteers. Others referred to them as suicide squads. But Lieutenant James Eichner of the 2nd Rangers disagreed. "We were simply spirited young people who took the view that if you're going to be a combat soldier, you may as well be one of the very best. Also, we were anxious to get on with the war so as to bring things to a close and get home to our loved ones as soon as possible." Naturally, such fine troops had a special mission, to capture the battery at Pointe du Hoc. As this would require scaling the cliff, the Rangers got into superb physical condition. They went to the Highlands of Scotland. They climbed mountains, scaled cliffs, practiced unarmed combat. Next, they practiced amphibious landing operations on the Scottish coast, hitting beaches specially prepared with barbed wire, beach obstacles, and every type of anti-assault landing device that Rommel had waiting for them. Lieutenant Eichner said, "I can assure you that when we went into battle after all this training, there was no shaking of the knees or weeping or praying. We knew what we were getting into. We knew every one of us had volunteered for extra hazardous duty. We went into battle confident. Of course, we were tense when under fire, but we were intent on getting the job done. We were actually looking forward to accomplishing our mission." The combat engineers had the most complex job. Almost 1/4 of the American troops going in on the morning of D-Day would be engineers. Their tasks, more or less in this order, were to demolish beach obstacles, blow up mines on the beach, erect signs to guide incoming landing craft through cleared channels, set up panels to bring in the troops and equipment. The color of the panel would tell the ships offshore which supplies to send in, clear access roads from the beach, blow gaps in the anti-tank wall, establish supply dumps, and act as beach masters, that is, traffic cops. There were all sorts of units attached to the engineers. There were medical battalions, ordnance battalions, grave registration companies. And there were many other special units, including underwater demolition teams, midget submarine crews to guide the incoming landing craft, tiny one-man airplanes with folded wings that could be brought in on a rhino ferry. A rhino ferry was a flat-bottomed pontoon barge with a capacity of 40 vehicles, towed across the channel by landing ship tanks, powered for the run into the beach by large outboard motors. The one-man airplanes would be put into operation on the beach and used for naval gunfire spotting. All the commando units were special, but some a bit more so than others. The No. 1 and No. 8 troops of No. 10 Commandos were French. Private Robert Piaget was a member of 1st Troop. Piaget was born in Ouistreham at the mouth of the Orne River in 1920, his father already dead as a result of a World War I wound. Piaget joined the French army in 1939 over his mother's tearful protest, and managed to get to England in June 1940, where he rallied to de Gaulle's call to arms. Piaget joined the French commandos, which were part of the French Navy but equipped, trained, and attached to the British commandos. That the French were eager to get back was obvious, Piaget especially so, after he learned he would be landing at Ouistreham, where his mother still lived. The men in 3 Troop, No. 10 Commando, needed no motivating. They were young European Jews who had somehow managed to make it to England. From the moment they arrived, whether from Germany or Austria or Czechoslovakia or Hungary, they pleaded for a chance to fight. Admiral Lord Louis Mountbatten, commander of combined operations, sent them to the commandos, where they were organized into 3 Troop, with the thought that they would go through regular commando training, then be made into specialists in patrolling and intelligence matters. The key was their language ability. If challenged on a patrol, they could answer in good German. They could also conduct instant interrogation of prisoners. They were trained in all matters pertaining to the Wehrmacht: organization, documents, weapons, and methodology. Corporal Peter Masters was a member of 3 Troop. Born in Vienna in 1922, he was there when the Germans marched into Austria on March 12, 1938. He said later, "So I lived under the Nazis for 6 months, which was quite sufficient to turn me from a kid that had been brought up as a pacifist to a volunteer eager to get into the action." In August 1938, he managed to get to London, where he tried to join the commandos. The recruiting officer asked, "Can you shoot? Can you handle a boat? What do you know about radio?" Masters said he had once shot a BB gun, that he had rowed a boat but had never sailed, and that he knew nothing about radios. But he was so enthusiastic the commandos took him anyway. Told to make up a new name so as to avoid German retribution if captured, he chose Masters. He got a dog tag with Peter Masters on it, plus Church of England. He and all the others in 3 Troop had to invent stories to explain why they spoke English with an accent. Masters' story was that his parents traveled extensively and he had been raised by a German-speaking nanny who didn't have much English. The men of 3 Troop were broken up for D-Day into 5-man groups, each assigned to a different commando brigade. Masters went with a bicycle troop. They had cheap, collapsible bicycles with baskets on the fronts to carry their rucksacks. The bikes had no mudguards, no pedals, just stems, and Masters found them damnable. But he soldiered on, overjoyed to be of service. The Nazis, who lived by hate, had built up a lot of hatred in Europe in the past 5 years. From Piaget, Masters, and other young refugees, the Nazis were about to get some of their own back. The Germans in France hardly trained at all. Instead, they put more poles in the ground, more obstacles on the beach, working through April and May as construction battalions, rather than going through field maneuvers. One exception was the 21st Panzer Division. Colonel Hans von Luck, commanding the 125th Regiment, put his tankers through regular night exercises. He emphasized assembly points, various routes to the coast or to the bridges over the Orne River and Canal, fire and movement, speed and dash. Staying vigilant was not easy. As Luck said, for a Panzer Division, which in the campaign so far had been accustomed to a war of movement, this inactivity was wearisome and dangerous. Vigilance was easily relaxed, especially after the enjoyment of Calvados and cider, both typical drinks of the region. In other words, even the elite of the Wehrmacht in Normandy had grown soft, enjoying the cushy life of occupiers in the land of fat cattle and fine apples. For the ordinary Wehrmacht soldier, whether a teenager from Berlin or a 45-year-old Pole or Russian in an Ost battalion, life consisted of boring work during the day, enjoyment at night, waiting and praying that the invasion would come elsewhere, anything but getting ready for the fight of their lives. The long occupation of France made for special problems. There was an increasing incidence of German soldiers divorcing their German wives in order to marry French women. Further, there was a danger that individuals and even units might surrender wholesale at the first opportunity. Dr. Goebbels put his propaganda machine to work to convince the German soldiers in the West that they faced a life-and-death struggle and all-out conflict. To counter any defeatism, the commanders lied to their troops. Peter Masters discovered in his interrogations of POWs on D-Day and afterwards that the German soldiers had been told, "We'll easily push them back into the sea. Stukas will dive-bomb them. U-boats will surface behind their fleet and shell and torpedo them. Bombers will sink their landing craft. Panzers will rout them on the beaches." How many, if any, believe such fantasies is open to question. The truth is that on the eve of D-Day, the Wehrmacht was full of doubts, which were best expressed by Rommel's insistence that more concrete be poured, more poles stuck in the ground, rather than training for quick movement and lightning strikes. On the other side of the channel, meanwhile, the men of the Allied Expeditionary Force were putting in nearly all their time getting ready. Marshalling and briefing. Starting in the first week of May, the soldiers and sailors of the Allied Expeditionary Force began descending on southern England. They came by sea in a never-ending stream of transports and LSTs. They came by land, by train, bus, truck, or on foot, men and equipment from Northern Ireland, Scotland, the Midlands, and Wales. They formed up by the hundreds and companies and battalions, by the thousands and regiments, to march down narrow English roads headed south. When they arrived in their marshalling areas, they formed up by divisions, corps, and armies in the hundreds of thousands. Altogether, almost 2 million men, nearly 500,000 vehicles. It took 54,000 men to provide necessary services for this force, including more than 4,500 newly trained Army cooks. The 175th Regiment of the 29th Division marched to its assembly area called a sausage near Falmouth. Sausages got their name from their shape. On the map, the long, narrow, fenced-in areas, usually beside a road, looked exactly like a sausage. There, near Falmouth, the regiment was sealed in. The men moved into tents. Gravel paths had been constructed, and orders were issued to stick to those paths so that German reconnaissance planes would not get photographs showing new paths beaten down by men walking through the fields. Vehicles were parked close against hedges. Everything was camouflaged under wire netting. The sausages were surrounded by MPs. No one was allowed out. No fires were allowed, even though the nights in mid-May in England were still cold, with frost on the ground in the mornings. The sausages were packed with equipment. Sergeant John Slaughter of Company D, 116th Regiment, 29th Division, said he could remember every field and vacant lot was piled high with materiel for an impending great battle. Tanks and other tracked vehicles, trucks, jeeps, and weapons carriers, spotter Piper Cub airplanes, artillery pieces of all sizes, gasoline, water, food, jerry cans, boxes, drums, you name it, and it was there in abundance. The vehicles had to be waterproofed. Every moving part was protected by cosmoline, a greasy substance that would keep out water and protect the metal from the corrosive action of salt water. Pipes emerged from the carburetors of the jeeps, tanks, and trucks for air intake. Lieutenant Ralph Eastridge of the 115th Regiment, 29th Division, recalled that the drivers and gunners who toiled under the camouflage nets were not careless. Carelessness here would mean a stalled vehicle at the crucial moment that it drove down the landing ramp and headed for the beach. The gunners painstakingly covered the breeches of their weapons with rubber cloth and sealed the edges with rubber cement. The radio operators sealed the delicate radios with rubber bags. Condoms were issued by the millions. Some were blown up into balloons or filled with water and tossed around, but most were put to more practical, if unintended, use. Hundreds of men put their watches in condoms and tied them off. Thousands of infantrymen put their condoms over the muzzles of their M1 rifles. The rubbers would keep out sand and water and would not have to be removed before the weapons were fired. Men were given escape aids in case of capture. They included a metal file to be sewn into the uniform blouse, a brass pants button that had been magnetized so that, when balanced on a pinhead, it became a tiny compass, a silk scarf with the map of France on it, water-purifying tablets, and French francs, about $10 worth to a man. Major Howard remarked, "This sort of thing absolutely thrilled the troops to bits. I've never seen such enthusiasm about such simple things." Every soldier got a brand new weapon. The rifles and machine guns had to be test-fired and zeroed in on the firing range. Sergeant Slaughter remembered, "They gave us unlimited amounts of ammunition for practice firing. Bayonets and combat knives were honed to a keen edge. Every man was given a new set of clothing, impregnated with a chemical that would ward off poison gas. The men hated those uniforms. The chemical prevented the cloth from breathing, so the men froze in them at night, sweated up a storm by day, and stank always. Private Edward Jerikoski of the 507th Paratroop Infantry Regiment spoke for all the men of D-Day when he declared they were the lousiest, the coldest, the clammiest, the stiffest, the stinkiest articles of clothing that were ever dreamed up to be worn by anyone. Surely the guy that was responsible for this idea on this screw-up received a Distinguished Service Medal from the devil himself." By contrast, the food, about which the troops had complained continuously since arriving in England, suddenly became marvelous. As Slaughter recalled, steak and pork chops with all the trimmings, topped with lemon meringue pie, were suddenly items on a typical menu, and it was all you could eat. The men got fresh eggs, for most of them the first they had gotten since they arrived in England, plus ice cream, white bread, and other previously unavailable luxuries. It was all devoured with relish, but accompanied by the inevitable crack, "They're fattening us up for the kill." Theaters were set up inside wall tents, where first-run movies just over from Hollywood were run non-stop, with free popcorn and candy. Most soldiers can remember the names of those movies, if not the plots. Favorites included Mr. Lucky, with Cary Grant and Lorraine Day, Going My Way with Barry Fitzgerald and Bing Crosby, and The Song of Bernadette. Training was over. Until the briefings began, aside from firing weapons and sharpening knives or watching movies, there was little to do. Corporal Peter Masters remembered that this was a time without end. He said, "The total war begins in the concentration area, because when people are fully charged with ammunition, somebody will get their finger on the trigger by mistake. Occasionally, we had casualties. One joker threw a clip of M1 .30 caliber bullets into a burning barrel. The guys in the area laughed and cursed and ran away." As the days went by, tension mounted, tempers grew shorter. Fistfights were common. Sports was one way to burn off some of the pent-up energy. At first, footballs were handed out, but most company commanders put a stop to that when the games got too rough and some bones were broken. The sausages included libraries composed of paperback books. These were special, reduced-sized, free armed services editions. 22 million copies were printed for American servicemen. One of the most popular was A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. But, perhaps surprisingly, the top was The Pocket Book of Verse. For morale purposes, it contained none of the bitter poems from the English veterans of World War I. Gambling was the favorite boredom killer. There were virtual non-stop poker and crap games. Large amounts of money changed hands. Private Arthur Dutch Schultz of the 505th Paratroop Infantry Regiment won $2,500 in a crap game. As he said, "I know because I stopped and took the time to count it. I had broken everyone in the game except for a staff sergeant, whom I disliked intensely, and who had $50 left. I was bound and determined to take all of his money. My luck changed, and I lost my $2,500. Company commanders marched their men on the roads. This gave them some exercise and helped relieve the boredom or ease the tension. It also gave them some sense of the scope of the enterprise. and a sense of confidence that a fighting force of such immensity could not be denied. Marching through the countryside in small villages, the men saw unbelievable amounts of equipment, uncountable numbers of aircraft. And they saw the might of the free world gathered to destroy the Nazis. As Sergeant Slaughter recalled, soldiers from every Allied nation and from all around the world seemed to be everywhere. Among the millions of men gathered in southern England to participate in the invasion of France, only a mere handful knew the secrets of Overlord, where the assault would go ashore and when. Those few had a super-security designation, above top secret, called bigot. They were said to be bigoted. Slowly the circle of those who were bigoted widened. Schaeff and 21st Army Group staff officers briefed Army and Corps staff, who in turn briefed division and regimental commanders, right on down to company and platoon officers, who then passed the information on to their non-coms and privates. At the lower levels, the place names were not revealed until the men were actually sailing for France. Private Felix Branham of the 116th heard his briefer tell his platoon that if the men only got the excess equipment they would be carrying to the beach, that is, the mortar rounds, the landmines, the ammo boxes, the radios, and their batteries, if they only got that much done, they would be making a contribution, because the 115th, coming in behind them, would not be as heavily laden, and their men could come in and pick up, as Branham put it, what we had carried ashore, and they would be able to do the job, even though they had to walk over our dead bodies. Such bloodthirsty realism was uncommon. Most of the officers were upbeat and reassuring when they briefed their companies and platoons. One soldier remembered, "Our briefing officer gave us a pep talk. More than 1,000 bombers would do their work beforehand. The battleships would blow everything off the map, pillboxes, artillery, mortars, and the barbed wire entanglements. Everything would be blasted to smithereens. It was going to be a pushover." Another soldier recalled, "We were briefed to believe there would be no living things on that beach, no life of any kind. It was going to be a piece of cake." Once briefed, the troops were sealed in tight. MPs roamed the grounds and perimeter, no one allowed in without proper identification, no one allowed out without proper orders. Bravado comes easy to young men who think of themselves as indestructible, but the briefings and the detailed study of the beach defenses had a sobering effect on even the most light-hearted, unreflective soldier. The men of the Allied Expeditionary Force realized that the Wehrmacht was a thoroughly combat-experienced army that had once been unstoppable and might now be impregnable. As a consequence of these realizations, after the briefings, the chaplains did a big business. After losing his $2,500, Dutch Schultz went to confession. He recalled, "The priest really chewed me out about some of the sins I confessed to him involving the Sixth Commandment." Schultz went to Mass every chance he had. When John Barnes learned that his outfit, Company A of the 116th Infantry, would lead the way, he went to Mass. "I thought this might be my last time. I decided I'd make a bargain with God. If my life was spared, I'd become a priest. Then I thought that was a bad bargain, either for him or me. So I decided I'd take my chances." There were some who decided not to take any chances. Dutch Schultz remembered a paratrooper who, accidentally, shot himself in the foot. A 1st Division Sergeant, Joseph Dragato, watched with astonishment as a man from another company calmly put a generous portion of pipe tobacco between 2 pieces of bread and then ate the sandwich. That got him into the hospital and out of the invasion. Dragato also saw a man lift his rifle and start firing into the pup tents. As the MPs descended on him, Dragato wondered why he was doing such a crazy thing. Then I realized he didn't want to go to war. Other men dealt with their fears by making their appearance even more fearsome than it already was. In the 115th Regiment, the men of one squad got a hot idea and began cutting hair, shearing it right down to the scalp. The idea quickly spread. Soon the company, then nearly the whole regiment, took on the appearance of a convict colony. The paratroopers picked up on the craze, except that they left a band of hair down the middle of the scalp so that they looked like Indians. The style was called a mohawk. In the first couple of days in June, the Allied Expeditionary Force began to load up and form up and move out for the journey across the Channel. The men left behind their duffel bags, taking with them only what they could carry, mainly weapons and ammunition, gas masks, photos of their loved ones, and a change of clothing. They were issued their cartons of cigarettes and C&K rations when they boarded. It's one of the great mysteries of World War II that although the Germans saw the buildup in southern England, they could hardly have missed it. They completely failed to draw the right conclusions from the concentration. Another mystery. After the great success in late April, when E-boats sank 2 LSTs and damaged 6 others with no German loss, why did not the German Navy make an all-out effort to use the E-boats in Caen against the Allied buildup? That the Germans failed to conclude from what they knew of the buildup that Lower Normandy was the target is not so surprising. The fact that the Allied Expeditionary Force had gathered in southern England was not a giveaway as to the site of the invasion. Portsmouth is closer to the Pas-de-Calais than it is to Caen. Altogether, the intelligence gathered by the Allies was generally accurate, detailed, and helpful, just the opposite of the intelligence gathered by the Abwehr, the German Secret Service. The Allies knew what they were up against. The Germans could only guess. At Widerstandsnest 62, a fortification overlooking the Colville Draw at Omaha Beach, 18-year-old Private Franz Gockel was involved in a debate with his comrades. Half the members of his platoon argued that the Allies would come there in the next week or two. The other half argued that the defenses at Colville were too strong. The Allies wouldn't dare come there. Widerstandsnest 62 guarded an artillery observation post that spotted for a field battery about 5 kilometers inland. In front of the position, there were 105mm cannons zeroed in on pre-planned targets. Widerstandsnest 62 consisted of 2 casements holding 75mm cannon, a 50mm anti-tank gun, 2 light and 2 heavy machine guns, and 20 men, all but 3 under 19 years of age. The bunkers had 2-meter-thick concrete ceilings and were connected by trenches. Private Gockel had never seen salt water before he was posted to Calvados in early 1944 with the 352nd Division. He sat behind his twin-mounted machine gun night after night, through April, May, on into June, watching, waiting, wondering. During the day, he dug. As one of his comrades put it on the afternoon of June 3rd, if there'll be any possibility at all of us surviving an attack, it'll only be with the help of this trench. Dig! That evening, Gockel remembered, nothing moved on the calm surface of the water. Only the slow swells made their way to the beach. The fishing boats from Gonkamp and Port-en-Besson remained in harbor. Until May, they had routinely made their excursions along the coast. But now, the sea was empty. Training. No matter how brilliant the plan, no matter how effective the deception, no matter how intense the pre-invasion air and sea bombardment, Overlord would fail if the assault squads did not advance. To make sure that they did, the Allies put a tremendous effort into training. The Americans thought that they had emphasized training in 1942. Indeed, that they were putting their divisions through as tough a training regimen as any in the world. In February 1943, at Cassar and Pass, the Americans discovered that their training was woefully inadequate to the rigors of modern warfare. Men had run. Commanders had panicked. Men who thought they were in top physical condition found out they weren't. Eisenhower wrote, "Our people from the very highest to the very lowest have learned that this is not a child's game, and are now ready and eager to get down to the fundamentals. From now on, I am going to make it a fixed rule that no unit from the time it reaches this theater until this war is won will ever stop training." The 29th Division sailed for England in September 1942 aboard the Queen Mary, converted from luxury liner to troop transport. At 500 miles out from the continent, and thus within range of the Luftwaffe, an escort of British warships appeared. A cruiser, HMS Curaçao, cut across the bow of the 83,000-ton Queen Mary. The Queen knifed into the 4,290-ton cruiser and cut her in half, killing 332 members of her crew. It was not an auspicious beginning to the great Allied invasion. The 29th Division took over Tidworth Barracks near Salisbury. These were the best barracks in England, but woefully short of what GIs had become accustomed to in their training camps back in the States. For men who had trained in the American South, the English weather was, of course, miserable. Sergeant John Slaughter of Company D, 116th Regiment, recalled, "Morale was not good during those first few months in the British Isles. Homesickness, dreary weather, long weeks of training without pause caused many of us to grumble." Making things worse, the food was awful. Britain had been at war for more than 2 years. There were no fresh eggs, little fresh meat, too many Brussels sprouts. Weekend passes to Salisbury, or, even better, to London, were hard to come by and highly prized. As the Yanks were paid more than double what the Tommies received and had much better-looking uniforms, they attracted the girls. This caused considerable resentment. There was also friction between black GIs, who were mainly in the services of supply, and the white soldiers. When they mixed in a pub, there was almost sure to be a fight, too often culminating in a shooting, mostly by whites against blacks, all covered up by the Army. The Army took to segregating the pubs, one night for blacks, another for whites. Overall, however, considering that by D-Day there were some 2 million Yanks, on an island only slightly larger than the state of Colorado, the American occupation of Britain was carried out with remarkable success. The 29th marched all over southwestern England. The men spent nights in the fields, sleeping in foxholes. They learned the basic lesson infantrymen must learn, to love the ground, how to use it to their advantage, how it dictates a plan of battle, above all, how to live in it for days at a time without impairment of physical efficiency. One member of the 29th Division recalled, quote, "Loading and unloading craft, exiting, peeling off, quickly moving forward, crawling under barbed wire with live machine gun fire just inches overhead and live explosions strategically placed, detonating all around us. We were schooled in the use of explosives. Satchel charges and Bangalore torpedoes were excellent for blowing holes in barbed wire and neutralizing fortified bunkers. We used bayonets to probe for hidden mines. We had poison gas drills, first aid training, airplane and tank identification, the use and detection of booby traps. All this gave us the confidence that we were ready. I believe our division was as competent to fight as any green outfit in history." Some units had highly specialized training. Major Howard of D Company of the Ox and Bucks asked the topographical people to search the map of Britain and find him some place where a river and a canal ran closely together and were crossed by bridges on the same road, just as was the case with his target on the Orne Canal. The topographical people found such a spot outside Exeter. Howard moved his company down there, and for 6 days, by day and night, attacked those Exeter bridges, practicing every conceivable condition. If only one of his 6 gliders, each carrying a platoon, made it to the objective, that platoon would know what to do to complete the mission, all by itself. Loading. Eisenhower had set D-Day for June 5. Loading for the assault began on May 31. Those coming from any distance rode to the quays by bus or truck. Those whose sausages were close to the harbors formed up into their squads, platoons, and companies, and marched. Everything was on the move. Jeeps, trucks, big artillery pieces, tanks, half-tracks, motorcycles, and bicycles. Crowds gathered on the streets to watch the apparently never-ending procession. The adults were giving the V for Victory sign, but as one company of the 1st Division marched through a village, a boy of 11 or 12 or so called out to his sergeant, "You won't come back!" The boy's mother gave a gasp, picked him up, and ran to the front of the column. As the sergeant passed, the boy sobbed through his tears, "You will come back! You will!" Death was on the mind of many of the men. Motor machinist Charles Giroux of the Coast Guard was on LST 94, watching the gathering on the quay at Weymouth. "The troops were just flooding the docks," he said. "People everywhere. Priests were in their heyday. I even saw Jews go and take communion. Everybody was scared to death." In most cases, anticipation overrode fear. The men were eager to get going. The excitement in the air was nearly overwhelming. The Allied High Command had deliberately brought the men to the highest level of readiness, mentally and physically. Training had been going on in most cases for 2 years or more. The men had shared the drudgery and the physical and mental demands of training, hated or loved their COs together, eaten their meals together, slept in the same foxhole on maneuvers together, gotten drunk together. They had formed a bond, become a family. They knew each other intimately, knew what to expect from the guy on their left or their right, what he liked to eat, what he smelled like. Not many of them were there by choice. Only a few of them had a patriotic passion that they would speak about, but nearly all of them would rather have died than let down their buddies or look the coward in front of their bunkmates. The Coast Guard and Navy crews were waiting for the men. Familiarity with the loading process helped immensely to ease tension. The men had been through the drill so many times. By early June 1944, the continuous stream of mounting, marshalling, embarking, and landing had become monotonous and routine. The troops indulged themselves in the age-old tendency of fighting men going into battle to carry too much stuff with them. The Assault Training Center exercises had led planners to recommend that the men in the assault waves should not carry more than 44 pounds of equipment. But most of them were taking on more than double that extra weight, some even more. Partly this was the fault of the regimental commanders, who wanted the first waves to carry in land mines, satchel charges, extra ammunition, spare radios, mortars, and the like. Partly this was the men's own fault, as there was always something extra to carry. A French phrase book, or a Bible, an unauthorized knife or pistol, and, most of all, cigarettes. Vehicles were also grossly overloaded with ammunition, jerry cans, picks and shovels, canteens, field rations, weapons, and more. Nevertheless, the loading proceeded smoothly and according to the elaborate schedule. Lieutenant Eastridge recalled how men moved on to their LSTs and LCIs and other transports in an astonishingly short time. Almost at once, both decks of LST 459 were loaded, with vehicles and guns chained to the deck. The ship was overcrowded, with only one bunk for every 3 men, so they would rotate sleeping hours, 8 to a man. There was insufficient space at the docks and yards for all the transports and LSTs, so many of the infantry companies were ferried out to vessels anchored in the bays on Higgins boats. LST 459 moved away from the quay, sailed slowly to the center of the river in Plymouth Harbor, and tied up to another LST. Lieutenant Eastridge said, "We were side by side, with so many crafts that a man could have jumped from one deck to another for a half mile or more. Toward the sea we could see destroyers and larger ships at anchor. That harbor was just jammed with boats." Altogether, there were 2,727 ships, ranging from battleships to transports and landing craft that would cross on their own bottoms. On the decks of the LSTs were the Higgins boats and other craft too small to cross the channel on their own. There were 2,606 of them. Thus, the total armada amounted to 5,333 ships. More vessels, as Admiral Morrison pointed out, than there were in all the world when Elizabeth I was Queen of England. The first to move out were the minesweepers. Their job was to sweep up along the English coast in case the Luftwaffe and E-boats had dropped mines into the area. Then proceed to clear 5 channels for the separate assault forces. The minesweepers were to mark the channels with lighted Dan buoys, spaced at 1-mile intervals along the 400-meter-wide channel, and finally clear the area in which the transports would anchor off the beaches. There were 245 vessels involved in this mammoth minesweeping job. They began their work on the night of May 31, June 1. On June 3, the gunfire support and bombardment ships of the Western Naval Task Force set sail from Belfast, headed south through the Irish Sea. They included the battleships Nevada, veteran of the Pearl Harbor attack, Texas, the oldest in the U.S. fleet, and Arkansas, along with 7 cruisers and 21 destroyers. They would lead the way. After they had rounded Land's End and passed the Isle of Wight, the various landing ships and craft and the transports would follow them. They were to get underway in the pre-dawn hours of June 4, rendezvous and form up in convoys. As the troops filed onto their transports and landing craft, they were handed an order of the day from General Eisenhower. It began, "Soldiers, sailors, and airmen of the Allied Expeditionary Force. You are about to embark upon the great crusade toward which we have striven these many months. The eyes of the world are upon you. The hope and prayers of liberty-loving people everywhere march with you. Your task will not be an easy one. Your enemy is well-trained, well-equipped, and battle-hardened. He will fight savagely. But this is the year 1944. The tide has turned. The free men of the world are marching together to victory. I have full confidence in your courage, devotion to duty, and skill in battle. We will accept nothing less than full victory. Good luck, and let us all beseech the blessing of Almighty God upon this great and noble undertaking." Sergeant Slaughter had his buddies sign his copy. He wrapped it in plastic and put it in his wallet. Once on board, for most of the troops there was little to do except gamble, read, or spread rumors. Men listened to the radio. They groaned when Axis Sally told them to come on over because we're waiting for you. They cheered when the fall of Rome was announced. They read books. The Rangers, being Rangers, there was no sitting around for them. They continued their training and conditioning by stringing ropes up to the mast to practice rope climbing. They did push-ups, sit-ups, and even close-order drill. Lieutenant Charles Ryan of the 18th Regiment, 1st Division, had been on an LCI in an exercise, so he knew what to expect when his craft moved out into the open channel. He described the LCI as, quote, "a metal box designed by a sadist to move soldiers across water while creating in them such a sense of physical discomfort, seasickness, and physical degradation and anger as to induce them to land in such an angry condition as to bring destruction, devastation, and death upon any person or thing in sight or hearing. It combined the movements of a roller coaster, bucking bronco, and a camel." Around the airfields, glider troops and paratroopers checked out their equipment for about the 1,000th time, tried to think of some place to carry an extra pack of cigarettes or an extra grenade. They were tightly sealed in, ready at a moment's notice to march out to the airfield and get into the British-built Horsa gliders or the American-built C-47s to get the invasion underway. At another airfield, Fairfield in Gloucester, a less well-known unit prepared for the flight over the Channel. Captain Michael R.D. Foote, a brigade intelligence officer in Special Air Service, or SAS, was preparing to send off some special teams. Foote had experienced a difficult time in getting his teams for the operation, which he codenamed Titanic. Foote had first gone to see Colonel Franks, commander of one of the other regiments in SAS, with whom I made my very first parachute jump, his first jump too. We were reasonably friends, and he rather grudgingly agreed to Titanic, but only if it was cut down from 4 parties to 2. Foote agreed to the reduction. He went back to Fairfield, and there he gave his 2 teams, each consisting of an officer, an NCO, and 2 privates, that is, 4 men, the special equipment he had helped dream up, and then told them what their mission would be. The equipment that Foote handed around consisted of 500 dummy paratroopers, a record player, and a mass of Very pistols and ammunition. Foote explained to the 2 teams that the idea was to drop the dummies, which would self-destruct on landing with a small explosion and a flash, then jump themselves carrying the equipment. On landing, they were to turn on the gramophone. The record would play snatches of soldiers' conversation, interspersed with small arms fire. Then they should move around the area, shooting off their Very pistols. One party would go in about midway between Rieux and Le Havre, the other near Isigny. By the evening of June 3, the assault waves of the Allied Expeditionary Force were loaded up. To General Eisenhower, the smell of victory was in the air. On the far shore, all was quiet. Rommel spent June 2 hunting for stags. On June 3, he drove to Paris to buy shoes for his wife Lucy's birthday, which would come on June 6. In Paris, he conferred with Rundstedt, who agreed with him that there is still no sign that the invasion is imminent. Although Rommel had half or less of what he calculated he required in men, guns, and mines, Rommel's asparagus, beach obstacles, and fixed emplacements, he exuded confidence. Rommel had managed to persuade some of his officers and a few of his troops that not only did they have a real chance, they would prevail. And why not? Even the Oost battalions had landing obstacles, barbed wire, and mines in front of their trenches and fortified pillboxes. To the rear, mortars and artillery pieces had zeroed in on every feature of the beach. At their sides were casements holding 88mm cannon prepared to fire crisscross across their front. Behind them stood German sergeants, pistols ready. Those Allied briefers who told their men that the troops they would face on D-Day were inferior and could be expected to run away had got it wrong. Those briefers who reminded their men that the Oost battalions were made up of rough, simple, ignorant men with German non-coms and officers to ensure that they fought, they're the ones who had got it right. But for the German High Command, there was that nagging problem of surrender. They feared that many of their men would take the first opportunity to turn themselves into POWs, and they too had got it right. Like Rommel, Colonel General Dolman, commanding the 7th Army in Normandy, was convinced that the deteriorating weather precluded an invasion. He ordered a map exercise to be conducted in Rennes on June 6. All divisional commanders, plus 2 regimental commanders per division, were ordered to attend. Admiral Cronky canceled E-boat sea patrols because of the foul weather. Only the one-legged General Erich Marx, in command of the 84th Corps on the western sector of the Calvados coast and in the Cotentin, was uneasy. He was especially concerned about the 716th and 352nd Divisions in Calvados. Each division had a 50-kilometer line to defend. "It's the weakest sector of my whole corps," he complained. On June 1, he went to Arromanches. Looking out to sea, he told an army captain at his side, "If I know the British, they'll go to church next Sunday for one last time and sail Monday, June 5. Rundstedt says they're not going to come yet, and that when they do come, it'll be at Calais. I think we'll be welcoming them on Monday right here." Decision to go. At the end of May, as the loading began, Air Vice Marshal Trafford Lee-Mallory, who had doubted from the first the wisdom of dropping the 2 American airborne divisions into the Cotentin, came to Eisenhower to protest once again. Intelligence had discovered that the Germans had put their 91st Division into the central Cotentin, exactly where the 82nd Airborne was scheduled to drop. Lee-Mallory told Eisenhower, "We must not carry out this airborne operation." He predicted 70% losses in glider strength and at least 50% in paratroop strength even before the paratroopers hit the ground. He warned of a futile slaughter of 2 fine divisions. Futile because the divisions would not be able to make any contribution to the battle. To send them into the Cotentin, Lee Mallory said, was just plain sacrifice. Eisenhower went to his trailer and, in his words, thought it all over again. He later described this as his most worrisome moment in the war, and wrote in his memoirs, "It would be difficult to conceive of a more soul-racking problem." He knew that if he disregarded Lee Mallory's warning, and it proved accurate, then I would carry to my grave the unbearable burden of a conscience justly accusing me of the stupid blind sacrifice of thousands of the flower of our youth. But he felt that if he canceled the airborne mission, he would have to cancel the landing at Utah Beach. If the paratroopers were not there to seize the causeway exits, the entire 4th Division would be endangered. So I felt we had to put these 2 airborne divisions in, and they had to take St. Mary-Glise and capture the causeway exits and protect our flank. He called Lee Mallory to tell him of his decision, and followed the call up with a letter. He wrote, "There is nothing for it but to go." He ordered Lee Mallory to see to it that his own doubts and pessimism not be spread among the troops. While Rommel was going to see Hitler to beg for more tanks and a tighter command structure, Eisenhower was visited by Churchill, who was coming to the Supreme Commander to beg a favor. The Prime Minister wanted to go along on the invasion, on HMS Belfast. As Eisenhower related the story, I told him he couldn't do it. I was in command of this operation, and I wasn't going to risk losing him. He was worth too much to the Allied cause. Churchill thought a moment and said, "You have the operational command of all forces, but you are not responsible administratively for the makeup of the crews." And I had to say, "Yes, that's right." Churchill said, "Well, then I can sign on as a member of the crew of one of His Majesty's ships, and there's nothing you can do about it." I said, "Well, that's correct, but Prime Minister, you will make my burden a lot heavier if you do it." Churchill said he was going to do it anyway. Eisenhower turned in desperation to his Chief of Staff, General Smith. Smith called King George VI to explain the problem. The King told Smith, "You boys leave Winston to me." He then called Churchill to say, "Well, as long as you feel that it is desirable to go along, I think it's my duty to go along with you." At that point, Churchill gave up. With de Gaulle, it was Eisenhower asking the favor. On June 3, Churchill brought de Gaulle to Suffolk House, outside Portsmouth, where Admiral Ramsay had his headquarters, and where Eisenhower had set up SHAEF headquarters for the invasion. Eisenhower gave de Gaulle a briefing on Overlord. This was the first de Gaulle knew of the plan, and he subjected Eisenhower to an hour-long lecture on all the things he was doing wrong. Eisenhower replied that he wished he had benefited from de Gaulle's generalship earlier, but now it was too late to change the plan. Then Eisenhower showed de Gaulle a copy of a speech he would be making to the French people on D-Day, urging Frenchmen to carry out my orders. He asked de Gaulle to make a follow-up broadcast urging his countrymen to accept SHAEF-printed francs. De Gaulle said no. The French people should obey him, not SHAEF. Only the French government, of which he was president, had the right to issue currency. Eisenhower pleaded with him to no avail. The whole thing was, in Eisenhower's words, a rather sorry mess. That same morning of June 3rd, the warships began their circle around the landing ships and the craft that were beginning to form up into their own convoys. The 2nd Battalion of the 116th Regiment was on the transport Thomas Jefferson. The men knew the ship well, having made 2 practice landings from her. Private Harry Parley noted that this time, however, humor was infrequent and forced. My thoughts were of home and family, and, of course, what we were getting into. It saddened me to think of what would happen to some of my fellow GIs, whom I had grown to love. He said his heart went out especially to Lieutenant Ferguson, who had initiated a discussion about philosophies of death with Parley. I did not envy him his position. He had come to know the men quite intimately as a result of having to read and censor our outgoing mail. The loss of any of his men would be a twofold tragedy for him. Private Parley carried an 84-pound flamethrower, plus a pistol, shovel, life belt, raincoat, canteen, a block of dynamite, rations, and 3 cartons of cigarettes. He was worried about keeping up with his assault team on the dash across the beach. He scared the hell out of his buddies by using a trick he had just learned. He could set off a small flame at the mouth of his flamethrower, which would produce the same hissing sound as when the weapon was actually being fired, without triggering the propelling mechanism. Standing on the deck of the Thomas Jefferson, he calmly used the flamethrower to light a cigarette, sending a score or more of men scurrying in every direction. The weather had been beautiful for the first 3 days of June, clear skies, little wind. But on the 3rd, it began to deteriorate. In the channel, drizzle began to turn into a cold, penetrating rain. Most of the men on the LCIs and LCTs had no shelter. The decks were slippery, the craft rocking in the choppy water. Everyone was wet and miserable. Eisenhower smelled victory in the air, but to the men whose transports and landing craft had left harbor, the smell in the air was vomit. The final weather conference was scheduled for 0400 hours, June 4, even as more ships sailed out of their harbors, and those already at sea began to form up into convoys. There was bad news. The weather on June 5 would be overcast and stormy, with a cloud base of 500 feet to 0, and force 5 winds. Worse, the situation was deteriorating so rapidly that forecasting more than 24 hours in advance was highly undependable. Eisenhower decided to postpone for at least 1 day, hoping for better conditions on June 6. At 0600 hours, he gave his order to put everything on hold. At just about that moment, Rommel began his long journey east, away from the coast, to see his wife and his Führer. As he departed in a light drizzle, he remarked, "There's not going to be an invasion, and if there is, then they won't even get off the beaches." For the troops, June 4 was a terrible day. The men of the 4th Infantry Division spent it at sea. There was not time to go all the way back to Devonshire if Eisenhower decided on a June 6 landing. So their transports and landing craft circled off the Isle of Wight. Waves broke over the sides. Rain came down. The men were combat-dressed with nowhere to go. No one wanted to play craps or poker or read a book or listen to another briefing. It was just misery. In the harbors or up the rivers where the ships and craft could drop anchor or tie up to one another, the men were not allowed off their vessels. They sat, cursed, waited. Private Claire Gladonic recalled, "The waiting for history to be made was most difficult. I spent much time in prayer. Being cooped up made it worse. Like everyone else, I was seasick, and the stench of vomit permeated our craft." The airborne troops had their feet on solid ground and were under cover from the rain, but they too were unhappy. They had got ready, made their last weapons check, packed their equipment, when word came down that the mission was off. Major Howard wrote in his diary, "The weather's broken. What cruel luck. I'm more downhearted than I dare show. Wind and rain, how long will it last? The longer it goes on, the more prepared the Huns will be, the greater the chance of obstacles in the landing zone. Please, God, let it clear up tomorrow." Rommel spent the day on the road. He arrived in Hurlingen in time to go for a walk in the twilight with Lucy. She was trying out her new shoes, her husband's birthday present. That same evening, June 4, Eisenhower met in the mess room at Suffolk House with Montgomery, Ramsey, Lee Mallory, Bradley, and various other high-ranking staff officers. The wind and rain rattled the window panes and the French doors in staccato sounds. The mess room was large, with a heavy table at one end and easy chairs at the other. Coffee was served, and there was some attempt at conversation. At 21:30, they received the latest weather report. It was good news, an anticipated break in the storm. The rain that was then pouring down would stop before daybreak. There would be 36 hours of more or less clear weather. Winds would moderate. The bombers and fighters ought to be able to operate on Monday night, June 5-6, although they would be hampered by scattered clouds. When Lee Mallory heard that, he lost his enthusiasm. He urged postponement to June 19. Eisenhower began pacing the room, head down, chin on his chest, hands clasped behind his back. He asked for the opinion of the other officers in the high command, and they were split. 7 wanted to go. 7 said, let's postpone. Eisenhower kept pacing, chin tucked on his chest. He stopped and remarked, the question is just how long can you hang this operation on the end of a limb and let it hang there? Then at 21:45 hours, Eisenhower gave his decision. I am quite positive that the order must be given. Admiral Ramsey rushed out to give the order to the fleet. D-Day would be June 6, 1944. By midnight of June 4-5, the convoys began forming up. Admiral Ramsey issued an order of the day to every officer and man in his fleet. It is our privilege to take part in the greatest amphibious operation in history. The hopes and prayers of the free world and of the enslaved people of Europe will be with us, and we cannot fail them. I count on every man to do his utmost to ensure the success of this great enterprise. Good luck to you all, and Godspeed. Eisenhower woke at 3:30 hours, June 5. The wind was shaking his trailer. The rain seemed to be traveling in horizontal streaks. He dressed and gloomily drove through a mile of mud to Suffolk House for the last weather meeting. The weatherman was even more certain than he had been 5 hours earlier that the storm would break before dawn. But the bad news was that good weather was only likely through Tuesday. Wednesday could be rough again. That raised the danger that the first waves could get ashore, but the follow-up units would not. Eisenhower asked for opinions, again pacing, again shooting out his chin. The ships were sailing into the channel. If they were to be called back, it had to be done now. The Supreme Commander was the only man who could do it. When Eisenhower stopped pacing and faced his subordinates, he said, quietly but clearly, "Okay, let's go." Cheers rang through Suffolk House. Then the commanders rushed from their chairs and dashed outside to get to their command post. Within 30 seconds, the mess room was empty, except for Eisenhower. His sudden isolation was symbolic. For having given the order, he was now powerless. As he put it, that's the most terrible time for a senior commander. He has done all he can do, all the planning and so on. There's nothing more that he can do. Eisenhower fortified himself with coffee and breakfast, then went down to Portsmouth to watch the ships starting out and the loading process for the follow-up units. After lunch, he sat at his portable table and scrawled by hand a press release on a pad of paper, to be used if necessary. He wrote, "Our landings have failed, and I have withdrawn the troops. My decision to attack at this time and place was based upon the best information available. The troops, the air, and the Navy did all that bravery and devotion to duty could do. If any blame or fault attaches to the attempt, it is mine alone." Rommel spent a quiet June 5 with Lucy. He gathered wildflowers for a birthday bouquet. Just outside Caen, Colonel Luck of the 21st Panzer Division gave out orders for a night exercise for one of his companies, in accordance with the plan of training every company in turn for night action. In Berchtesgaden, Hitler had a routine day. As General Wehrlemont put it, on June 5, 1944, German Supreme Headquarters had not the slightest idea that the decisive event of the war was upon them. On the afternoon of June 5, the Allied airborne troopers began dressing for battle. Each rifleman carried his M1, either broken down in a padded case called a Griswold container or already assembled. 160 rounds of ammunition, 2 fragmentation hand grenades, a white phosphorus, and an orange-colored smoke grenade, and a gammon grenade, 2 pounds of plastic explosive, powerful enough to damage a tank. Most of the men carried a pistol. The paratroopers' greatest fear was getting shot out of the sky. The next greatest fear was being caught in the ground at the moment of landing before they could put their rifles into operation. They also carried a knife and a bayonet. One sergeant carried along a baseball. He wrote on it, "To hell with you, Hitler," and said he intended to drop it when his plane got over France. And he did. The men had first aid kits with bandages, sulfa tablets, 2 morphine syrettes. As they like to put it, 1 for pain and 2 for eternity. They were also handed toy crickets, with the instructions that they could be used in lieu of the normal challenge and password. 1 click-click was to be answered with 2 click-clicks. Around 2000 hours, Axis Sally, the bitch of Berlin, came on the radio. "Good evening, 82nd Airborne Division. Tomorrow morning the blood from your guts will grease the boogie wheels on our tanks." That bothered some of the men, but others reassured them. She had been saying something similar for the previous 10 days. Private Tom Porcella of the 508th Paratroop Infantry Regiment was torturing himself with thoughts of killing other human beings. Porcella said to himself, "Kill or be killed. Here I am brought up as a good Christian. Obey this and do that. The 10 Commandments say, 'Thou shalt not kill.' There is something wrong with the 10 Commandments, or there is something wrong with the rules of the world today. They teach us the 10 Commandments, and then they send us out to war. It just doesn't make sense." When every man was ready, the regiments gathered around their commanders for a last word. Most COs stuck to basics, but 1 or 2 added a pep talk. The most famous was delivered by Colonel Howard Jumpy Johnson, in command of the 501st Paratroop Infantry Regiment. As Lieutenant Carl Cartledge described Johnson's talk, he gave a great battle speech, saying victory and liberation and death to the enemy, and some of us would die, and peace cost a price, and so on. And then he said, "I want to shake the hand of each one of you tonight, so line up." And with that he reached down, pulled his knife from his boot, and raised it high above his head, promising us in a battle cry, "Before the dawn of another day, I'll sink this knife into the heart of the foulest bastard in Nazi land." A resounding yell burst forth from all 2,000 of us as we raised our knives in response. After the regimental meetings, the companies grouped around their COs and platoon leaders for a final word. The officers gave out the challenge, password, and response. Flash, thunder, and welcome. Welcome was chosen because the Germans would pronounce it Welcome. When Captain Charles Shettle of the 506th Paratroop Infantry Regiment gave out the signals, Dr. Samuel Feeler, the regimental dental officer who had volunteered to accompany the assault echelon, approached him. Feeler was a German Jew who had escaped Berlin in 1938. "Captain Shettle, what do I do?" Shettle replied, "Doc, when you land, don't open your mouth. Take along some extra crickets, and if challenged, snap twice." Later, as Shettle was inspecting each plane load prior to takeoff, he found Dr. Feeler with crickets strapped to both arms, both legs, and an extra supply in his pockets. At approximately 2200 hours, as the daylight began to fade, the order rang out, "Shoot up!" Each man began the tedious task of buckling on his parachutes and trying to find an empty place to hang or tie on the small mountain of equipment he was carrying into combat. Dutch Schultz of the 505th, who had managed to gamble away his $2,500 in winnings, still had Jerry Columbi's watch, which he had taken in collateral for a $25 loan. It was Columbi's high school graduation present, with an inscription on the back from his parents. Columbi was in another stick. Schultz went over to him to hand back the watch, saying, "Here's your watch back, Jerry. You owe me some money, and don't you forget to pay me." The 505th was at Spanhoe Airfield. As Schultz was lining up to be helped into his C-47, he heard an explosion. A gammon grenade carried by one of the men of Headquarters Company, 1st Battalion, had gone off. It set fire to the plane and killed 3 men, wounding 10 others. 2 unhurt survivors were assigned to another plane. They both died in combat before dawn. A bit shaken, Schultz found his place on the plane. And the first thing I did was reach for my rosary. Having been raised a Catholic boy, I had great faith in the efficacy of prayers to the Blessed Mother, and I proceeded to say one rosary after another, promising the Blessed Mother that I would never violate the 6th commandment again. As twilight turned to darkness, the last men got on board their planes. Eisenhower was out on the runway, calling out, "Good luck!" He noticed a short private, in Eisenhower's words, more equipment than soldier, who snapped him a salute. Eisenhower returned it. Then the private turned to the east and called out, "Look out, Hitler! Here we come!" The pilots started their engines. A wave of sound engulfed the airfield as each C-47 in its turn lurched into line on the taxi strip. At the head of the runway, the pilots locked the brakes and ran up the engines until they screamed. Then at 10-second intervals, they released the brakes and started down the runway, slowly at first, gathering speed, so overloaded that they barely made it into the sky. When the last plane roared off, Eisenhower turned to his driver, Kay Summersby. She saw tears in his eyes. He began to walk slowly towards his car. He said quietly, "Well, it's on." Cracking the Atlantic Wall, the airborne into Normandy. The Pathfinders went in first. They preceded the main body of troops by an hour or so. Their mission was to mark the drop zones with automatic direction finder radios, Eureka sets, and holophane lights formed into T's on the ground. But a cloud bank forced pilots to either climb above it or get below it, so the Pathfinders jumped from too high or too low in altitude. Further anti-aircraft fire coming from the ground caused pilots to take evasive action, throwing them off course. As a consequence of the 18 American Pathfinder teams, only one landed where it was supposed to. One team landed in the Channel. Major John Howard's D Company of the Ox and Bucks was the first to go into action as a unit. Glider pilot Sergeant Jim Walwork put his Horsa glider down exactly where Howard wanted it to land, right beside the Orne Canal Bridge. Lieutenant Brotheridge led 1st Platoon over the bridge. The horses carrying 2nd and 3rd Platoons landed right behind Walwork and within minutes secured the area around the bridge, routing about 50 German defenders in the process. 2 other platoons landed near the Orne River Bridge and secured it. By 0021 hours, June 6th, 5 minutes after landing, D Company had taken its objectives. It was a brilliant feat of arms and a great start to D-Day for the Allies. As the Pathfinders were setting up and Howard's men were carrying out their coup de main operation, the 13,400 American and nearly 7,000 British paratroopers were coming on. In the Dakotas, the men prepared themselves for what they called the jump in which your troubles begin after you hit the ground. Private Ken Russell of the 505th had just made it onto his C-47. 2 weeks earlier, he had been running a high fever, a result of his vaccinations, and had been sent to a hospital. On June 4, he still had a high fever. But, as he said, like everyone else, I had been looking forward to D-Day since 1940, when I was still in grammar school. Now I was so afraid I would miss it. He begged his way out of the hospital and managed to rejoin his company on June 5. Flying over the Channel, Private Russell was struck by the thought that his high school class back in Tennessee was graduating that night. Like many of the Catholic troopers, Dutch Schultz was, as he put it, totally engrossed in his rosaries. Clayton Storby was sitting next to George Dixon. He was going around that rosary giving a lot of Hail Marys. After about 10 minutes, it seemed like it was helping him, so I said, "George, when you're through with that, would you loan it to a buddy?" Private Harry Reisenleiter of the 508th Paratroop Infantry Regiment said that so far as he could tell, everyone was afraid. He articulated, fear of being injured yourself, fear of having to inflict injury on other people to survive, and the most powerful feeling of all, fear of being afraid. The pilots were afraid. For most of the pilots of Troop Carrier Command, this was their first combat mission. They had not been trained for night flying, or for flak, or for bad weather. Their C-47s were designed to carry cargo, not passengers. They were neither armed nor armored. Their gas tanks were neither protected nor self-sealing. The possibility of a mid-air collision was on every pilot's mind. These pilots were part of a gigantic air armada. It took 432 C-47s to carry the 101st Airborne to Normandy, about the same number for the 82nd. They were flying in a V of V's formation stretched out across the sky, 300 miles long, 9 planes wide, without radio communication. The planes were 100 feet from wingtip to wingtip. They crossed the channel at 500 feet or less to escape German radar detection, then climbed to 1,500 feet to escape anti-aircraft batteries on the Channel Islands. As they approached the Cotentin coast, they descended to 600 feet or so, the designated jump altitude, designed to reduce the time the trooper was helplessly descending. When they crossed the coastline, they hit a cloud bank and lost their visibility altogether. The pilots instinctively separated, some descending, some rising, all peeling off to the right or left to avoid a mid-air collision. When they emerged from the clouds, within seconds or at the most minutes, they were hopelessly separated. Simultaneously, all hell broke loose. Searchlights, tracers, and explosions filled the sky. Most of the pilots speeded up. They were supposed to throttle back to 90 miles per hour or less to reduce the opening shock for the paratroopers. But 90 miles per hour at 600 feet made them easy targets for the Germans on the ground. So the pilots pushed the throttle forward and sped up to 150 miles per hour, meanwhile either descending to 300 feet or climbing to 2,000 feet and more. They twisted and turned, spilling their passengers and cargo. They got hit by machine gun fire, 20-millimeter shells, and the heavier 88-millimeter shells. They saw planes going down to their right and to their left, above and below them. They saw planes explode. They had no idea where they were, except that they were over the Cotentin. In the body of the planes, the troopers were terrified, not at what was ahead of them, but because of the hopeless feeling of getting shot at and tumbled around and being unable to do anything at all about it. Bullets were ripping through the wings and fuselage. To Private John Fitzgerald of the 502nd Paratroop Infantry Regiment, they made a sound like corn popping as they passed through. Out the open doors, the men could see tracers sweeping by in graceful, slow-motion arcs. They were orange, red, blue, yellow. They were frightening, mesmerizing, beautiful. Private Porcella's heart was pounding. I was so scared that my knees were shaking, and just to relieve the tension, I had to say something, so I shouted, "What time is it?" Someone called back, 0130. The pilots turned on the red light, and the jump master shouted the order, "Stand up and hook up." The men hooked the lines attached to the backpack covers of their main chutes to the anchor line running down the middle of the top of the fuselage. And then they shouted, "Let's go! Let's go!" But the jump masters held them back, waiting for the green light. Most pilots throttled forward and began to dive. Dud Schultz and every man in his stick fell to the floor. They regained their feet and resumed shouting, "Let's go!" Sergeant Dan Furlong's plane got hit by 3 88-millimeter shells. The first struck the left wing, taking about 3 feet off the tip. The second hit alongside the door and knocked out the light panel. The third came up through the floor. It blew a hole about 2 feet across, hitting the ceiling and exploded, creating a hole 4 feet around, killing 3 men and wounding 4 others. Furlong recalled, basically, the Krauts just about cut that plane in half. I was in the back, assistant jump master. I was screaming, "Let's go!" The troopers, including 3 of the 4 wounded men, dove headfirst out of the plane. The pilot was able to get control of the plane and head back for the nearest base in England for an emergency landing. The 4th wounded man had been knocked unconscious. When he came to over the channel, he was delirious. He tried to jump out. The crew chief had to sit on him until they landed. Private John Taylor of the 508th was appalled when he got to the door. His plane was so low that his thought was, "We don't need a parachute for this. All we need is a stepladder." When Private Lynn Griffing of the 501st got to the door, I looked out into what looked like a solid wall of tracer bullets. I remember this as clearly as if it happened this morning. It's engraved in the cells of my brain. I said to myself, Lynn, you're in as much trouble now as you're ever going to be. If you get out of this, nobody can ever do anything to you that you will ever have to worry about. At that instant, an 88mm shell hit the left wing, and the plane went into a sharp roll. Griffin was thrown to the floor, then managed to pull himself up and leap out into the night. Most of the sticks jumped much too low from planes going much too fast. The opening shock was intense. In hundreds, if not thousands of cases, the troopers swung once, then hit the ground. Others jumped from too high up. For them, it seemed an eternity before they hit the ground. Because of the way his plane rolled, Private Griffin's stick was badly separated. The men who went before him were a half-mile back. The man who jumped after Griffin was a half-mile forward. My chute popped open, and I was the only parachute in the sky. It took me 100 years to get down. Below him, a German flak wagon with 4 20mm guns was pumping out shells, and I was the only thing they had to shoot at. Tracers went under me, and I couldn't help but pull my legs up. The flak wagon kept shooting at him even after he hit the ground. I would have been hit through sheer Teutonic perseverance if the next flight of planes hadn't arrived and they gave up shooting at me to shoot at them. Private Fitzgerald said, I looked up to check my canopy and watched in detached amazement as bullets ripped through the chute. I was mesmerized by the scene around me. Every color of the rainbow was flashing through the sky. Equipment bundles attached to parachutes that did not fully open came hurtling past me. Helmets that had been ripped off by the opening shock. Even troopers floated past. Below me, figures were running in all directions. I thought, Christ, I'm going to land right in the middle of a bunch of damn Germans. My chute floated into the branches of an apple tree and dumped me to the ground with a thud. The trees were in full bloom and added a strange, sweet scent to this improbable scene. To Fitzgerald's relief, the Germans turned out to be cows running for cover. I felt a strange surge of elation. I was alive. The 506th was supposed to land 10 kilometers or so southwest of St. Mère-Église, but a couple of sticks from the regiment came down in the town. It was 01:15 hours. A small hay barn on the south side of the church square was on fire, evidently caused by a tracer. Mayor Alexandre Reynaud had called out the residents to form a bucket brigade to get water from the town pump to the fire. The German garrison sent out a squad to oversee the infraction of the curfew. Sergeant Ray Eibeicher was the first to hit. He landed in the church square behind the fire brigade line and unnoticed by the German guards. The great brass bell in the church tower was ringing to rouse the citizens, and it drowned out the noise of his landing. He cut himself loose, then began moving slowly toward the church door, hoping to find sanctuary. But the door was locked. He crawled around the church to the rear, then along a high cement wall. The Germans began firing, not at him, but at his buddies coming down from the sky. He saw one man whose chute had caught in a tree get riddled by a machine pistol. Altogether, 4 men were killed by German fire. Within a few minutes it was quiet again, but the German guards were now alert for any further paratroop drops. There was confusion and mixing of units going on all over the Cotentin. Some men were alone all night. Dutch Schultz was one of them. When Schultz used his cricket in desperation, hoping to find someone, I got a machine gun burst. I brought my M1 up and pointed it toward the Germans, only to discover that I had failed to load my rifle. He crept off, thinking to himself, I'm totally unprepared for this. Private Griffin recalled there were so many clicks and counterclicks that night that nobody could tell who was clicking at whom. At La Madeleine, in his blockhouse, Lieutenant Arthur Janke of the German army was confused. The airplanes overhead did not particularly worry him, even though the numbers of planes flying through the night were greater than usual. But what was the meaning of the burst of automatic and machine gun fire he was hearing to his rear? Janke alerted his men, doubled the guards, and ordered a patrol to go out and reconnoiter. Simultaneously, Private Louis Merlano of the 101st, second man in his stick, landed on the sand dunes, only a few meters away from Janke's position. Horrified, he heard the cries of 11 of his comrades as they fell into the channel and drowned. Half an hour later, the German patrol returned to La Madeleine with 19 American paratroopers, including Merlano, picked up on the beach. Delighted with his catch, Janke tried to telephone his battalion commander. But just as he began to report, the line went dead. A paratrooper somewhere inland had cut the line. Janke locked his prisoners into a pillbox and placed a guard in front of it. At 400 hours, the guard came to inform him that the prisoners were nervous and kept insisting that they be transferred to the rear. Janke did not understand. There would be a low tide at dawn, and Rommel had told him the Allies would come only on a high tide. What were these captured Americans afraid of? In St. Mary-Glise, the fire began raging out of control. The men of the 506th who had landed in and near the town had scattered. At 1:45 hours, the 2nd Platoon of F Company, 505th, had the bad luck to jump right over the town, where the German garrison was now fully alerted. Ken Russell was in that stick. Coming down, I looked to my right, and I saw this guy, and instantaneously he was blown away. There was just an empty parachute coming down. Evidently a shell had hit his gammon grenades. Horrified, Russell looked to his left. He saw another member of his stick being drawn into the fire. The fire was sucking in oxygen and drawing the parachutist towards it. I heard him scream once, Russell said, and then again before he hit the fire. And then he didn't scream anymore. The Germans filled the sky with tracers. Russell was trying to hide behind my reserve chute because we were all sitting ducks. He got hit in the hand. He saw 3 troopers land on telephone poles around the church square. The Germans shot them before they could cut themselves loose. Russell said it was like they were crucified there. Russell jerked on his risers to avoid the fire and came down on the slate roof of the church. I hit, and a couple of my suspension lines went round the church steeple, and I slid off the roof. I was hanging off the edge. Private John Steele came down, and his chute covered the steeple. Steele was hit in the foot. Sergeant John Ray landed in the church square just past Russell and Steele. A German soldier came dashing around the corner. Russell related, "I'll never forget him. He was red-haired, and as he came around, he shot Sergeant Ray in the stomach. Then he turned toward Russell and Steele and brought his machine pistol up to shoot them, and Sergeant Ray, while he was there dying in agony, he got his .45 out and he shot that German soldier in the back of the head and killed him." Through all this, the church bell was constantly ringing. Russell could not remember hearing the bell. Steele, who was hanging right outside the belfry, was deaf for some weeks thereafter because of it. Steele was hauled in by a German observer in the belfry, made prisoner, but escaped a few days later. Russell, scared to death in his own words, managed to reach his trench knife and cut himself loose. He fell to the ground. I dashed across the street, and the machine gun fire was knocking up pieces of earth all around me. And I ran over into a grove of trees on the edge of town, and I was the loneliest man in the world. Strange country. And just a boy. I should have been graduating from high school rather than fighting in a strange country. There was a flak wagon in the grove, shooting at passing Dakotas. Russell recalled, "I got my gammon grenade out, and I threw it on the gun, and the gun stopped." He moved away from town. A German soldier on a bicycle came down the road. Russell shot him. Then he found an American from the 101st. Russell asked, "Do you know where you are?" The trooper replied, "No." They set out to find someone who did know. For many of the men of the 82nd Airborne, whose drop zones were to the west of St. Mary-Glise, astride the Murderette River, there was a special hell. Rommel had ordered the locks near the mouth of the river down by Carentan, opened at high tide, closed at low tide, so as to flood the valley. Because the grass had grown above the flooded area, Allied air reconnaissance photographs failed to reveal the trap. The water generally was not more than a meter deep, but that was deep enough to drown an overloaded paratrooper who couldn't get up or cut himself out of his harness. Private Porcella was especially unlucky. He landed in the river itself in water over his head. He had to jump up to take a breath. My heart was beating so rapidly that I thought it would burst. I pleaded, "Oh, God, please don't let me drown in this damn water." He bent over to remove his leg straps, but the buckle wouldn't open. He jumped up for more air, then found that if he stood on his toes, he could get his nose just above the water. Calming down a bit, he decided to cut the straps. He bent below the water and pulled his knife from his right boot. He jumped up, took a deep breath, bent down, and slipped the knife between his leg and the strap, working the knife back and forth in an upward motion. Nothing happened. I was in a panic. I came up for another breath of air and thought my heart was going to burst with fright. I wanted to scream for help, but I knew that would make matters worse. I told myself, think! I must think! Why won't this knife cut the strap? I know it's razor sharp. Porcella jumped up for more air and managed to say a quick Hail Mary. Then he realized that he had the blade backward. He reversed it and cut himself loose. He moved slowly into somewhat shallower water until it was only chest high. Then he became aware of rifle and machine gun fire going over his head. He commented years later, "All the training I had received had not prepared me for this." Suddenly there was a huge burst of orange flames in the sky. A C-47 had taken a direct hit and was a ball of flames. "Oh, my God, it's coming toward me!" Porcella cried out. The plane was making a screaming noise that sounded like a horse about to die. Porcella tried to run away. The plane crashed beside him. Suddenly it was dark again, and it became very quiet. Porcella resumed moving toward the high ground. He heard a voice call out, "Flash!" He couldn't believe it. I thought I was the only fool in the world in this predicament. He recognized the voice. It was his buddy, Dale Cable. Porcella reached out his right hand to touch Cable, who hollered this time, "Flash!" Simultaneously, Cable flipped the safety off his M1. The muzzle was within inches of Porcella's face. Porcella then remembered the response and shouted back, "Thunder!" Together they began to encounter other troopers, also sloshing around in the flooded area. Altogether, 36 troopers of the 82nd drowned that night. Another 173 troopers had broken a leg or arm when landing. 63 men had been taken prisoner. Most of the POWs were taken before they could cut loose from their harness. Among them was Private Paul Boucheret, a Louisiana Cajun. Boucheret was taken to a German command post, where other POWs were being harshly interrogated. The German captain, speaking English, was demanding to know how many Americans had jumped into this area. One GI replied, "Millions and millions of us." The angry captain turned to Boucheret to ask the same question. With his strong Cajun accent, Boucheret answered, "Just me." Furious, the captain had the Americans clasp their hands over their heads and marched them off under guard. After a few minutes, for no apparent reason, the German sergeant in charge opened fire on his prisoners with his machine pistol. "I can still recall his appearance," Boucheret said. He was short and stocky and mean-looking. His most striking feature was a scar on the right side of his face. Boucheret was hit near his left knee. It felt like a severe bee sting. The German sergeant calmed down, and the march resumed. Boucheret tried to keep up, despite the squish of blood in his boot with every other step. He fell to the ground. A Kraut came over and rolled me on my back. He cocked his rifle and put the business end to my head. I set a speed record for saying the rosary. But instead of pulling the trigger, the German laughed, then bent over and offered me an American cigarette. I suppose I should have been grateful that my life had been spared, but instead I was furious at the physical and mental torture to which I had been subjected. My mind and heart were filled with hate. I dreamed of the day when I would repay them in full measure for my suffering. The Germans manning the anti-aircraft batteries had done a creditable job against the Allied air armada, but the reaction by the Germans on the ground against the paratroopers was confused and hesitant. Partly this was because all the division and many of the regimental commanders were in Rennes for the map exercise, but there were many additional reasons. The most important was the failure of Troop Carrier Command to drop the parachutists in tight drop zones, where they were supposed to be. But there was no discernible pattern to the drops, no concentrated force. Just 2 men here, 4 there, a half dozen somewhere else. The Germans were further confused by the dummy parachutist dropped by the 2 teams Captain Foote had organized. The Germans could not tell whether this was an invasion or a series of scattered raids, or a diversion to precede landings in the Pas-de-Calais, or a supply operation to the resistance. Communications was a factor in the German failure. The American paratroopers had been told that if they could not do anything else, they could at least cut communication lines. On June 6, between 100 hours and dawn, troopers acting alone or in small teams were knocking down telephone poles with their grenades, cutting lines with their knives, isolating the German units scattered in the villages. At around 1:30, the signal officer at Colonel Frederick von der Heidy's 6th Parachute Regiment headquarters heard a German message that indicated American paratroopers were landing in the vicinity of St. Mary-Église. Heidi recalled, "I tried to reach General Marks, but our whole telephone network was down." Unknown to Colonel Heidi, one platoon of his regiment, billeted in a village near Pierre, was having a party. Private Wolfgang Gerzenliner recalled all of a sudden a courier ran toward us, shouting, "Alert! Alert! Enemy paratroops!" We laughed as we told him not to excite himself like that. "Here, sit down and drink a little Calvados with us." But then the sky was filled with planes. That sobered us up. At one stroke, there were soldiers coming out of all the corners. It was like a swarm of maddened bees. The 3,500 men of the German 6th Parachute Regiment began to form up, but it did not go quickly because they were scattered in villages throughout the area. Nevertheless, the German paratroopers were confident. Private Gerlitzliner explained, "Frankly, we weren't afraid. We were so convinced that everything would be settled in a few hours that when we formed up, we didn't even take our personal effects, only our weapons, ammunition, and some food. Everyone was confident." To the east, where the British and Canadian glider-borne and paratroops were landing, the Germans were also immobilized, not by what the Allies were doing, but because of their own command structure. Colonel Hans von Luck's 125th Regiment of the 21st Panzer Division was the one Rommel counted on to counterattack any invading forces on the east of the Orne Canal and River. At 01:30, Luck got his first reports of landings. He immediately assembled his regiment, and within the hour his officers and men were standing beside their tanks and vehicles, engines running, ready to go. Luck had prepared for exactly this moment and knew where he wanted to go, to the Orne Canal Bridge, to take it back from Major Howard. But Luck could not give the order to go. Only Hitler could release the panzers, and Hitler was sleeping. Luck said in an interview, "My idea was to counterattack before the British could organize their defenses, before their Air Force people could come, before the British Navy could hit us. We were quite familiar with the ground, and I think that we could have been able to get through to the bridges." Had he done so, Howard's company had only handheld Piat anti-tank rockets to stop him with, and only a couple of those. But Luck could not act on his own initiative. So there he sat, waiting for Hitler to wake up. Beginning at 300 hours, the gliders began to come in to reinforce the paratroops. On the right flank, 52 American gliders swooped down on Heissville, 6 kilometers from St. Mary-Église. They were carrying troops, jeeps, anti-tank guns, and a small bulldozer. But as the gliders approached the landing zone, they were being shot down. For those who survived the anti-aircraft fire, the problem became the Norman hedgerows. The fields they enclosed were too small for a decent landing zone. Worse, the trees were much higher than expected. As Sergeant Zane Schindler of the 82nd put it, No one had informed us of the immense size of these French hedgerows. We were, of course, told that we would be in hedgerow country, but we assumed that they would be similar to the English hedgerows, which were like small fences that the fox hunters jumped over. In Normandy, the hedgerows were 6 feet or more high, virtually impenetrable. The roads between the hedgerows were sunken, meaning that the Germans had what amounted to a vast field of ready-made trenches. Why Allied intelligence missed this obvious major feature of the battlefield is a mystery. If the glider pilots came in low, they would see trees looming in front of them, try to pull up, to go over, only to stall out and then crash. If they came in high, they couldn't get the gliders down in the small fields in time to avoid running into the hedgerow at the far end. Private John Fitzgerald of the 502nd Paratroop Infantry Regiment watched the glider landing. He related, "We could hear the sound of planes in the distance, then no sounds at all. This was followed by a series of swishing noises. Adding to the swelling crescendo of sounds was the tearing of branches and trees, followed by loud crashes and intermittent screams. The gliders were coming in rapidly, one after the other, from all different directions. Many overshot the field and landed in the surrounding woods, while others crashed into nearby farmhouses and stone walls. In a moment, the field was complete chaos. Equipment broke away and catapulted as it hit the ground, plowing up huge mounds of earth. Bodies and bundles were thrown all along the length of the field. Some of the glider troopers were impaled by the splintering wood of the fragile plywood gliders. We immediately tried to aid the injured, but knew we would first have to decide who could be helped and who could not. A makeshift aid station was set up, and we began the grim process of separating the living from the dead. I saw one man with his legs and buttocks sticking out of the canvas fuselage of a glider. I tried to pull him out. He wouldn't budge. When I looked inside the wreckage, I could see his upper torso had been crushed by a jeep. The glider casualties for the 82nd were heavy. Of the 957 men who went into Normandy by glider that night, 25 were killed, 118 wounded, 14 missing, a 16% casualty rate, all before they had fired one shot. 20 of the jeeps were lost, as were 4 of the 17 anti-tank guns. But Air Vice Marshal Lee Mallory had warned Eisenhower that the glider-borne troops might take 70% casualties, primarily because of his fear of Rommel's asparagus. But those poles in the ground turned out to be not so important. It was the hedgerows that caused the problems. And the men and the jeeps and the anti-tank guns that did survive the landing proved to be invaluable. By 400 hours, the American paratroopers and glider-borne troops were scattered to hell and gone across the Cotentin. With few exceptions, the men were lost. Except for the 2nd Battalion of the 505th, they were alone or gathered into groups of 3, 5, 10, at the most 30 men. They had lost most of their equipment bundles. They had taken heavy casualties from the opening shock, from hitting the ground too hard as a result of jumping too low, from German fire, from the glider crashes. Lieutenant Carl Cartledge of the 501st landed in a marsh. His company was supposed to assemble on a bugle call, but the bugler drowned. He found Private John Fordick and a Private Smith. Smith could not walk. He had broken his back. Others in the stick had drowned. Cartledge gathered together 10 men from his platoon. They carried Smith to high ground and covered him with brush. He insisted on retaining the 2 homing pigeons he had with him. One had a message on its leg saying the battalion was being wiped out. The other said it was accomplishing its mission. Smith had been told to release one or the other at daylight. As the platoon prepared to move out, Smith's last words to Cartledge were, "I'll send the right message. Don't make me out a liar." As the platoon left, a German machine gun opened up. The men dove back into the marsh. Cartledge had no radio. He was lost, chest deep in water, taking fire without being able to return it. Private Fordick, a tough Pennsylvania coal miner, leaned over to whisper in his ear, "You know, Lieutenant Cartledge, I think the Germans are winning this war." The Germans were not winning the war. Scattered though they were, the American paratroopers and glider-borne troops were about to go into action, while the Germans, for the most part, were still holed up, badly confused. Let's get those bastards. The airborne night attack. The overall missions of the American and British airborne divisions were to disrupt and confuse the Germans so as to prevent a concentrated counterattack against the seaborne troops coming in at dawn, and to protect the flanks at Sword and Utah beaches. For the Canadian Airborne Battalion, the objective was the downstream bridge over the Deves. By 200 hours, Sergeant John Kemp had his squad gathered. His mission was to provide protection for a team of sappers or engineers who were to blow the Robholm Bridge. But Kemp did not know where he was. Then, of all things, in the dark of the night, Kemp heard a bicycle bell ringing. The rider turned out to be a French girl who had been out cutting telephone wires. French-speaking Canadians talked to her. She agreed to lead them to the bridge. Off they set. But she led them to a German headquarters and demanded that they assault it. Kemp refused. His job was to blow the bridge, not rouse the Germans. Reluctantly, she led on. When they arrived at the Robholm Bridge, Kemp checked and found the bridge was unguarded. He posted sentries at each end and sat to wait for sappers to come up with explosives. The French girl was indignant. She had taken a great risk bringing them there. "Are you going to do nothing? Are you going to just sit there?" Fortunately, the sappers came up, the bridge was blown, and the girl was satisfied. The British Airborne as a whole had cause to be satisfied with its performance that night. It was blowing the bridges it had been told to blow, capturing intact the bridges it had been told to capture. It was seizing some of the key villages and crossroads scattered throughout the peninsula between the Deves and Orne rivers. It knocked out the German battery at Merville. It had accomplished its mission. The left flank at Sword Beach, which was the left flank for the entire invasion, was secured by the 6th Airborne Division before daybreak. On the right flank, the Americans were not accomplishing their specific missions as well as their British counterparts. The execution of the mission got off to an agonizingly slow start because of the way the pilots had scattered when they hit the cloud bank. Those scattered landings that resulted meant that it took hours, until dawn and after, in a few cases never that day, for units to come together in battalion strength, and then another week to sort out the 101st men from the 82nd. By 400 hours, Lieutenant Cartledge had gathered 9 men. He thought he was on the Douve River when he was actually on the Murderette. His squad was representative of many such units across the Cotentin. Cartledge said, "With only 3 of us trained to fight, it was imperative we get with a larger group." He set off toward what he thought was the coast. When daylight came, we stopped on a hillside along a dirt road, set out our landmines in a giant circle, and pulled out our de-rationed chocolate bars and canteens and ate breakfast and talked it over, trying to decide which way to go. At that moment, quite a lot of 101st Troopers were sitting down talking it over. Private John Fitzgerald had much to talk about, but no one to talk to. Fitzgerald was from the 101st Airborne. At about 400 hours, he found a captain and a private from the 82nd. They set out in search of others. The gliders were coming in, and a German anti-aircraft battery opened fire. Fitzgerald recalled, "With all the noise, we were able to crawl to within 25 yards of that battery. It was firing continuously. Our captain whispered a brief plan of attack, and then called out, 'Let's get those bastards!' The private from the 82nd opened up with his Browning automatic rifle, hitting 2 Germans on the right of the platform. The captain threw a grenade that exploded directly under the gun. I emptied my M1 clip at the 2 Germans on the left. In a moment it was over. Perspiration broke out on my forehead. My hands were trembling. It was the first time I had ever fired at a living thing. I noticed the torn condom hanging loosely from the end of my rifle. The tiny group came on another, larger battery. The Americans attacked it and were repulsed. In the retreat, they got separated. So as dawn broke, Fitzgerald was alone, wondering where he was. At 400 hours, Lieutenant Colonel Ed Krause, 3rd Battalion, 505th Paratroop Infantry Regiment, had gathered approximately 180 men. He put them on the road for his objective, St. Mary-Glise. In that village, the fire was out, the residents had gone back to bed, and so had the German garrison. It was astonishing and inexplicable, but true. When Krause got to the edge of town without being challenged, he sent one company to move as quietly as possible through the town to set up roadblocks and to place landmines out in front of them. After giving the men a 30-minute head start, Krause sent the other company into town to clear it out. A local Frenchman, half drunk, who had guided the battalion into the town, pointed out the billets of the Germans. 30 of them surrendered meekly. 10 were shot trying to resist. Just that quick, a key objective had been taken. Krause cut the communications cable point. His men held the roads leading into St. Mary-Glise. Most importantly, the main highway from Caen to Cherbourg. Nowhere else had either American Airborne Division achieved its pre-dawn objectives. As dawn broke, every commander from company level on up in the American Airborne felt cut off and surrounded, and was deeply worried about the unit's ability to perform its mission. The greatest show ever staged, the air bombardment. The strategic air forces had not been built to provide tactical support for the land armies. But with the climax of the transportation plan coming in early June, that then became their task. All involved agreed that just preceding and on D-Day, every bomber in Britain would participate in pounding the Atlantic Wall. RAF Bomber Command would open D-Day with a midnight bombing of coastal batteries and in Caen. At first light, the U.S. 8th Air Force, with 1,200 B-17 Flying Fortresses and B-24 Liberators, would bomb for 1/2 hour the beaches on the Calvados coast, while B-26 Marauders, twin-engine bombers from the 9th Air Force, saturated Utah Beach. If the sky was clear, the bombing would cease 5 minutes before the troops went ashore. If cloudy, 10 minutes. Air Force Sergeant Roger Lovelace recalled that by June 4, the electricity of tension was so thick you could hear it, smell it, feel it. By the evening of June 5, we felt like we were sitting on a live bomb with the fuse sizzling. And then it started. We heard the aircraft overhead. Those were the Dakotas hauling the airborne. We all stood outside and looked up against the semi-dark sky. There were so many of them, it just boggled your mind. Captain Charles Harris was the pilot of a B-17 in the 100th Bomb Group. He was the last to take off at 0345 hours. As we were absolutely dead-end Charlie in the entire 8th Air Force, he said, I remember glancing back a couple of times and there was not another plane in the air behind us. But as far as we could see ahead were hundreds and hundreds of planes. As the low-flying Marauders approached Utah Beach, the sky brightened, and the crews saw a sight unique in world history. None of them ever forgot it. All of them found it difficult to describe. Below them, hundreds of landing craft were running into shore, leaving white wakes. Behind the landing craft were the LSTs and the other transports, and then the destroyers and cruisers and battleships. Lieutenant Alan Stevens, a co-pilot in a B-26 of the 397th Bomb Group, said, as I looked down at this magnificent operation, I had the surging feeling that I was sitting in on the greatest show ever staged. Lieutenant Corey remembered that the water was just full of boats, like bunches of ants crawling around down there. I imagined all those young men huddled in the landing craft, doubtless scared to death. I could see what they were heading into, and I prayed for all those brave young men. I thought, man, I'm up here looking down at this stuff, and they're out there waiting to get onto that beach. For the B-17 crews, flying mainly at 20,000 feet, up above the clouds, there was no such sight. They could see nothing but other B-17s. Lieutenant Carden had a brother down below. I didn't know where he was, but I wanted to be accurate. We were a little bit late because of the weather, which affected the bombing accuracy of almost every group up there with us. So they delayed on the split-second timing, so as to avoid hitting men coming ashore. As a consequence, all the bombs from the B-17s fell harmlessly 2 or even 3 kilometers inland. At Utah Beach, it was no milk run for the 2-engine medium bombers, the Marauders. They went in low enough for the Germans to throw rocks at us, one pilot said. Sergeant Lovelace recalled seeing the first wave just a couple of 100 yards offshore, zigzagging toward the beach. We were running right down the shoreline, looking for a target. We were drawing a lot of fire, not the usual 88 millimeter, but smaller, rapid-fire stuff. I have this frozen image of a machine gunner set up by a barn, firing at us. For a short, split second, I could look right down the barrel of that gun. Lieutenant Havener saw a plane in his box take a flak hit, do a complete snap roll, recover, and carry on. Unbelievable, he declared. Now we're on our bomb run, and another of our ships takes a direct hit, blows up, and goes down. Damn that briefer and his promise of a milk run. What's with all this flak? In Havener's B-26, Sergeant Sanders said, I heard our ship sound like it was being blown or ripped to bits. The sound was much louder than anything I had ever heard and seemed to come from every surface of our ship. Before the terrible noise and jolting had quit, I grabbed the intercom and yelled, We've been hit! And our co-pilot, Lieutenant Havener, came back on the intercom and said, No, we haven't been hit. As the Marauders came over La Madeleine, German Lieutenant Arthur Yankee huddled in his shelter and closed his eyes. A carpet of bombs hit the dunes. Sand sprouts geysered up in whirling pillars several meters high. One bomb landed only a few meters from Yankee's shelter, burying him. Wounded in the arm, he dug himself out with great difficulty and threw himself into a bomb crater. Even in Russia, he thought, I've never seen anything like this. Yankee had a flashback to a ceremony held on that spot just 1 week earlier. General Marks had decorated him with the Iron Cross for his bravery on the Eastern Front. There had been drinking, feasting, and choir singing, followed by a performance by a troupe of visiting actors. The opening line of the play was, How long are we going to sit on this keg of dynamite? Yankee's men had broken up laughing. Now the dynamite had exploded. The 2 75mm cannon were destroyed. The 88 was damaged. The 2 50mm anti-tank guns were gone, as were the flamethrowers. Yankee's radio and telephone communications with the rear were kaput. His men had survived, huddled in their bunkers. When they emerged, they were horrified. The mess corporal's assistant, an old man, came running up to Yankee, screaming, Everything is wrecked, Herr Leutnant. The stores are on fire. Everything's wrecked. We've got to surrender, Herr Leutnant. The 23-year-old Yankee replied, Have you gone out of your mind, man? If we had surrendered in Russia in this kind of a situation, the Russians would have been in Berlin long ago. Instead of surrendering, Yankee called out a command, All troops, fall in for entrenching. But just as they were starting to dig, there came another wave of marauders. The men huddled in the sand. Yankee sent a man on a bicycle to report to battalion headquarters, but the rider was killed by a bomb. As the bombardment ended and the sky began to brighten, Yankee could see the naval armada slowly emerging out of the dark and headed straight toward La Madeleine. The sight shattered any morale the Germans had left. Yankee's men had believed that La Madeleine, with its mighty cannon, was impregnable. Now, The fortress was destroyed, and the Germans were brought face to face with the reality of the naval forces rising up out of the sea. And all Yankee had to oppose the invaders were 2 machine guns and 2 grenade launchers. The American marauders had done an outstanding job of destroying Rommel's fixed fortifications at Utah before the Germans had an opportunity to fire even one shot. In contrast to the near-total success of the B-26s at Utah, the great bombing raids by B-17s and B-24s of June 6 against Omaha and the British beaches turned out to be a bust. The Allies managed to drop more bombs on Normandy in 2 hours than they had on Hamburg, the most heavily bombed city of 1943. But because of the weather and the airmen not wanting to hit their own troops, most, in fact all, of the blockbusters came down in Norman Meadows or were carried back to England. Not one came down on the Atlantic Wall. The Allies put 3,467 heavy bombers, 1,645 medium bombers, and 5,409 fighters into the air on D-Day. Not one plane was shot down by the Luftwaffe. German flak batteries on the ground did manage to shoot down 113 aircraft. The contribution of the Allied air forces on D-Day could not be characterized as critical, except at Utah Beach. But the air forces had accomplished their critical mission in April and May 1944. They had isolated the battlefield from much of the French railway system. They had made it difficult to impossible for German trucks and tanks to move by day. They had driven the Luftwaffe out of the skies of France. A long, endless column of ships. The naval bombardment. It was a cool night, and the spray hitting the men in the face was cold, but the soldiers and sailors gathered off the Normandy coast were sweating. Tension, fear, and anticipation were the dominant emotions. The drone of the engines of the landing craft began to be overwhelmed by the drone of the first waves of bombers. Behind the forward naval elements, the 10 channels that had been swept clear by minesweepers were jammed, bow to stern, with follow-up forces. The sailors manning the 5, 10, 12, and 14-inch guns on the warships were at their battle stations, ready to commence firing. Shortly after 0520 hours, the light began to come up in the east. Bombers began to drop their loads, German anti-aircraft gunners to shoot at them. But in the transport and bombardment areas, it was ominously quiet. No German batteries opened fire on the Allied navies. On the destroyer USS McCook off Omaha Beach, Lieutenant Jerry Clancy shook his head. "What I can't understand is why they don't fire on us." As the air bombardment increased in intensity, he related, a reverent chorus of ahs ran through the ship. Thunderous explosions rolled along the shore, followed by high bursts of multicolored flak, and then a geyser of flame here, another there. The blasts were coming so fast that they merged into one great roar. The shoreline became a broken necklace of flame. At 0535, the German batteries commenced firing on the fleet. Off Utah, Lieutenant Olson on Nevada saw shells hitting all around. It seemed to him that every German gun in France was concentrated on Nevada. When the battleships began to return the fire, it was as if Zeus were hurling thunderbolts at Normandy. On the deck of the Bayfield, ship's stores officer Lieutenant Cyrus Idlet hurried on deck to observe. It was like the fireworks display of 1,000 Fourth of Julys rolled into one, he said. The heavens seemed to open, spilling 1,000,000 stars on the coastline before us, each one spattering luminous, tentacle-like branches of flame in every direction. Never before has there been any more perfect coordination of firepower than that unloosed by our air and naval forces on this so-called impregnable coastline, which Hitler had so painstakingly fortified with every obstacle man is capable of conceiving. Pillows of smoke and flame shot skyward with great force. The resounding blasts, even at our distance, were terrifying. Concussion gremlins gave involuntary, sporadic jerks on your trouser legs. The ship shrugged and quivered as if she knew what was occurring. The Allied airborne troopers who had come in during the night were able to witness the bombardment from the receiving end, some shells falling between them and the beach, others passing overhead. Major John Howard at Pegasus Bridge described it this way: "The barrage coming in was quite terrific. You could feel the whole ground shaking toward the coast. Soon they lifted the barrage farther inland. They sounded so big, and being poor bloody infantry, we had never been under naval fire before, and those damn great shells came sailing over such a size that you automatically ducked even in your pillbox when one went over, and my radio operator was standing next to me, very perturbed about this, and finally he said, 'Blimey, sir, they're firing jeeps.'" In Vierville, the tiny village atop the bluff at the west end of Omaha, the air bombardment had awakened the populace. When the bombers passed, a strange calm succeeded. Pierre and Jacqueline Pepperell hurried to the home of Monsieur Clement Marie, because they knew he had, despite stern German orders, a pair of binoculars. Jacqueline later related, "From a window in the attic, the three of us in turn were able to contemplate the formidable armada getting bigger and bigger as it closed in. Then we could not see the sea anymore, only ships all over." Then came the first salvo. Naval shells descended on Vierville. Within minutes, she recalled, there was not a single glass left on the windows. One shell exploded in the upstairs bedroom, and everything fell in the dining room below. Another shell whistled through the house, coming in one window and going out another. A shell exploded in the baker's bakehouse, killing the maid and the baker's baby she was holding in her arms. Every gun in the Allied fleet was blazing away. Commander George Palmer commanded USS Harding, a destroyer. He opened fire at 0537 hours on Omaha Beach. His target was a battery east of Port Ambasson, range 4,800 yards. Harding sent 44 rounds of 5-inch shells toward the German guns, temporarily neutralizing them. At 0547, Harding shifted her fire to 3 pillboxes, some 3,000 meters distant, in the Colville draw. She expended 100 rounds before smoke completely obscured the target. When the wind made intermittent observation possible, Harding opened fire on a house in the draw. 20 rounds destroyed the place. All the while, German guns ashore blasted back. The men on Harding could hear the whine and scream of the shells as they passed overhead and astern. At 0620, as the landing craft approached Omaha Beach, the gunnery officer reported, "Mission completed," and Commander Palmer ordered, "Ceasefire." At Omaha, the battleship Texas blasted away at the battery on Point de Houx, where the Rangers were shortly scheduled to land. By 0550, it was light enough for spotter planes to direct the fire. The huge naval shells dug numerous craters in Point de Houx, tumbled great chunks of cliff into the sea, and apparently destroyed the casements holding the guns. Off the British and Canadian beaches, a bombardment just as intense was being hurled at the enemy. In short, a tremendous tonnage of shells hit the beaches and batteries. The results, for the most part, were terribly disappointing. As anyone who has visited the Normandy beaches will attest, this was not because of inaccurate fire, but rather the result of German skill in building fortifications. The casements took many direct hits, dozens in some cases, but even the 14-inch shells failed to penetrate. Many of the German gunners inside the emplacements were rendered deaf or knocked out by concussions. But as the bombardment lifted and the first waves began to hit the beach, there were Germans who were able to man their guns and commence firing. From the point of view of the soldiers going ashore, the great naval bombardment was as ineffective as the great air bombardment. As the warships lifted their fire and the landing craft began to hit the beach and the German counterfire started, there was one final bombardment from the sea. It came from Sherman tanks aboard LCTs approaching the shoreline. Under the circumstances, the rough water, the smoke and haze, the extreme excitement, that fire was wildly inaccurate. But that those Shermans were close enough to the beach to fire was itself a near miracle, made possible by the courage and common sense of one man, Lieutenant Rockwell, who had just made what was perhaps the single most important command decision of any junior officer on D-Day. The LCTs approaching Omaha Beach with the first wave were split into two groups of 8 craft each. The skippers were under orders to launch their swimming tanks 5 kilometers offshore and let the tanks swim on in. The group to the left followed orders, and all but 3 of the 32 tanks sank. The swells were too high. The tanks sat too low in the water. The inflatable skirts were insufficient. There was a certain gallantry involved, as tank after tank drove across the lowered ramp and into the water, despite seeing the tank in front go down. The skippers of the LCTs watched helplessly, rendered immobile by fright, unwilling to take charge. It was a pitiful sight. Only the skipper of LCT 600, Ensign H.P. Sullivan, was brave enough to take command. When he saw the first tank in his craft sink, he ordered the crew to pull up that ramp, and then he drove on in to shore the whole 5 kilometers. Those 3 tanks that he delivered were the only ones from his flotilla of LCTs to make it to the shore. They provided a bit of suppressing fire at Easy Green sector on the left flank. Lieutenant Rockwell, off the Dog White and Dog Green sectors on the right flank, made his own decision. Captain Elder of the 743rd Tank Battalion agreed with him. Using flags and Morse code, Rockwell ordered the 7 other skippers in his LCT flotilla to keep their ramps up and drive right on into the beach. As they approached, the eager tank crews began firing against the bluff, shooting over the bow of the landing craft. The noise was deafening. The battleships and cruisers were shooting over the LCTs from behind. As Rockwell got close, the tank crews started up their engines. Rockwell's flotilla went in line abreast. On LCT 607, the skipper failed to act. Ensign Sam Grunfast, second in command, put it bluntly. He froze. So the signalman looked at me, and I looked at him, and I then took over the command of that boat. I gave the signal that we were obeying the order to go ashore. As LCT 607 drove in, it hit a mine. It literally blew us sky high, Grunfast remembered. The skipper was killed. All the men were killed except 2 and myself. The 4 tanks were lost, and all of the Navy personnel. I wound up in a hospital for several months, requiring extensive surgery. As for Rockwell, the smoke obscured his landmarks. But a shift of wind rolled back the smoke for a moment, and Rockwell saw he was being set to the east by the tide. He changed course to starboard and increased speed. The other skippers saw this move and did the same. At the moment the naval barrage lifted, Rockwell's little group was exactly opposite Dog White and Dog Green, exactly where they were supposed to be, the tanks firing furiously, exactly as they were supposed to. This was the moment Rockwell had been preparing for over the past 2 years. This was the reason LCTs existed. But to Rockwell's amazement, what he had anticipated was not happening. He had always assumed the enemy would be firing at his LCT as he came in, but so far no German gun had done so. At 0629, Rockwell gave the signal to drop the ramp. LCT 535 was the first ship of the first wave to launch equipment in the Omaha area. She was in about 3 feet of water. The first tank lurched forward, dipped its nose to the slope, crawled ahead through the breakers to the sand 50 yards away, the water washing over its back and pouring off again. It began firing, and at that instant so did the Germans. Rockwell watched as 88mm shells hit 3 of the landing craft on his right in quick succession. He expected the next shell to hit his LCT, which was lying still and broadside to the gun, a can't-miss target. He had one more tank to get off. When it cleared the ramp, Seaman Varvik raised it. The German gunners turned their fire from the LCTs onto the tanks, and so Rockwell's LCT was spared. And then Rockwell recalled, "We pulled that famous naval maneuver known throughout naval history as getting the hell out of there." At Wilderstandsnest 62, above the Colville Draw at Omaha Beach, Private Franz Gockel had just been through the most shocking hour of his life. At 0400, he had been ordered to take his firing position behind his machine gun. But at first, nothing moved. He wondered, was it another false alarm? The minutes slowly ticked by. Was it going to be real this time? We stood at our weapons and shivered in our thin summer uniforms. The cook prepared a hot red wine. An NCO appeared and checked our readiness, saying, "When they come, don't shoot too soon." At first light, the bombers were overhead, and an incredible number of ships began to appear on the horizon. Small craft, small ships, big ships, all, apparently, coming right at Wilderstandsnest 62. An endless fleet, Gockel recalled. Heavy warships cruised along as if passing for review. Gockel tried to concentrate on his machine gun, checking it again and again, to take my mind away from impending events. The naval guns opened fire. Gockel remembered salvo after salvo fell into our positions. Debris and clouds of smoke enveloped us. The earth shook. Eyes and ears were filled with dust. Sand ground between teeth. There was no hope for help. The bombardment increased in its fury. The morning dawn over the approaching landing fleet showed us our approaching doom. We crouched small and helpless behind our weapons. I prayed for survival. And then the sea came alive. Assault boats and landing craft were rapidly approaching the beach. A comrade stumbled out of the smoke and dust into my position and screamed, "France! Watch out! They're coming!" The 75-millimeter cannon at Wilderstandsnest 62 fired on one of Rockwell's tanks. The tank fired back. The shell exploded inside the casement and put the German gun out of commission. It was 0630 at Omaha Beach. Visitors to Hell. The 116th Regiment at Omaha. If the Germans were going to stop the invasion anywhere, it would be at Omaha Beach. It was an obvious landing site, the only sand beach between the mouth of the Douve to the west and Arromanches to the east, a distance of almost 40 kilometers. On both ends of Omaha, the cliffs were more or less perpendicular. The sand at Omaha Beach is golden in color, firm and fine, perfect for sunbathing or picnicking and digging. But in extent, the beach is constricted. It is slightly crescent-shaped, about 10 kilometers long overall. At low tide, there is a stretch of firm sand of 300 to 400 meters in distance. At high tide, the distance from the waterline to the shingle is but a few meters. The shingle consisted of small, round stones. The shingle was impassable to vehicles. On the western third of the beach, beyond the shingle, there was a part wood, part masonry seawall, from 1 to 4 meters in height. Inland of the seawall, there was a paved promenade beach road, then a V-shaped anti-tank ditch, 2 meters deep, then a flat, swampy area, then a steep bluff that ascended 30 meters or more. A man could climb the bluff, but a vehicle could not. The grass-covered slopes appeared to be featureless when viewed from any distance, but in fact they contained many small folds or irregularities that proved to be a critical physical feature of the battlefield. There were 5 small draws or ravines that sloped gently up to the tableland above the beach. Each draw had a road or path that served as an exit from the beach. No tactician could have devised a better defensive situation. A narrow, enclosed battlefield with no possibility of outflanking it, many natural obstacles for the attacker to overcome, an ideal place to build fixed fortifications and a trench system on the slope of the bluff and on the high ground, looking down on a wide open killing field for any infantry trying to cross that beach. The Allied planners hated the idea of assaulting Omaha Beach, but it had to be done. This was as obvious to Rommel as to Eisenhower. Both commanders recognized that if the Allies invaded in Normandy, they would have to include Omaha Beach in the landing sites. Otherwise, the gap between Utah on the right and the British beaches on the left would be too great. Rommel made sure the waters offshore were heavily mined, so too the beaches, the promenade, and the bluff. He put everything to work that the Germans had learned in World War I about how to stop a frontal assault by infantry. He laid out the firing positions at angles to the beach to cover the tidal flat and the beach shelf with crossing fire, plunging fire, and grazing fire from all types of weapons. He prepared artillery positions along the cliffs at either end of the beach, capable of delivering enfilade fire from 88s all across Omaha. An extensive trench system included underground quarters and magazines connected by tunnels. The strong points were concentrated near the entrances to the draws, which were further protected by large cement roadblocks. The larger artillery pieces were protected to the seaward by concrete wing walls. There was not 1 inch of that beach that had not been pre-sighted for both grazing and plunging fire. 4 things gave the Allies the notion that they could successfully assault this all but impregnable position. First, Allied intelligence said that the fortifications and trenches were manned by a low-quality unit of Poles and Russians with poor morale. Intelligence reckoned that there was only 1 battalion of 800 troops to man the defenses. Second, the B-17s assigned to the air bombardment would hit the beach with everything they had, destroying or at least neutralizing the bunkers and creating craters on the beach and bluff that would be usable as foxholes for the infantry. Third, the naval bombardment would finish off anything left alive and moving. The fourth cause for confidence that the job would be done was that 40,000 men, with 3,500 motorized and armored vehicles, were scheduled to land at Omaha on D-Day. But the intelligence was wrong. The quite capable 352nd German Division was in place. Instead of 1 battalion to cover the beach, there were 3. The cloud cover and late arrival caused the B-17s to delay their release until they were as much as 5 kilometers inland. Not 1 bomb fell on the beach or bluff. The naval bombardment was too short and generally inaccurate, and in any case it concentrated on the big fortifications above the bluff. Finally, most of the rockets fell short, many of them landing in the surf, killing thousands of fish, but no Germans. Captain Robert Walker, of the 29th Division, on a landing craft infantry, or LCI, recalled that just before H hour, I took a look toward the shore, and my heart took a dive. I couldn't believe how peaceful, how untouched, how tranquil the scene was. The terrain was green. All the buildings and houses were intact. The church steeples were proudly and defiantly standing in place. Where, I yelled to no one in particular, is the damned Air Corps? The Overlord plan for Omaha was elaborate and precise, but nothing worked according to the plan. With the exception of Company A, 116th, no unit in the first wave landed where it was supposed to be. By H hour, not only were the boats out of position, but the men in them were cramped, seasick, miserable. Most had climbed down their rope nets into the craft 4 hours or more earlier. The waves came crashing over the gunwales. In most of them, the pumps could not carry the load, so the troops had to bail with their helmets. At least 10 of the 200 boats in the first wave swamped. Most of the troops were picked up later by Coast Guard rescue craft, often after hours in the water. Many men drowned. In general, then, the men of the first wave were exhausted and confused even before the battle was joined. Still, The misery caused by the spray hitting them in the face with each wave and by their seasickness was such that they were eager to hit the beach, feeling that nothing could be worse than riding on those damned Higgins boats. The only comforting thing was those tremendous naval shells zooming over their heads, but they were hitting the top of the bluff or further inland, not the beach or the slope. At H-5 minutes, the fire lifted. Chief Electrician's mate Alfred Sears was in the last LCVP in the first wave. Going in, the ensign had told him, "All the German strong points will be knocked out by the time we hit that beach." We were so confident of this, Sears related, that on the way in, most of my men and I were sitting on top of the decking of the landing craft, enjoying the show, fascinated by the barrage from the rocket ships. About 1,000 rockets shattered the beach directly where we were to land. It looked pretty good. Lieutenant Joe Smith was a Navy beachmaster. His job was to put up flags to guide the landing craft from A Company, 116th Regiment. His Higgins boat may have been the first to hit the beach. He recalled, "The Germans let us alone on the beach. We didn't know why. We could see the Germans up there looking down on us. It was a weird feeling. We were right in front of a German 88-gun emplacement, but fortunately for us, they were set to cover down the beach and not toward the sea." A Higgins boat carrying an assault team from A Company came in behind Smith. The men in it figured that what they had been told to expect had come true. The air and naval bombardments had wiped out the opposition. The ramp went down. "Target Dora, fire!" Lieutenant Freikling shouted into the telephone. As his German battery opened fire, eager gunners throughout the area pulled their triggers. To Freikling's left there were 3 machine gun positions, to his front a fortified mortar position, on the forward slopes of the bluff infantrymen in trenches. They exploded into action. Electrician's mate Sears recalled, "We hit the sandbar, dropped the ramp, and then all hell poured loose on us. The soldiers in the boat received a hail of machine gun bullets. The Army lieutenant was immediately killed, shot through the head. In the lead boat carrying Company A, Captain Taylor Fellers and every one of his men were killed before the ramp went down. The boat just vaporized. No one ever learned whether it was the result of hitting a mine or getting hit by an 88mm shell." Navy Beachmaster Lieutenant Joe Smith reported about another company of the 116th. They put the ramp down, and a German machine gun or two opened up, and you could see the sand kick up right in front of the boat. No one moved. The coxswain stood up and yelled, and for some reason everything was quiet for just an instant, and you could hear him as clear as a bell. He said, "For Christ's sakes, fellas, get out! I've got to go get another load." All across the beach, the German machine guns were hurling fire of monstrous proportions on the hapless Americans. Because of the misplaced landings, the GIs were bunched together with large gaps between groups, which allowed the Germans to concentrate their fire. As the Higgins boats and the larger LCIs approached the beach, the German artillery fired at will, from the fortifications up the draws and on top of the bluff and from the emplacements on the beach. Private John Barnes, Company A, 116th, was in an LCA. As the assault landing craft approached the shore, lying abreast with 11 other craft, someone shouted, "Take a look! This is something you'll tell your grandchildren." Barnes thought to himself, if we live. Ahead, he could see the single spire of the church at Verville. A Company was right on target. The landing craft roared ahead, breasting the waves. Suddenly, a swirl of water wrapped around my ankles, and the front of the craft dipped down. The water quickly reached our waist, and we shouted to the other boats on each side. They waved in return. Our boat just fell away below us. I squeezed the CO2 tube in my life belt. The buckle broke, and it popped away. I turned to grab the back of the man behind me. I was going down under. I climbed on his back and pulled myself up in a panic. Heads bobbed up above the water. We could see the other boats moving off toward shore. Some men had wrapped Mae West life jackets around their weapons and inflated them. Barnes saw a rifle floating by, then a flamethrower with 2 Mae West around it. I hugged it tight, but still seemed to be going down. I couldn't keep my head above the surface. I tried to pull the release straps on my jacket, but I couldn't move. Lieutenant Gehring grabbed my jacket and used his bayonet to cut the straps and release me from the weight. I was all right now. I could swim. The assault team was about a kilometer offshore. After a bit, we heard a friendly shout of some limey voice in one of the LCAs. He stopped for us. His boat was empty. He helped us to climb on board. We recognized the coxswain. He was from our British transport, the Empire Javelin. He took us back to the Empire Javelin, which we had left at 0400 that morning. How long it had been? It seemed like just minutes. When I thought to ask, it was 1,300 hours. Barnes and his assault team were extraordinarily lucky. Of the 200-plus men of A Company, only a couple of dozen survived, and virtually all of them were wounded. Sergeant Thomas Valance survived, barely. As we came down the ramp, we were in water about knee-high, and started to do what we were trained to do, that is, move forward and then crouch and fire. One problem was, we didn't quite know what to fire at. I saw some tracers coming from a concrete emplacement, which, to me, looked mammoth. I never anticipated any gun emplacements being that big. I shot at it, but there was no way I was going to knock out a German concrete emplacement with a .30 caliber rifle. The tide was coming in rapidly, and the men around Valance were getting hit. He found it difficult to stay on his feet. Like most infantrymen, he was badly overloaded, soaking wet, exhausted, trying to struggle through wet sand and avoid the obstacles that had mines attached to them. I abandoned my equipment, he remembered, which was dragging me down into the water. It became evident rather quickly that we weren't going to accomplish very much. I remember floundering in the water with my hand up in the air, trying to get my balance, when I was first shot through the palm of my hand, and then through the knuckle. Private Henry Witt was rolling over toward me. I remember him saying, "Sergeant, they're leaving us here to die like rats, just to die like rats." Valance was hit again in the left thigh by a bullet that broke his hip bone. He took 2 additional flesh wounds. His pack was hit twice, and the chin strap of his helmet was severed by a bullet. He crawled up the beach, and I staggered up against the seawall and sort of collapsed there, and as a matter of fact spent the whole day in that same position. Essentially, my part in the invasion had ended by having been wiped out, as most of my company was. The bodies of my buddies were washing ashore, and I was the one live body in amongst so many of my friends, all of whom were dead, in many cases very severely blown to pieces. Company A had hardly fired a weapon. Almost certainly it had not killed any Germans. It had expected to move up the Vierville draw and be on top of the bluff by 0730. But at 0730 its handful of survivors were huddled up against the seawall, virtually without weapons. It had lost 96% of its effective strength. But its sacrifice was not in vain. The men had brought in rifles, Browning automatic rifles, grenades, TNT charges, machine guns, mortars and mortar rounds, flamethrowers, rations, and other equipment. This was now strewn across the sand. The weapons and equipment would make a life-or-death difference to the following waves of infantry, coming in at higher tide and having to abandon everything to make their way to shore. For the men of F and G companies, 116th Regiment, the 200 meters journey from the Higgins boat to the shingle was the longest and most hazardous trip they had ever experienced. The lieutenant commanding the assault team on Sergeant Harry Baer's boat was killed as the ramp went down. Baer related, "As ranking non-com, I tried to get my men off the boat and to make it somehow to get them up under that seawall. We waded to the sand and we threw ourselves down, but the men were frozen, unable to move. My radio man had his head blown off 3 yards from me. That beach was covered with bodies. Men with no legs, no arms. God, it was awful." When Bear finally made it to the seawall, dodging and ducking behind beach obstacles to get there, I tried to get the men organized, but there were only 6 out of my boat alive, 6 out of 36. I was soaking wet, shivering, but trying like hell to keep control. I could feel the cold fingers of fear grip me. When Sergeant Warner Hamlet of F Company, 116th, made it to the shore, he found that the weight of wet clothes, sand, and equipment made it difficult to run. He could hear men shouting, "Get off the beach!" And he realized our only chance was to get off as quick as possible, because on that beach we were sitting ducks. He stumbled forward and saw a hole and jumped in. A shell exploded within 10 meters of Hamlet and blew his rifle from his hands, while sending his helmet flying off his head. Crawling on his elbows and knees, he retrieved his rifle and helmet, then waited to regain his strength. As he put it, he wanted to see if my legs would support my weight. They did. By short leaps and advances, using the obstacles for protection, he made his way toward the shingle. While he was resting behind one obstacle, as he said, Private Gillingham, a young soldier, fell beside me. White with fear, he seemed to be begging for help with his eyes. I said, "Gillingham, let's stay separated, because the Germans will fire at 2 quicker than they will at 1. He remained silent as I jumped and ran forward again. A shell burst between them. Hamlet said it took Gillingham's chin off, including the bone, except for a small piece of flesh. He tried to hold his chin in place as he ran toward the shingle. He made it, and Bill Hawks and I gave him his morphine shot. We stayed with him for approximately 30 minutes until he died. The entire time he remained conscious and aware that he was dying. From the beach to the GIs, that shingle looked like the most desirable place in the world to be at that moment. But when they reached it, they found concertina wire covering it. No way to get across without blowing that wire. Nothing on the other side but more death and misery. And although they were now protected from machine gun and rifle fire coming down from the German trenches on the bluff, they were exposed to mortar fire. The few who made it had no organization, little or no leadership, only a handful of weapons. Lieutenant Wise of F Company, one of the few officers to make it to the wall, was trying to force a gap in the concertina wire when he was hit by a bullet in the forehead and killed. The GIs could but huddle and hope for follow-up waves to bring in Bangalore torpedoes to blow that wire. E Company, 116th, landed farthest from its target, a kilometer off, and intermixed with men from the 16th Regiment, 1st Division. Private Harry Parley was a flamethrower. So far as he is aware, as he put it, the only flamethrower to come off the beach unscathed. He landed with a pistol, a holster, a shovel, a Mae West, a raincoat, a canteen, a block of dynamite, and his 80-pound flamethrower. As our boat touched sand and the ramp went down, Parley said, I became a visitor to hell. Boats on either side were getting hit by artillery. Some were burning, others sinking. I shut everything out and concentrated on following the men in front of me down the ramp and into the water. I was unable to come up. I knew I was drowning and made a futile attempt to unbuckle the flamethrower harness. Then a buddy grabbed his flamethrower and pulled Parley forward to where he could stand. Then slowly, half-drowned, coughing water, dragging my feet, I began walking toward the chaos ahead. He had 200 meters to go to the beach. He made it exhausted. Machine gun fire was hitting the beach. As it hit the sand, he recalled, it made a sip, sip sound, like someone sucking on their teeth. To this day, I don't know why I didn't dump the flamethrower and run like hell for shelter. But I didn't. He was behind the other members of his team. Months later, trying to analyze why I was able to safely walk across that beach while others running ahead were hit, I found a simple answer. The Germans were directing their fire down onto the beach so that the line of advancing attackers would run into it. And since I was behind, I was ignored. In short, the burden on my back may well have saved my life. When Parley reached the shingle, he found chaos. Men were trying to dig, or scrape trenches, or foxholes for protection from the mortars, he remembered. Others were carrying or helping the wounded to shelter. We had to crouch or crawl on all fours when moving about. To communicate, we had to shout above the din of the shelling from both sides, as well as the explosions on the beach. Most of us were in no condition to carry on. We were just trying to stay alive. The enormity of our situation came as I realized that we had landed in the wrong sector, and that many of the people around me were from other units, and they were strangers to me. What's more, the terrain before us was not what I had been trained to encounter. I remember removing my flamethrower and trying to dig a trench while lying on my stomach. Failing that, I searched and found a discarded Browning automatic rifle, but we could see nothing above us to return the fire. We were the targets. Parley lay behind the shingle. I was scared, worried, and often praying. Once or twice, I was able to control my fear enough to race across the sand to drag a helpless GI from drowning in the incoming tide. On the command boat for B Company, the CO, Captain Zappacosta, heard the British coxswain cry out, "We can't go in there! We can't see any landmarks! We must pull off!" Zappacosta pulled his Colt 45 and ordered, "By God, you'll take this boat straight in." The coxswain did. When the ramp dropped, Zappacosta was first off. He was immediately hit. Medic Thomas Kinser saw him bleeding from hip and shoulder. Kinser, still on the ramp, shouted, "Try to make it in! I'm coming!" But Captain Zappacosta was already dead. Before Kinser could jump off the ramp, he too was shot dead. Every man in the boat, save one, was either killed or wounded before reaching the beach. 19-year-old Private Harold Baumgarten of B Company got a bullet through the top of his helmet while jumping from the ramp. Then another hit the receiver of his M1 as he carried it at port arms. He waded through the waist-deep water as his buddies fell alongside him. I saw Private Robert Dittmer of Fairfield, Connecticut, hold his chest, and I heard him yell, "I'm hit! I'm hit!" I went to the ground and watched him as he continued to go forward about 10 more yards. He tripped over an obstacle, and as he fell, his body made a complete turn, and he lay sprawled on the damp sand with his head facing the Germans, his face looking skyward. He was yelling, "Mother! Mom! Mother!" Sergeant Clarence Pilgrim Robertson had a gaping wound in the upper right corner of his forehead. He was walking crazily in the water. And then I saw him get down on his knees and start praying with his rosary beads. At that instant, the Germans cut him in half with their deadly crossfire. Baumgarten had drawn a Star of David on the back of his field jacket with "The Bronx, New York" written on it. That would let Hitler know who he was. He was behind an obstacle. He saw the reflection from the helmet of one of the German riflemen on the bluff. And I took aim, and later on I found out I got a bullseye on him. That was the only shot Baumgarten fired because his damaged rifle broke in two when he pulled the trigger. Shells were bursting all about him. I raised my head to curse the Germans when an .88 shell exploded about 20 yards in front of me, hitting me in the left cheek. Felt like being hit with a baseball bat, only the results were much worse. My upper jaw was shattered, the left cheek blown open. My upper lip was cut in half. The roof of my mouth was cut up, and teeth and gums were lying all over my mouth. Blood poured freely from the gaping wound. The tide was coming in. The water was rising about an inch a minute. Between 0630 and 0800, the tide rose 8 feet. Baumgarten washed his face with the cold, dirty channel water. He managed not to pass out. He knew he had to get moving or drown. Then he took another hit from a bullet in the leg. He moved forward in a dead man's float with each wave of the incoming tide. He finally reached the seawall where a medic began dressing his wounds. Mortars were coming down on them, and I grabbed the medic by the shirt to pull him down. He hit my hand away, and he said, "You're injured now. When I get hurt, you can take care of me." At 0730, the main command group of the 116th began to come in, including the regimental commander, Colonel Charles Canham, and the assistant commander of the 29th Division, Brigadier General Norman Cota. The scene the commanders saw as they struggled their way to the beach was described by Cota's aide-de-camp, Lieutenant J.T. Shea. He said, "Although the leading elements of the assault had been on the beach for approximately an hour, none had progressed farther than the seawall at the inland border of the beach. The men were clustered under the wall, pinned down by machine gun fire, and the enemy was beginning to bring effective mortar fire to bear on those hidden behind that wall. The beach was jammed with the dead, the dying, the wounded, and the disorganized." When General Cota got to the wall, he made an immediate and a critical command decision. He saw at once that the plan to go up the draws was obsolete. It simply could not be done. Nor could the men stay where they were. And they couldn't retreat. They had to get over the shingle, get through the heavily mined swamp, and climb the bluff to drive the Germans from their trenches, and then take the draws from the inland side. Lieutenant Shea described Cota's actions. Exposing himself to enemy fire, General Cota went over the seawall, giving encouragement, directions, and orders to those all about him. He personally supervised placing a BAR and had it bring fire on some of the enemy positions on the bluff that faced him. Finding a belt of barbed wire inside the seawall, General Cota personally supervised placing a Bangalore torpedo to blow that wire, and he was one of the first 3 men to go through. Mortar shells fell into the immediate area. They killed 3 men and wounded 2 others, but Cota was unharmed. At the head of a mixed column of troops, he threaded his way to the foot of the high ground, beyond the beach, and he started the troops up the high ground, where they could bring effective fire to bear on the enemy positions. While Cota was doing that, behind him engineers with mine detectors began marking a path through the minefield, using white tape to do so. Some of the boats in the follow-up waves got in relatively unscathed. It was a question of luck and numbers. The luck was avoiding mined obstacles, now well underwater with the rising tide. The number of boats coming in meant that the Germans could no longer concentrate their fire. They had too many targets. Others had bad luck. Captain Robert Walker of Headquarters Company was on LCI 91. As it approached the beach, it began taking rifle and machine gun fire. Maneuvering through the obstacles, the LCI got caught on one of the pilings and set off the attached mine. The explosion tore off the starboard landing ramp. The skipper tried to back off. Walker moved over to the port side ramp, only to find it was engulfed in flames. One man, carrying a flamethrower, had been hit by a bullet. And then another bullet set the jellied contents of his fuel tank on fire. Screaming in agony, he dove into the sea. Walker said, "I could see that even the soles of his boots were on fire." Men around him also burned. Walker saw a couple of riflemen with horrendous, drooping face blisters. The skipper came running to the front deck, waving his arms and yelling, "Everybody over the side!" Walker jumped into water about 8 feet deep. He was carrying so much equipment that despite 2 May West, he could not stay afloat. He dropped his rifle, then his helmet, then his musette bag, which enabled him to swim to where he could touch bottom. Here I was on Omaha Beach. Instead of being a fierce, well-trained fighting infantry warrior, I was an exhausted, almost helpless, unarmed survivor of a shipwreck. When he got to waist-deep water, he got on his knees and crawled the rest of the way. Working his way forward to the seawall, he saw the body of Captain Zappacosta. At the seawall, I saw dozens of soldiers, mostly wounded. The wounds were ghastly to see. Walker came to Coda's conclusion. Any place was better than this. The plan was kaput. He couldn't go back. He set out on his own to climb the bluff. By this time, around 0745 hours, unknown others were doing the same, whether NCOs or junior officers, or in some cases privates. Staying on the beach meant certain death. Retreat was not possible. Someone had to lead. Men took the burden on themselves, and did. Sergeant John Robert Slaughter's boat was bracketed by German artillery fire. At 100 meters from shore, the British coxswain said he had to lower the ramp, and everyone should get out, quickly. But Sergeant Willard Norfleet told him to keep going. These men have heavy equipment, and you will take them all the way in. The coxswain begged, "But we'll all be killed." Norfleet unholstered his .45 Colt pistol, put it to the sailor's head, and ordered all the way in. The coxswain proceeded. Sergeant Slaughter, up at the front of the boat, was thinking, "If this boat doesn't hurry up and get us in, I'm going to die from seasickness." The boat hit a sandbar and stopped. Slaughter recalled, "I watched the movie The Longest Day, and they came charging off those boats and across that beach like banshees. But that's not the way it happened. You come off the craft, you hit the water, and if you didn't get down in it, you were going to get shot. The incoming fire was horrendous. This turned the boys into men. Some would be very brave men. Others would soon be dead men. But all of those who survived would be frightened men. Some wet their breeches. Others cried unashamedly. And many just had to find it within themselves to get the job done." Slaughter made his way toward shore. There were dead men floating in the water, and there were live men acting dead, letting the tide take them in. Most of Company D was in the water a full hour, slowly working forward. Once he reached the shore, for Slaughter, getting across the beach to the shingle became an obsession. He made it, and the first thing I did was to take off my assault jacket and spread my raincoat so I could clean my rifle. It was then I saw bullet holes in my raincoat. I lit my first cigarette. I had to rest and compose myself because I became weak in my knees. Colonel Canham came by with his right arm in a sling and a .45 Colt in his left hand. He was yelling and screaming for the officers to get the men off the beach. "Get the hell off this damn beach and go kill some Germans!" There was an officer taking refuge from an enemy mortar barrage in a pillbox. Right in front of me, Colonel Canham screamed, "Get your ass out of there and show some leadership!" To another lieutenant he roared, "Get these men off their dead asses and over that wall!" All across Omaha, the men who had made it to the shingle hid behind it. Then Coda, or Canham, or a captain here, a lieutenant there, a sergeant someplace else, began to lead. They would cry out, "Follow me!" and start moving up the bluff. Sergeant Lewis remembered cowering behind the shingle. In his case, Lieutenant Leo Vandervoort said, "Let's go, goddamn! There ain't no use staying here. We're all going to get killed." The first thing the lieutenant did was to run up to a gun emplacement and throw a grenade in the embrasure. He returned with 5 or 6 prisoners. So then we thought, hell, if he can do that, why can't we? That's how we got off the beach. That was how most men got off the beach. Private Raymond Howell, an engineer attached to D Company, described what happened to him. He took some shrapnel in his helmet and his hand. And that's when I said, bullshit, if I'm going to die, to hell with it, I'm not going to die here. The next bunch of guys that go over that goddamn wall, I'm going with them. If I'm going to be infantry, I'm going to be infantry. So I don't know who else. I guess all of us decided, well, it's time to start. Up the bluff at Vierville, the 116th Regiment and 5th Ranger Battalion. At 0830 hours, all landings ceased at Omaha Beach. The men already ashore were going to have to move out, attack German positions, reduce the murderous fire coming in on the beach, secure the high ground, move inland, come down from behind to drive the Germans from their entrenchments around the draws, then blow the cement roadblock and clear paths before any vehicular traffic could move off the beach and up the draws. The men already ashore would have to do these jobs without any land-based artillery support and without any reinforcements of men or supplies. This was the moment Eisenhower had feared above all others. The Americans had a sizable force ashore, about 5,000 fighting men, but because they were now cut off from the sea, they were as much potential hostages as potential offensive threat. This was the moment Rommel had anticipated above all others. His enemy was caught half on, half off, unable to reinforce, unable to withdraw, and unable to advance, apparently. So strong were the defenses at the exits from the beach. The Overlord plan had called for those exits to be opened by 0730. At 0830, they remained sealed shut and unapproachable. Meanwhile, the American troops on the beach had just been through a baptism of fire that was heart-stopping. They were exhausted, frightened, confused, wounded. To a watching German, they looked like beaten troops. When the landings stopped at 0830, the commander of Wilderstandsnest 76, a fortified position near Vierville, reported by telephone to 352nd Division's headquarters, quote, "At the water's edge, at low tide, near Saint-Laurent and Vierville, the enemy is in search of cover behind the coastal obstacles. A great many vehicles, among these 10 tanks, stand burning at the beach. The obstacle demolition squads have given up their activity. Debarkation from the landing boats has ceased. The boats keep further seaward. The fire of our strong points and artillery was well placed and has inflicted considerable casualties among the enemy. A great many wounded and dead lie on that beach." That was the German view from above. But even as the landings ceased, individuals and groups were moving off the beach and up the bluff between the Vierville and Les Moulins exits. Others began to follow. They had the support of the destroyers and of the tanks on the beach, but in reality they were on their own. Going up that bluff was often a lonely experience. Captain Robert Walker went a third of the way up before he found a dead soldier from the 116th and was able to arm himself with an M1 and protect himself with a helmet. He recalled, "At this point, I could not see anyone from the 116th, and I realized that I was alone and completely on my own." He decided to go to the top and proceed to the right, to the regimental assembly point at Vierville. "I passed many dead bodies, all facing forward. Near the top, he heard groans nearby. He investigated. It was a German soldier with a bad wound in his groin. The German cried out for Wasser. Walker replied in German that his canteen was empty. The German told Walker that there was ein Born, a spring, just over there." Sure enough, Walker found a delightful spring-fed pool with clear water. He filled his canteen and brought water to his enemy. Before continuing his own odyssey, looking for Germans to kill, Walker returned to the spring, refilled his canteen, went back to the wounded German, and filled his canteen cup. That wounded Wehrmacht soldier was the only living being from either side Walker saw on his climb up the bluff. His isolation was unusual, possibly unique. Although few men saw any Germans until they got to the top of the bluff, most came up with buddies in small groups. As soon as they got over the seawall and the flat and began to climb, they discovered they were in the safest place on Omaha Beach. The defilade and smoke from grass fires provided some coverage. Because they were between exits, they were in areas not so heavily defended as the draws. The German trenches were dug at angles to shoot flanking fire at the beach, not directly downward. There were folds and irregularities in the bluff to use to advantage. At Omaha, General Cota was an inspiration. After leading a group to the base of the bluff and almost getting blown away by a barrage of mortar shells, he led a column of men up the bluff. They moved slowly, following in Cota's footsteps, for fear of mines. Those mines imposed considerable delay in every sector. No one charged up the bluff. The Americans moved up cautiously, in single file. Cota's group finally reached the top of the bluff, about midway between Verville and St. Laurent. Germans in trenches and behind hedgerows immediately brought Cota's force under crossed, interlocking bands of machine gun fire. Cota arranged his men into ad hoc fire and maneuver teams. He had one team lay down a steady stream of covering fire against the German positions, and he led others in a series of short rushes across the open fields. Dumbfounded by such aggressiveness, the Germans fled. This may have been the first effective American infantry attack in the campaign in northwest Europe. Cota came upon the dirt road that ran parallel to the beach. He turned right, toward Verville. There was very little fire. In Verville, the Americans met their first French civilians. There was no celebration, hardly an exchange of greetings. Mostly, the Frenchmen and Americans stared at each other as the Americans moved through the village. Colonel Canham came up. Cota sent him east, toward St. Laurent, with orders to help clear the bluff so that others could climb up it. Then Cota, accompanied by his aide, Lieutenant Shea, and 4 riflemen, prepared to start down the Verville draw, still held by the Germans. The battleship Texas was pounding away with her 14-inch guns at the cement roadblock at the mouth of the draw. Shea recalled that the concussion from the burst of these guns seemed to make the pavement of the street in Verville actually rise beneath our feet in a bucking sensation. As Cota set off, Shea remarked that he hoped the firing would lift. Cota said he hoped not, because the firing would force the Germans to keep their heads down. But the firing did lift, and Germans in a fortification on the east side of the draw began firing at Cota's little group. The Americans responded. 5 Germans, dazed from the battleship bombardment, gave up. Cota ordered them to lead the way through the minefields down the draw. That way, the group made it safely to the beach. Despite the shelling from Texas, the concrete wall in front of the draw still blocked the movement of vehicles inland. It was 14 feet thick at the base, 12 feet high, and 6 feet thick at the top. Cota looked at this monster and then turned to an engineer colonel and asked, "Can you blow up that anti-tank wall at the exit for me?" The colonel replied, "We can, sir, just as soon as the infantry clean out those pillboxes around there." Cota responded, "We just came through there. There's nothing to speak of there. Get to it." The engineers did blow the wall, but by no means did that open the draw. The engineers needed more bulldozers to clear an approach from the beach, to clear the rubble from the wall, to clear the mines, and to fill in the anti-tank ditch. They got to work. Many men moved out on their own. After dragging some wounded GIs off the beach, Private Harry Parley found an opening in the barbed wire. A few men had already gone through. I could see them picking their way up the slope. As I started up, I saw the white tape marking a safe path through the mines. And I also saw the price paid to mark that path. A couple of GIs had been blown to death, and another was being attended to by a medic. As I passed, I could see that both his legs were gone, and tourniquets were being applied. As Parley neared the top, a destroyer commenced firing at a pillbox on the crest. I remember foolishly standing about 40 feet below and watching in amazement. The power and the accuracy of that naval fire landing just above me, it was like sitting in the very first row of a movie, looking up at the screen. Parley traded his Browning automatic rifle for an M1 with another GI. He explained he wanted more firepower and I wanted less weight to carry. Finally reaching the top, I found an area entirely devoid of vegetation, marked by shell craters and covered by a maze of trenches, dugouts, and firing positions used by the Germans earlier in the morning. Parley also saw his first enemy soldiers, 2 prisoners, hands on head, being passed back down the slope. They were Asians. The Oost soldiers in Wehrmacht uniforms tended to surrender as soon as GIs got near them. They were mainly in the trenches. Ethnic Germans inside concrete fortifications tended to fight on. Sergeant Warner Hamlet and some of his buddies from F Company, 116th, got over the seawall only to be held up at the base of the bluff by machine gun fire from pillboxes. They tried to put those pillboxes out of action by attaching TNT to long poles. But barbed wire surrounding the pillboxes kept the Americans from getting close enough to the positions to insert the explosive. So, Hamlet said, we decided to run between the pillboxes and enter the trenches that connected them. We entered those trenches, slipped behind the pillboxes, and threw grenades into them. After the explosion, we ran into the boxes and killed any survivors. Rows of pillboxes stood between us and the top of the bluff. Slowly, one by one, we advanced. The bravery and gallantry of the soldiers was beyond belief. Hamlet was wounded in the leg and back. When he got to the top of the bluff, Sergeant England told me to go back to the beach and get a medic to tag me so that I could be transported back to a hospital ship. As I painfully walked back to the beach, thousands of parts of bodies lined it. They were floating. Heads, arms, legs. I realized what being in the first wave was all about. An hour and 15 minutes after the 116th began landing, Companies A and B of the 2nd Rangers, along with the 5th Ranger Battalion, were about to come ashore to provide badly needed support for the 116th at Verville. Lieutenant Colonel Max Schneider was in command. Companies A and B of the 2nd Rangers hit the beach first. At 0745 hours, Colonel Schneider observed those landing efforts, and he saw that it was a disaster. His aide, Captain Rayan, commented, Schneider was battle-wise. He wasn't about to waste his battalion in a fruitless assault. He ordered the British crews to move east, parallel to the beach, until he found the relatively quiet Omaha Dog Red sector. There, our 2 columns went in by the right flank, and our assault was on. Sergeant Victor Fast was Schneider's interpreter. In his view, Colonel Schneider's presence of mind and shrewd calculations, a ranger mind working, not afraid to make a decision, saved a multitude of lives, maybe hundreds. The 2 companies from the 2nd Rangers had taken casualties almost as bad as the companies from the 116th. But the 5th Rangers got to the seawall with only 6 casualties out of some 450 men. When Captain Rayan landed, he saw a dismaying sight. Obstacles everywhere, wounded and dead lying in the sand, the crack of machine gun fire passing us by, the puffs in the sand where the bullets hit, those awful 20-millimeter anti-aircraft cannon shells bursting overhead, and, of course, the artillery shells bursting around us. Despite the fire, Rayan was able to trot ashore. Later, to his amazement, he found he had lost only one man from his company. He looked around, and at that point I realized that no one had left that part of the beach. The Rangers had landed on a sector containing assault teams of the 116th, whose men were shell-shocked, leaderless, unorganized. Fear had gripped them, and some of the Rangers, too. Rayan pointed to the seawall and called out, "Ranger headquarters, there!" Simultaneously, he tried to get his life belt off, but could not. His radio man was beside him, cringing with fear. Rayan said, "I called him over and told him to cut that life belt off." He stood up beside Rayan and cut it off. Rayan commented, "From there on, he was never afraid again. Nor was I. I had seen, in my first minute of combat, what showing complete lack of fear could do for your men." There was another factor in the recovery. In general, the men cringing at the seawall were as confused as they were exhausted and shell-shocked. In the wrong sectors, with none of their leaders present, they just did not know what to do. On being given a specific assignment and carrying it out, most men got a grip on themselves and went on to do their duty. Although the 5th Rangers had a much easier time coming in at around 0745 hours than the 116th had experienced at 0630, things were bad enough. As LCIs followed the Rangers' LCAs to Dog White, German artillery began to pound the beach. Rayan saw an LCI ramp get hit by an 88, just as the flamethrower man stepped onto it. In an instant, he said, the boat was a mass of flames. It was horrible to see. I looked away. There were other things to do. Father Joe Lacey was on the beach, tending to the wounded. Lacey was described by one ranger as a small, old, fat Irishman. The Rangers had insisted that he could never keep up with them in combat, but he had insisted on coming along. On the transport, on the night before June 6, he told the Rangers, "When you land on that beach and you get in there, I don't want to see anybody kneeling down and praying. If I do, I'm going to come up and boot you in the tail. You leave the praying to me, and you do the fighting." On the beach, men saw Father Lacey go down to the water's edge and pull the dead, dying, and wounded from the water and put them in relatively protected positions. He didn't stop at that, but he prayed for them and with them, gave comfort to the wounded and dying. As one ranger said, he was a real man of God. When Lieutenant J. Mahaffey reached the seawall, he could hear only German fire. I had the impression that the invasion had failed, and that all other Americans had been killed or captured. At that moment, on Omaha Beach, the invasion of France had ceased to exist, and it was, in effect, a military disaster. The grand design of battalions achieving D-Day objectives had collapsed completely. But in fact, the Rangers were getting organized and going to work. Captain Rayan saw an old sergeant set up a 30 cal water-cooled machine gun on a tripod. An engineering lieutenant in a green sweater was helping him, carrying water and ammunition. They set up, and Rayan said the sergeant got behind it and began to traverse and search the bluff to our right front, and I could see troops from the 116th trying to fight their way up the bluffs. The sergeant was firing in support of their advance. General Cota came down the beach. In the Hollywood version, he calls out, "Rangers, lead the way!" And off they charged. In the real thing, the battlefield noise was such that he couldn't be heard 10 feet away. Cota started encouraging individuals and small groups to move out on their own, saying, "Don't die on the beaches. Die up on the bluff if you have to die, but get off the beaches or you're sure to die. To Captain Ray, and he said, You men are Rangers, and I know you won't let me down. Coda found Schneider at his command post. According to one witness, Coda said, We're counting on you Rangers to lead the way. Whatever Coda's exact words, the motto of the Rangers became, Rangers lead the way. As Captain Rayan crossed through the gap in the barbed wire, leading his men, he recalled, There was little Tony Vulo, the smallest man in the battalion, lying across a ruined pillbox, with his trousers down, having his gluteus maximus treated for a bullet wound. Private Volvo had been shot by a single bullet at such an angle that he had 4 separate bullet holes in his butt. Rayan commented, of course, the men enjoyed ribbing him as we went by. For some, going up the bluff was relatively safe. Lieutenant Dawson and his platoon from D Company of the 5th Rangers were among those. He reached the top, then turned parallel to the beach and began moving along the crest in a bent-over position, shooting or throwing grenades down on the Germans in the trenches below him. Captain Rayan's headquarters company was held up by machine gun fire. Lieutenant Dawson could see the German firing position. It was 75 meters away, on the military crest of the bluff, and held 2 men. Dawson motioned for his man with the Browning automatic rifle to come forward, but the German machine gunners spotted his movement, turned on him, and killed him. Dawson retrieved the Browning automatic rifle and attacked the German position, firing from the hip as he did so. The 2 terrified Germans jumped out of the pillbox and began to flee up the bluff. Dawson cut them down. That freed Rayan and his company, and they moved on up. Schneider's headquarters group also got to the top, as did other Rangers to the left and right. What they could see was an open field and a maze of hedgerows. Germans with machine guns were firing from behind the bushes. Private Carl Wiest was furious. He wanted to know, where the hell was this Air Force bombardment that was supposed to blow all this stuff out of here? Hell, I didn't see a bomb crater nowhere. Nowhere did I see one bomb crater. The Army's official history states, the penetrations of the beach defenses made between 800 and 900 hours represented a definite success achieved by determined action in the face of great difficulties. The penetrations had been made by about 600 men, mainly from C Company of the 116th and the Rangers. They had penetrated and made it to the top, but they had no radios, no heavy weapons, no tanks, no supporting artillery, no way to communicate with the Navy. All the exits were still blocked. The beach was still jammed with vehicles that could not move, taking heavy artillery fire. The reserve regiments were not coming ashore. The 116th and the Rangers were still on their own. They were mixed together in ad hoc assault groups. Moving toward the Germans in the hedgerows, when they encountered fire, they tried to move to outflank the positions, but this tended to split up the assault groups, resulting in a progressive loss of control by the officers as movement proceeded inland. But there was now a sizable American force on top of the bluff. Disaster had been averted. Catastrophe contained. Easy Red Sector, Omaha Beach. As commander of the U.S. First Army, General Omar Bradley had more than 250,000 men under his immediate command. But standing on the bridge of the cruiser USS Augusta, he was a helpless observer, desperate for information. At 0930, with the tide rushing in to cover the obstacles and shrinking the beach even further, the congestion on the narrow strip of sand had become so bad that all landings had been suspended an hour earlier. Nevertheless, there was a traffic jam on shore. Nobody could move. Sending in the follow-up waves as reinforcements according to the planning schedule would only add to that problem. But then not sending them in would leave the forces already ashore isolated and vulnerable to a counterattack. Bradley sent his aide, Major Chester Hanson, in a torpedo boat to the beach to report. But all he got back was a message from Hanson. "It's difficult to make sense from what is going on," Hanson reported. From the general's point of view, disaster loomed. A disaster the generals could do nothing about. The generals were irrelevant to this battle. On Omaha, the situation was so bad that the evacuation of the wounded was toward the enemy. The few aid posts that had been set up were at the shingle seawall. Medics took great risks to drag wounded from the beach to the aid post. The situation looked worse to the medical teams than it did even to the generals offshore. Major Charles Tegmeyer, regimental surgeon of the 16th, who landed at 8:15, described what he saw. Face downward, as far as eyes could see in either direction, were the huddled bodies of men living, wounded, and dead, as tightly packed together as a layer of cigars in a box. Everywhere the frantic cry, "Medics! Hey, medics!" could be heard above the terrible din. Confusion in the planned landing sequence compounded the chaos. The first men of the 61st Medical Battalion to wade ashore on Easy Red were members of the Headquarters Detachment. They landed with typewriters, files, and office supplies on a beach strewn with dead and wounded. They abandoned their typewriters, picked up medical equipment from the debris, and went to work on the casualties around them. At 9:50, General Hubner gave the order for the 18th Regiment of the 1st Division to go ashore at Easy Red. That sector lay just to the east of the middle of Omaha Beach. At 1000 hours, the tide was nearly at its highest mark. All the obstacles were covered. The skippers on the larger landing craft were afraid to try to go ashore, and they had orders from the Navy Beach Battalion to stay off. But the 18th's 1st Battalion officers had orders from their CO to go on in. There were some fierce arguments between the skippers and the soldiers. The stalemate was broken at about 10:10 hours, when LCT-30 drove at full speed through the obstacles, all weapons firing. LCT-30 continued the fire after touchdown. At about the same time, LCI-544 rammed through the obstacles, firing on machine gun nest in a fortified house. These exploits demonstrated that the obstacles could be breached and gave courage to other skippers who began to give in to the demands of the Army officers and move on in. The destroyers helped immeasurably in this attack. They sailed in close, and they pounded the enemy when they could spot him. Admiral Charles Cook was on the destroyer Harding. "We saw an LCT dash in opposite a draw, firing her guns at some German position at Colville," he remembered. "The German batteries were hidden in the shrubbery, had the advantage, and that LCT was badly shot up." So were many others. Sergeant Hyman Haas was lucky. LCTs to the right and left of his were burning. The machine gun fire was right into them. Mortars were blowing around them. Artillery pieces were blowing beside them. But we had landed in a spot that seemed to be immune. Haas commandeered a half-track, an M15. When he drove off the LCT, the water reached up to my neck. My driver, Bill Hendricks, had his head just above water. We kept going. When Haas reached shore, he recalled, "I was breathing very heavily with excitement, eyes darting in all directions, looking, waiting, seeing. It was quite bewildering." He started thinking straight immediately. Haas ordered Hendricks to drive back into the water, then to turn the M15 into firing position. He began to blaze away with his 37mm gun, aiming at a pillbox on the west side of the draw. The first 3 rounds were short. He adjusted his range setter, and, he said, the next 10 shots went directly into the porthole of the pillbox. Later that day, Haas drove up to the pillbox. There, he said, lying on the parapet, was a German officer, bleeding from the mouth, obviously in his last moments of life, being held by another wounded German. McNeil came running over. He says, "Haas, that's your pillbox." It took my breath away. It's one thing to fire impersonal, but I was responsible for that dying German officer and the wounded men in there. I felt awful and shocked at the sight. As the 18th came ashore, it appeared to the officers that no progress at all had been made. One of them said the beach shingle was full of tractors, tanks, vehicles, bulldozers, and troops. The high ground was still held by Germans, who had all troops on the beach pinned down. The beach was still under heavy fire from enemy small arms, mortars, and artillery. About 1100, Lieutenant Ray Moon of the 116th reached the top. "I looked back at the beach," he said. "The view was unforgettable. The beach was a shooting gallery for machine gunners. The scene below reminded me of the Chicago stockyard cattle pens and its slaughterhouse. We could see the men in the water and those huddled along the seawall. There was little movement, and all those below were sitting ducks for any trained marksmen and artillery observers. Mortar fire, artillery shells, and machine gun fire continued to rain down on the beach. At higher headquarters, Easy Red continued to look like a calamity. General Giroux reported to Bradley, "Situation beach exits easy, still critical at 1100. 352nd Infantry Division German identified. Fighting continuous on beaches." This was the first that Bradley knew his men were up against the 352nd, a fact that had been missed by Allied intelligence. Bad as things looked to the generals, on the spot, they looked better. Colonel Talley of the Forward Information Detachment reported, "Men advancing upslope behind Easy Red, men believed ours on skyline." One of those GIs on the skyline was Captain Joe Dawson of G Company. He relates, "On landing, I found total chaos, as men and material were literally choking the sandbar just at the water's edge. A minefield lay in and around a path extending to my right and upward to the crest of the bluff. After blowing a gap in the concertina wire, I led my men gingerly over the body of a soldier who had stepped on a mine in seeking to clear the path. I collected my company at the base of the bluff and proceeded on. Midway toward the crest, I met Lieutenant Spaulding. I proceeded toward the crest, asking Spaulding to cover me. Near the crest, the terrain became almost vertical. This afforded complete defilade from the entrenched enemy above. A machine gun nest was busily firing at the beach, and one could hear rifle and mortar fire coming from the crest. I tossed 2 grenades aloft, and when they exploded, the machine gun fell silent. I waved my men and Spaulding to proceed as rapidly as possible, and I then proceeded to the crest, where I saw the enemy moving out toward the Colville exit and the dead Germans in the trenches. To my knowledge, no one had penetrated the enemy defenses until that moment. As soon as my men reached me, we debouched from that point, firing on the retreating enemy and moving toward a wooded area, and this became a battleground extending all the way into town. In analyzing how he became the first American to reach the top of the bluff in this area, Dawson pointed out, "The Battle of Omaha Beach was, first, deadly enemy fire on an exposed beach where total fire control favored the defender, and we were not given any direct fire support from the Navy or tanks. Second, the poor German marksmanship is the only way I could have made it across the exposed area, because I could not engage the enemy, nor even see him, until I reached the machine gun. Third, the fortunate ability to control my command both in landing together and debouching up the bluff together as a fighting unit. Fourth, our direct engagement of the enemy caused him to cease concerted small arms, machine gun, and mortar fire with which he was sweeping the beach below. As Dawson moved toward Colville, Spaulding went the other way, to the west, toward St. Laurent. Spaulding spread his men over an area of some 300 meters and advanced. They spotted a German machine gunner with a rifleman on each side of him, firing down on the beach from their dugout. Sergeant Stretsky shot the gunner in the back. The rifleman surrendered. Spaulding interrogated the prisoners, but they were ethnic Germans and refused to give any information. With the prisoners in tow, Spaulding moved west. We were now in hedgerows and orchard country. We crossed through 2 minefields. No one was lost. We must have had an angel on each shoulder. The E Company platoon came upon a fortified position overlooking the third draw. Sergeant Kenneth Peterson fired his bazooka into it, but no one came out. Spaulding was about to move on when from the corner of his eye he spied another position. He related, Sergeant Strudsky and I went forward to investigate. We discovered an underground dugout. There was an 81mm mortar with beautiful range cards and lots of ammunition, and a position for a 75mm cannon overlooking the draw. The dugout was of cement, had radios, excellent sleeping facilities, dogs. We started to drop a grenade in the ventilator, but Stretsky said, "Hold on a minute," and he fired 3 shots down the steps into the dugout. He then yelled in Polish and German for them to come out. 4 men did. They brought out 2 or 3 wounded. Germans from the other side of the draw began to fire on Spaulding's platoon. The GIs fired back. American destroyers commenced firing into the draw. It was now about 1000 hours. Spaulding started down the line of communication trenches, which led to the cliff overlooking the beach. We were now behind the Germans, so we routed 4 out of a hole and got 13 in the trenches. The trenches had teller mines, hundreds of grenades, numerous machine guns. Spaulding inspected the trenches. There he admitted, "I did a fool thing." He had lost his carbine when he landed, had picked up a German rifle, only to discover he did not know how to use it, and had traded it to a soldier for another carbine. But he had failed to check the carbine. In the trenches, he remembered, "I ran into a kraut and pulled the trigger, but the safety was on. I reached for the safety catch and hit the clip release, so my clip hit the ground. I ran about 50 yards and nothing flat. Fortunately, Sergeant Peterson had me covered, and the German put up his hands. That business of not checking out your guns is certainly not habit-forming." Spaulding tried to use the 81mm mortar, but no one in his platoon could operate the German weapon. Meanwhile, he sent 19 German prisoners back to the beach, guarded by 2 of his men. He told the men to turn the prisoners over to anyone who would take them, and to ask where the rest of E Company was located. He set off his last yellow smoke grenade to let the American destroyers know that he had possession of the fortification. As he recalled, their fire was getting very close. About 10:30, Lieutenant Hutch and 9 enlisted men caught up with Spaulding. Hutch brought word that Spaulding should change his objective from St. Laurent to Colville. The terrain they had to cross was flat, an area of apple orchards and hedgerows. Germans from the 352nd Division were present in company strength. The fighting now took on a new form. The Germans were hidden in hedgerows. Their main weapon was the fearfully effective MG-42 machine gun. Again and again, Spaulding's platoon ran into pockets of resistance in prepared positions, built around machine guns dug in along the hedgerows. Still, the Americans managed to move forward and catch up with and join Captain Dawson and G Company. Company G had worked its way to within a kilometer of Colville. Dawson paused under a large oak tree There, he said, a very friendly Frenchwoman welcomed us with open arms and said, "Welcome to France." Dawson advanced to the edge of Colville. The dominant building, as always in the Normandy villages, was a Norman church, built of stone, its steeple stretching into the sky. Sure enough, Dawson noted, in the steeple of the church there was an artillery observer. He dashed inside the church with a sergeant and a private. Immediately, he recalled, 3 Germans inside the church opened fire. Fortunately, we were not hit by this burst. But as we made our way through the church, the private was killed, shot by the observer in the tower. I turned and we secured the tower by eliminating him. My sergeant shot the other 2 Germans, and thus we took care of the opposition at that point. As Dawson ran out of the church, a German rifleman shot at him. Dawson fired back with his carbine, but not before the German got off a second shot. That bullet went through Dawson's carbine and shattered its stock. Wood splinters went through his kneecap and leg, which caused his knee to swell, and he had to be evacuated the next day. Beyond the church, G Company ran into heavy fire from a full German company occupying the houses in Colville. Built of stone, those houses were all but impregnable to small arms fire. G Company got into what Dawson called a very severe firefight, but it could not advance. The sight of Americans on the bluff and the procession of prisoners coming down with their hands over their heads gave heart to the men on the beach and to the generals on Ancon and Augusta. But at 1200 hours, Easy Red was by no means a safe place to be. The machine gun fire had let up in the area between the 3rd draw and the Colville draw, thanks to the platoons that had gone up the bluff. But the mortar and artillery fire continued to pour down on the beach. Still, reinforcements were coming ashore, primarily from the 115th Regiment. Private Eldon Wheel was a truck driver for Headquarters Battery, 1st Division Artillery. His LCT, carrying 7 deuce-and-a-half trucks loaded with ammunition, was scheduled to go in at 0830, but at 11:30 it was still circling offshore, out of range of the German guns. When it did turn toward shore, an LCT to the right got hit by an 88 shell. So the skipper on Wheel's LCT turned around and headed back into the channel. After a bit, he headed toward shore again, came under heavy gunfire, and backed off once more. At 1200, a patrol craft came by, and a control officer with a bullhorn yelled, "The skipper of that craft! Take that craft in! You've been in twice and backed off twice, now take it in this time and do not come back until it's unloaded." The tide was receding, but still high enough to cover the obstacles. Shells were exploding around the LCT. The skipper got in as far as he was going to go that day, and, still well offshore, lowered the ramp. Wheel's lieutenant protested, "Take us in closer." "Get off," the skipper replied. The first truck drove off and immediately sank, the water far above the exhaust pipe. The lieutenant screamed at the skipper, "Take us in closer." The skipper replied, "Get off. I've got to unload and get back to sea." So, one after the other, the remaining 6 trucks drove off and sank. The drivers climbed out, inflated their Mae West, and swam to shore. As he got out of the water, Wheel heard a shell coming in. He jumped into a shell hole. "When that shell burst, I panicked," he said. "I started crying. My buddies got me behind a burned-out craft, where I cried for what seemed like hours. I cried until tears would no longer come. Finally, I stopped crying and came to my senses." There were pillbox off to Wheel's left, firing down the beach. He saw 2 bulldozers head for the positions, blades down. The dozers piled sand on the pillboxes and put them out of action. On the return trip to the beach, Wheel remembered, one of the dozers took a direct hit. The man on it seemed like he flew all to pieces. Wheel and the other drivers in his group picked up rifles and carbines and became infantry. "We loaded up," he said, "and we moved forward." By 1200 hours, Americans from the 16th, 18th, 115th, and 116th Regiments had been coming ashore at Easy Red for 5.5 hours. They had made no gains at the Colville Draw. The traffic jam was still horrendous. Dead and wounded were strewn about the beach and behind the seawall. But what looked like catastrophe wasn't. Thanks to Spaulding and Dawson, the fortification on the east side of the third draw had been neutralized. The fortification on the west side was still in action but was being contained. Best of all, Colville was under attack. To the right, 5 companies from the 116th had gone up the bluff between the second and third draws, while to the left of the Colville draw, patrols from 3 companies of the 16th had done the same. At 1309, General Giraud was able to make his first favorable report to Bradley. Quote, "Troops formerly pinned down on beaches, Easy Red, Easy Green, Fox Red, now advancing up heights behind beaches." Bradley later wrote, quote, "The situation everywhere on the beach was still grave, but our troops were inching inland. I gave up any thought of abandoning Omaha Beach." It was just fantastic. Afternoon on Omaha Beach. By early afternoon, a majority of the German pillboxes on the beach and bluff had been put out of action by destroyers, tanks, and infantry. That suppressed, if it did not entirely eliminate, machine gun fire on the beach. Sniper fire, however, continued. The Germans made use of the maze of communication trenches and tunnels to reoccupy positions earlier abandoned and resume firing. Worse, artillery from inland and flank positions kept up harassing fire on the beach flat. But despite the shelling, on the beach the men went about their work. The demolition teams were making progress in their vital task of clearing paths through the obstacles. As the tide dropped in the afternoon, they methodically blew up obstacles, ignoring sniper fire. They completed 3 gaps, partially opened in the morning, made 4 new ones, and widened others. By evening, they had 13 gaps through the obstacles, fully opened and marked, and had cleared about 1/3 of the obstacles on the beach. The engineers, meanwhile, were opening the exits for vehicles. This involved blowing the concrete anti-tank barriers, filling in the anti-tank ditch, removing mines, and laying wire mesh on the sand so the jeeps and trucks could get across. Despite the shelling, the congestion, and the obstacles, all through D-Day afternoon, landing craft kept coming in, bringing more tanks and more infantry. Captain James Roberts, aide to General Giraud, went ashore at 1700 on Easy Red. As we approached, he said, we were hit with artillery fire. Fragments were knocking us around. Several people were hit, including the skipper of our LCI. He was killed. Simultaneously, we hit a sandbar, and we were still 100 or so yards from shore. There was mass confusion and fear, and frankly, I was in a panic. It is a very difficult thing to dig a hole in a steel deck, and there isn't much cover on an LCI. Roberts jumped off into chest-deep water and made his way to shore. The beach was just a complete shambles, he said. It was like an inferno. There were bodies everywhere, and some wounded being attended to. As I went by a tank, I heard people screaming for morphine. The tank was on fire, and they were burning to death. And there wasn't a thing that I could do about that, and it was pretty nerve-shaking. Shells were bursting all around. Roberts got off the beach as fast as he could. Rommel's plans for D-Day had been to counterattack. There were many moments on Omaha Beach when the American troops were vulnerable to a counterattack. But no German counterattack came that day. There were many reasons. First, German surprise was complete. The Fortitude operation had fixed German attention on the Pas-de-Calais. They were certain it would be the site of the battle, and they had placed the bulk of their panzer divisions north and east of the Seine River, where they were unavailable for counterattack in Normandy. Second, German confusion was extensive. Without air reconnaissance, with Allied airborne troops dropping here, there, everywhere, with their telephone lines cut by the resistance and the paratroopers, with their Army Corps division and some regimental commanders at the war game in Rennes, the Germans were all but blind and leaderless. The commander who was most missed was Rommel, who spent the day on the road driving to La Roche-Guyon, another price the Germans paid for having lost control of the air. Rommel dared not fly. Third, the German command structure was a disaster. Hitler's mistrust of his generals and the generals' mistrust of Hitler were worth a king's ransom to the Allies. So were Hitler's sleeping habits, as well as his cloud cuckoo land ideas. Hitler's interference with his commanders on the scene stands in sharp contrast to Churchill and Roosevelt, who made no attempt at all to tell their generals and admirals what to do on D-Day, and in contrast to Eisenhower, who also left the decision-making up to his subordinates. In fact, the Supreme Commander did not give a single command on D-Day. As dusk descended on Omaha Beach, intermittent shell fire continued to come down. Men dug in for the night wherever they could, some in the sand, some at the seawall, some on the bluff slopes, some behind hedgerows on the plateau. There were alarms caused by overeager troops, occasional outbursts of firing. Still, things had quieted down considerably. Most Germans did not know it yet, but they had lost the battle. They had expended most of their immediately available ammunition, and they had failed to stop the assault. The general German failure to fall back and regroup once American patrols had infiltrated the German line was also a major mistake. They could have swept us off with a broom, one ranger declared, but instead the Wehrmacht soldiers stayed in their fixed defenses, from which they could still kill Americans, but not win the battle. They paid the price for Hitler's obsession with defending every square inch of his conquered empire, and for Rommel's obsession with stopping the invasion cold on the beach. On the high ground, too, the Germans fought a strictly defensive action. Partly this was because the hedgerows were such marvelous defensive positions. Mainly it was because they were receiving few reinforcements, even as the Americans sent wave after wave of combat infantry onto the beach and into the battle. The Germans were supposed to counterattack immediately in battalion strength, but they were confused, with their senior commanders absent. They had their troops scattered in platoon strength in the small villages of Normandy, and it took time to assemble them. And they were still a horse-drawn army for the most part. Mainly the Allied air forces, which had done so little to help the infantry on the beach, did an outstanding job of strafing and bombing bridges, crossroads, and assembly points inland all through D-Day, thus hampering German movement to the sound of the guns. As a result, the Germans were unable to launch even one company-strength counterattack at Omaha Beach on D-Day. Yet they fought effectively, inflicting casualties, and for the most part holding their hedgerows, thus preventing the Americans from getting inland more than a couple of kilometers, which was far short of their intended D-Day objectives. But the Germans fought isolated, confused, small-unit actions, designed to delay and harass and hold, rather than to drive the Americans off the high ground. The German 352nd Division suffered 1,200 killed, wounded, or missing, or about 20% of its total strength. The Atlantic Wall had been cracked at Omaha Beach, and there was nothing behind it in the way of fixed fortifications, except those awful hedgerows. How did the Allied troops do it? The sheer weight of the assault was one of the deciding factors, but by itself not enough to ensure victory. Private Carl Wiest of the Rangers has his answer to the question. He concluded that the Allied High Command had been right to insist that, quote, there'd be practically no experienced troops in the initial waves that hit that beach, because an experienced infantryman is a terrified infantryman. And they wanted guys like me, who were more amazed than they were frozen with fear, because the longer you fight a war, the more you figure your number is coming up tomorrow, and it really gets to be god-awful. By nightfall on June 6, the British at Gold Beach had penetrated some 10 kilometers inland and hooked up with the Canadians at Croulet on their left. They were on the cliff, looking down on Arromanches. They had not taken Bayeux or crossed Highway N13, but they were in position to do so the next day. They had put 25,000 men ashore at a cost of 400 casualties. It was a good start. For the Canadians, the initial assault at Juno Beach was like the initial assault at Omaha. The flanking fire was as intense at Juno as at Omaha, and the fortified pillboxes and gun emplacements just as numerous and formidable. At Omaha, nearly 40,000 went ashore, and 1 in 19 of the men who landed on D-Day became casualties. At Juno, 21,400 landed, and 1 in 18 were killed or wounded. A majority of the Canadian casualties were taken in the first hour. The biggest difference between the beaches was that at Juno there was no bluff behind the seawall. Once across and through the villages, the Canadians were in relatively flat, open country with few hedgerows, few fortifications, and almost no opposition. The British had put 29,000 men ashore at Sword. They had taken 630 casualties, inflicted far more, and had many prisoners in cages. At no point had they reached their far too optimistic D-Day objectives. They were still 5 kilometers short of the outskirts of Caen. But they had an enormous follow-up force waiting in the transport area in the Channel to come in as reinforcements on D+1. The 21st Panzer Division had lost its best opportunity to hurl them into the sea, and the bulk of the German armor in France was still in place in the Pas-de-Calais area, waiting for the real invasion. At Utah Beach, the Americans put ashore more than 20,000 troops and 1,700 motorized vehicles. It was a smashing success for the 4th Division and its attached units. Casualties were astonishingly light, just 87. Nearly all objectives were attained. By nightfall, the division was ready to move out at first light for its next mission. When can their glory fade? The end of the day. As full darkness came to Normandy, about 2200 hours, or 16 hours after the first wave hit the beach, unloading ceased. Nearly 175,000 American, Canadian, and British troops had entered Normandy, either by air or sea, at a cost of some 4,900 casualties. From the American airborne on the far right to the British airborne on the far left, the invasion front stretched over 90 kilometers. There were large gaps, but they were inconsequential because the Germans had no troops in them capable of exploiting the opportunity. Though there was little depth to the penetration, everywhere the Allies had gone through the Atlantic Wall. The Germans had taken 4 years to build the Atlantic Wall. They had poured thousands of tons of concrete, reinforced by hundreds of thousands of steel rods. They had dug hundreds of kilometers of trenches. They had placed millions of mines. They had laid down thousands of kilometers of barbed wire. They had erected tens of thousands of beach obstacles. It was a colossal construction feat that had absorbed a large percentage of Germany's materiel, manpower, and building capacity in Western Europe. At Utah, the Atlantic Wall had held up the U.S. 4th Division for less than 1 hour. At Omaha, it had held up the U.S. 29th and 1st Divisions for less than 1 day. At Gold, Juno, and Sword, it had held up the British 50th, the Canadian 3rd, and the British 3rd Divisions for about an hour. As there was absolutely no depth to the Atlantic Wall, once it had been penetrated, even if only by a kilometer, it was useless. The Atlantic Wall must be regarded as one of the greatest blunders in military history. The Allies had made mistakes. Dropping the U.S. 82nd and 101st Airborne in the middle of the night was one. Almost surely it would have been better to send them in at first light. The great assets of the Allied bomber and warship fleets were not used to full effect in the too short and too inaccurate pre-invasion bombardment. The single-minded concentration on getting ashore and cracking the Atlantic Wall was inevitable. But it was also costly once the assault teams had penetrated. It led to a tendency on the part of the men to feel that once through the wall, the job had been done. Just when they should have been exerting every human effort possible to get inland while the Germans were still stunned, they stopped to congratulate themselves, to brew up a bit of tea, to dig in. The failure to prepare men and equipment for the challenge of offensive action in the hedgerow country was an egregious error. Allied intelligence had failed completely to recognize the difficulties of fighting in the hedgerows. But Allied errors pale beside those of the Germans. In trying to defend everywhere, they were incapable of defending anywhere. Their command structure was a hindrance rather than a help. Rommel's idea of stopping the invasion on the beach versus Rundstedt's idea of counterattacking inland versus Hitler's compromise between the two prevented an effective use of their assets. Using Polish, Russian, and other POWs for construction work made sense. Putting them in Wehrmacht uniforms and placing them in trenches, hoping that they would put up a stiff resistance, did not. What Hitler regarded as the greatest German assets, the leadership principle in the Third Reich, the unquestioning obedience expected of Wehrmacht personnel from field marshal all the way down to private. This worked against the Germans on D-Day. The truth is that despite individual acts of great bravery and the fanaticism of some Wehrmacht troops, the performance of the Wehrmacht's high command, middle-ranking officers, and junior officers was just pathetic. The cause is simply put. They were afraid to take the initiative. They allowed themselves to be paralyzed by stupid orders coming from far away that bore no relation to the situation on the battlefield. As darkness came on, all along the invasion front, men dug in. Captain John Rayon of the 5th Ranger Battalion was outside Verville, off Omaha Beach. By now it was getting dark, he said, and it was necessary to organize ourselves for nighttime counterattacks and infiltration from the Germans. Headquarters company was in a small farmyard located to the south of the road. At this point I learned my next mistake. I had not brought an entrenching tool. A French farmyard is more like brick than it is like dirt. For centuries, animals have been pounding it down. The sun has been baking it. There was just no way that I could dig a hole to protect myself. The enlisted men had their entrenching tools, and a couple of them offered to dig me a hole, but I said, no, you go take care of yourselves. Dig your own holes, and after you're safe and secure, then you can give me your shovel, and I'll dig me a hole. It was cold as the darkness came on us. I mean really cold. There was a haystack in the farmyard. I decided to lie down in it. I'm just a city boy. I learned a little bit about haystacks in French barnyards that night because it wasn't a haystack, it was a manure pile. I had hardly laid down in the warmth of that manure pile when I was covered with every kind of bug you could think of. I came out of that thing slapping and swinging and pinching, doing all I could to rid me of all those vermin and biting bugs. I went to the farmhouse. Inside, an old French woman was putting faggots on a fire. It was a very tiny fire. Lieutenant Van Ripper was there. He and I spent the rest of the night warming our hands over that little tiny fire of faggots alongside that little old Frenchwoman. It was sort of an ignominious ending to a rather exciting day. Private Harry Parley, 116th Regiment, 29th Division, said that the last hours of June 6 are quite vivid in my memory. As darkness came on, we found ourselves in a hedgerow-enclosed field, dirty, hungry, and dog-tired. With no idea as to where we were, we decided to dig in for the night. We could hear the far-off sound of artillery and see the path of tracer fire arcing in the distance. As we spread out around the field, I found myself paired off with my sergeant. We started to dig a foxhole, but the ground was rock-hard, and we were both totally exhausted by the time the hole was about 3 inches deep. Finally, standing there in the dark, aware that it was useless to continue, my sergeant said, "Fuck it, Parley. Let's just get down and get some rest." And so D-Day came to an end with both of us sitting back-to-back in the shallow trench throughout the night. At Pegasus Bridge, the Ox and Bucks handed over to the Warwickshire Regiment. John Howard led his men through the dark toward Ranville. Sergeant Jack Bailey found it hard to leave. You see, we'd been there a full day and night. We rather felt this was our bit of territory. Lieutenant John Revel of F Company, 5th Ranger Battalion, was on top of the bluff at Omaha. As the light faded, he called his runner, Private Rex Lowe, pointed out to the 6,000 vessels in the channel, and said, "Rex, take a look at this. You'll never see a sight like this again in your life." Sergeant John Ellery, 16th Regiment, 1st Division, Easy Red Sector of Omaha, recalled, "The first night in France, I spent in a ditch beside a hedgerow, wrapped in a damp shelter half, and thoroughly exhausted. But I felt elated. It had been the greatest experience of my life. I was 10 feet tall. No matter what happened, I had made it off the beach and reached the high ground. I was king of the hill, at least in my own mind, for a moment. My contribution to the heroic tradition of the United States Army might have been the smallest achievement in the history of courage, but at least, for a time, I had walked in the company of very brave men." The next morning, Private Robert Healy of the 149th Combat Engineers and a friend decided to go down the bluff at Omaha Beach to retrieve their packs. Healy had run out of cigarettes, but he had a carton and a waterproof bag in his pack. When we walked down to the beach, he said, it was just an unbelievable sight. There was debris everywhere, and all kinds of equipment, washing back and forth in the tide. Anything you could think of seemed to be there. We came across a tennis racket, a guitar, assault jackets, packs, gas mask, everything. We found half a jar of olives, which we ate with great relish. We found my pack, but unfortunately the cigarettes were no longer there. On the way back, I came across what was probably the most poignant memory I have. Lying on the beach was a young soldier, his arms outstretched. Near one of his hands, as if he had been reading it, was a pocketbook. It was Our Hearts Were Young and Gay by Cornelia Otis Skinner. This expressed the spirit of our ordeal. Our hearts were young and gay because we thought we were immortal. We believed we were doing a great thing, and we really believed in the crusade which we hoped would liberate the world from the heel of Nazism. Long after D-Day, General Bradley wrote, "Omaha Beach was a nightmare. Even now it brings pain to recall what happened there on June 6, 1944. I have returned many times to honor the valiant men who died on that beach. They should never be forgotten, nor should those who lived to carry the day by the slimmest of margins. Every man who set foot on Omaha Beach that day was a hero." When can their glory fade? Tennyson asked about the Light Brigade, and so ask I about the men of D-Day. Oh, the wild charge they made! All the world wondered. Honor the charge they made. General Eisenhower, who started it all with his "Okay, let's go" order, gets the last word. In 1964, on D-Day plus 20 years, he was interviewed on Omaha Beach by Walter Cronkite. Looking out at the channel, Eisenhower said, "You see these people out here swimming and sailing their little pleasure boats and taking advantage of the nice weather and the lovely beach, and it's almost unreal to look at it today and remember what it was. But it's a wonderful thing to remember what those fellows 20 years ago were fighting for and sacrificing for, what they did to preserve our way of life. Not to conquer any territory, not for any ambitions of our own, but to make sure that Hitler could not destroy freedom in the world. I think it's just overwhelming to think of the lives that were given for that principle, paying a terrible price on this beach alone on that one day, 2,000 casualties. But they did it so that the world could be free. It just shows what free men will do rather than be slaves."